My name is Verl Doman. My middle name is Thomas, which is a name that my great-grandfathers, grandfathers, and my sons and grandsons all have seemed to adopt. Verl Thomas Doman. I'm going to tell you my life story. I'm very grateful to these wonderful people for being willing to do this. I don't know how many of you might be interested in hearing about my life, but someplace down through the generations, there may be somebody who's interested in hearing about their grandfather, great-grandfather, or whatever. I was born in a little town in eastern Oregon called Ontario. It's right on the Snake River. Snake River is the border between Idaho and Oregon, and I was actually born out in the country, about a half a mile from the river. And I was a little problem because I had a twin brother that was born before me, and they didn't realize at that time that there was more than one. And so finally, about after my twin brother was born, the doctor arrived, and my mother was still not feeling too good, and he said, "Well, there's another baby in here." And I was trying to be born hand and foot. And so he stuffed me back in there and got me out feet first. And my grandmother held me over her knee for the first night, patting me to get the phlegm out of my throat, keep me from choking. I often joke and saying I was in the birth canal for longer than normal. And that oxygen debt explains some of my personality quirks. I think one of my very first memories is when I was in my early third year. My mother and father decided that they would go to the temple in Salt Lake City and have their marriage solemnized in the temple. And I remember that trip because it was so terribly tedious and unusual for a little farm boy up there. We got in this old 1936 Willys, I think it was, and headed down the road. And in those days, there were no freeways, and so it took hours, many hours, 15 hours, maybe longer. And I remember at night driving along in the car, seeing the headlights on the railroad tracks in the front as we were turning a corner. I remember being so tired, crying, with my twin brother crying and saying, "When are we going to stop?" And our parents stopped and got some hot chocolate, or not hot chocolate, just chocolate in a little carton. And that was the first time I'd ever had any chocolate in a carton. It was so tasty. I never forgotten that treat. I remember in the temple, finally in the Salt Lake Temple in white, jumping up and down on the bed in the little waiting room there. That's one little memory. And the second memory is being in the hallway of the Salt Lake Temple as the couples came out of the celestial room into a little ceiling room around the corner from that hallway. And we saw our parents come by. We started to cry for them. And those are the memories of my trip to the temple when I was in my third year. I remember one of the first times our parents ever left us home alone. As far as I can remember, it was the first time, and we had these stupid coyotes that lived out in the field, maybe a few hundred yards, maybe several hundred yards from our house, out across the fence into the sagebrush. And at night, they would yip and howl. They had their eyes, I think, on our chicken, and every night they sang up this chorus of coyote howling. So they had us kids scared to death. We thought they were going to come and eat us. And so we designed a way to scare those coyotes away and to keep them away. My 3-year-old sister and my twin brother each got a big, heavy pot out of the cupboard and a big spoon. And for hours we marched around the house pounding on those kettles with those spoons. And it raised quite a racket. And to this day, I'm sure that those coyotes did not come and eat us because we made that much noise. We weren't very smart when we were little, and we should know that you don't stand behind horses at all, especially if they're not carefully trained. And but we didn't pay attention to that little caution, so we went down to the ditch and got some willows, these long willows. They almost looked like buggy whips. And we stood behind these horses and whipped them with those willows until finally one of them, I think her name was Ginger, got tired of it, and she quickly stuck out her back leg and kicked my twin brother right in the forehead and knocked him colder than a wedge. That's all I remember. I don't remember what happened after that. My wife loves dogs. To me, a dog is an animal that is in the yard or in the barn. And our first dog was named Shep. He was a shepherd, as you would imagine. And when my dad had him trained so well that when in the morning he got up to milk the cows, he would step outside and whistle and yell, "Shep," and "Get the cows," and the dog would run down across the ditch and down through the pasture and round up the cows and herd them up into the corral and into the barn to be milked. And I'll never forget that dog. Finally, it got so old that it disappeared. We just figured it went away and died. One time we took it to our grandpa's house and forgot and left it there, and that was 10 miles away, and somehow the Shep found its way back home. So it didn't leave because it didn't love us. It left because it went away and died. One of the heartwarming memories I have is sitting at my mother's knee and her reading to us out of a book. I believe the book was Huckleberry Finn. And I don't remember much about the story of Huckleberry Finn that I heard then. I think I've learned more about that story since then, since at one point we visited the community where these stories all became famous along the Mississippi. But the thing I remember about that story, about that experience back then, was how warm and peaceful and safe and loved I felt leaning there at my mother's knee. It was such a warm feeling. I've never forgotten it. We had an irrigation canal that ran through our property and right by our house. And that's where we liked to swim. It was not a very clean swimming hole. In fact, once in a while there were dead rabbits or gophers or badgers, whatever. And once in a while a cow pie came floating by, but that was our swimming hole. It wasn't very deep, but we used a galvanized bathtub, or wash tub they called it then, and floated in that. It was not very stable, and all you had to do was shift your weight just a little bit, tipped right over into the canal. This canal was only about 6 or 8 feet wide, not very deep, but it was pretty muddy. Later we figured out how to get some inner tubes down there, and we floated around on inner tubes. That was a lot better. We had, finally we learned how to make these little wooden boats that we hooked onto a string, and we'd run with a stick on the end of it, or a willow, and we could run up and down the banks of the canal, towing our boat along. That was fun for little boys. When I was just a little boy, the very first movie I ever went to was an MGM movie, and the first thing on the screen was the MGM Tiger, that one, and I don't know what happened after that, because I hit the floor down behind that the seats. I was not going to sit there with that big lion growling at me, and people make fun of me now, but that was a pretty smart move, I thought. One day our dad brought home a baby goat, and we raised that goat till it was old enough to climb up on the car. And I don't understand those animals, but they like to climb on things that are high and treacherous. And so finally our dad came up and said, "You guys have to tie that goat up in the garden or in the orchard, And so we got a little rope and took the goat out to the orchard and tied it up to a tree, and it had plenty to eat and so forth around the tree. But the next morning, we got up, went out there, and that goat had gone around and around the tree trying to get away from that rope and had strangled itself. Boy, did we feel terrible. And my dad felt pretty terrible too, I think, making us tie up our goat and strangling him. We were pretty poor out there, but we got as excited about Christmas, I think more excited about Christmas than the young people today, because we actually got on Christmas a case of oranges. And so we would always get a new orange, fresh, ripe orange in our stocking, some hard candy, some nuts in the shell, walnuts and other kinds of nuts, peanuts, and then usually get one gift. And it was so exciting to wake up Christmas morning and to find those wonderful things that we never usually had. I remember one Christmas we had made such a deal about getting cap guns, and one day we snuck around through the closet and found cap guns that our parents were going to give us for Christmas, and they caught wind of it. So Christmas morning, sure enough, we got up, went in there to get our Christmas surprise, and no cap guns. And we just about croaked. Croaked means passed out. And so we went outside and started playing around with whatever we had, eating some of our candy. And finally we came back in the house, and there were the cap guns hanging by the tree or by the stocking where we had expected to find them in the first place. These cap guns, you had little rolls of caps that popped when you pulled the trigger, and they even let off a little powder smell. It was very authentic toy guns, and we played with those constantly. We were so excited to get our cap guns. Halloween was a little different story. Excuse me, neighbors weren't very close. In fact, our best friend lived 1 mile away down this dirt road. His name was Lauren Cox. And he always would come up to our house because there were no neighbors around his place, and we were his best friends. So he always came up. I think his mother would bring him up to our house and drop him off, and we'd go visit the 2 or 3 neighbors that were within several blocks of us around that corner where we lived. But then we would have to walk down that dirt road down to Lauren's place to trick or treat there, and it was always worth our trek because his mother would give us the most treats at any other house by far. He was an only child, and she spoiled him, and she spoiled us on Halloween. The only problem was, as we walked down that road, the cornfields on both sides housed all of these monsters, ghosts and ghouls and witches and all kinds of scary things, tigers and bears even, probably. And anyway, so that was a courageous, gutsy thing for us to have to walk down that dark road through all those monsters that you couldn't see because of the cornfields on both sides. Anyway, we were scared to death, but do you think we would not go? Well, we didn't get candy and treats very much then, and so we gladly faced all those terrible monsters just to go get some candy from the Coxes. During the Second World War, I was 7 years and 3 days old when the Pearl Harbor occurred and the Japanese bombed our ships there in the Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. I wasn't very much aware of the news back then. We didn't have television, so we might have heard it on the radio. We didn't get newspapers out clear in the country, and so I wasn't much aware of what was going on except that we were in war. And for some reason or other, the Japanese in our community were really concerned because now, as I look back and learn, the Japanese in the United States were being encamped in camps, like concentration camps, all around the country. There was only one place in the United States where the Japanese were not forced into these encampments, and that was Ontario, Oregon. And the reason is because there were a number of really prominent and successful farmers up there that were Japanese, our neighbors. And they were important to the economy, producing food for our economy as we went into the war. Because it was, even though there had been a war in Europe before that, it was that Pearl Harbor bombing that brought America into the war full-fledged. And so America turned into a big war machine. Instead of the manufacturers manufacturing cars and farm equipment and other kinds of things, they started manufacturing tanks and guns and airplanes, and it was a big deal. And the whole country dedicated itself to that Second World War. There were 1 million of our boys or more, young men, that got killed in that war. One of them was my uncle, who was a pilot in England, flying pilot or airplane sorries over into Germany in a B-17 bomber, dropping bombs on Germany to try to cripple them and end the war there. He became the squadron leader of his squadron of airplanes, and then when he was finally finished with his tour, he was relieved by another squadron, another group, but the co-pilot on one of those leading planes got ill with the flu. And so my uncle, Hugh Calvin Doman, offered to substitute for him. And they took off in their plane. It was a cloudy day in England. And in those days, they used these big fields, dirt fields, to land their planes in. And that big airplane field where they took off from up northeast of Birmingham is now back into a farm. But there's a large monument there to that group of airmen who flew out of there. But he took off, and for some reason or other, he came down around, took off towards the west and circled down around towards London, and then circled and started to cross towards Germany. But as they came out of the clouds, as they were in the clouds in that circling, one of the engines on their plane caught fire. And so they were losing altitude. It's maybe a 4-engine plane, or maybe it's only a 2-engine plane, I'm not sure. But they were losing altitude, and they were coming out of the plane, coming out of the clouds. A 13-year-old boy in a place called Wargrave, England, saw this whole thing. And I have since met him, and he's written about it and talked about this event. This plane was coming right towards the village of Wargrave on fire. But the radioman who survived tells the story that they were going to start dropping their bombs, but so that they could then ditch the plane because they didn't want it to hit and explode. So they decided to hang in the plane and turn up the River Thames, which, by the way, circles around and goes through London. And they were starting to drop their bombs in the River Thames when their plane exploded and killed everyone on board except for the radioman, and he parachuted down. This 13-year-old boy in Wargrave saw the whole thing and has recorded it, and there's articles in the Reading newspaper that year, and then 50 years later in celebration of that event, calling these airmen American war heroes because they had stayed with the plane and they think saved the lives of a lot of people in their village. Anyway, that was Uncle Hugh. My two other uncles, Sonny Hickey and Oscar Hickey, were in the Navy in the South Pacific, and both of them got their ships sunk. They were kamikaze Japanese planes, came crashing into the decks of their planes and blew up. and they had to abandon ship, and so that was pretty dramatic, but they both came home safely. During that Japanese encampment, they instead of forcing the Japanese in our community into these encampments, they let them stay there to produce food, and they also allowed Japanese from other camps, if they wanted to come and work on the farms, to allow them to come there and work on the farms there in Ontario. Some young man that came there when we were in the very first grade, his name was Teddy Sakano. His dad was one of those who wanted to come and work in the farms. Teddy, I have to tell you, later became the valedictorian of our high school and a dear friend, and he is a chemistry professor now in New York City, or New York State someplace. But there were a large number, a good percentage of the students in our high school class were Japanese because of that. And we didn't even know the difference whether they were Japanese or others. Even though there was a war going on, we never did have any feelings toward them. There was a fellow next door, about a half a mile away from us, which we call next door, a Japanese fellow named Joe Watanabe, and we all, us kids, imagined that he was a spy for the Japanese and that he had this two-way radio and that he was spying on us and giving information to the Japanese. We called him Tokyo Joe, but we were afraid of him, but that was our imagination. We played war games during the war. We had toy guns, and we ran around through the corrals hiding and shooting at each other, and I'm sorry, but I always had to be the commander. That embarrasses me now, but I wouldn't play if I wasn't the commander. Now that's a terrible admission, but so this war eventually came to an end. At the end of the war, I forgot to tell you that during the war, the Army sent up to Ontario a troop of soldiers, and they built a barracks and an Army encampment down about a half mile from our house, and they trained down there. They had a gun places where they practiced their marksmanship. They had logs and ropes that they had to climb and everything that they had to work out and train on. But they also were keeping their eye on the Japanese community. I think they were just there to intimidate them. But when the war was over, they brought German POWs there. They had these blue shirts with a big POWs on the back of their shirt. And they came out into our fields and hoed our beets, sugar beets. And it was really interesting for us boys to be sitting there looking out into our fields, seeing these German soldiers weeding our beets with American soldiers sitting on the ditch banks with machine guns all around guarding them. But when the war was over, the community turned this barracks over to the Japanese, and it became the Japanese Community Center. And those people stayed there and became a very important, prominent part of our community. And their religion had their preacher, their priest down there, and I remember going into the gymnasium there and going up on the stage and looking at the Buddha, which they had there that they worshipped. So it was a very interesting experience of us with the Japanese. When we were young, we caught a baby magpie out of its nest and brought it home, and it was said that if you wanted to, you could teach a magpie to talk. We didn't believe it, but we took care of this magpie in a little cage that we built and fed it and took care of it. And when it grew up, by the time it grew up, it learned how to talk. It said words like, "Here, Bob," "Here, Bob," which was our dog's name at that time, Bob. And that magpie learned how to call the dog. It would learn to say hello, and it learned to say hello to my dad. Said, "Hello, Art. Hello, Art." And anyway, said 3 or 4 phrases like that. For some reason or other, that magpie did not like my mother. And every time my mother went outside and that magpie was loose, it would chase my mother and try to peck her ankles. One day my mother made a mad dash for the car, and as she jumped in the car and shut the door, that magpie's head was in the door. Well, that's the end of my magpie story. We grew up, even though it was a small farm, we were our dad's hired help, and we had to help milk the cows, feed the pigs, feed the chickens, clean the chicken coop, weed the sugar beets, thin the sugar beets, harvest the sugar beets, harvest potatoes, load them on the trucks, irrigate. And I say irrigate because as we lived in eastern Oregon, it was a semi-desert, and we had to irrigate all of our crops. And almost every week or two, we had to give them all a drink of water. So we would rotate the irrigations from one section out in the fields to another until it was all irrigated. Then we'd go back, start all over again. We had water out of the irrigation ditch, but we also had this wonderful pump that pumped the irrigation water. That was really great because the water was so fresh and cool. And during the summer, after it had run a while and the ditches kind of mossed in, we would drink out of that ditch, just get down there, and the water was so cold and fresh and wonderful from that well. And but the work was hard, was really hard, from daylight till dark almost, to try to do everything we had to. And even at that, we didn't have very much money. We lived in a 2-bedroom house, and all of us kids slept in one bedroom in one bed, and our parents slept in the other. As we got a little older, and our sister had the bedroom, and my twin brother and I slept on the couch in the front room. So it was okay, except that one of the twins, we won't name which one, had a habit of wetting the bed, so that made it very uncomfortable for the other two children sleeping in that bed. The chores included getting up and milking the cows before breakfast and before the school bus came. We could see the school bus coming from about a half mile away, and so we had time to grab a last bit of breakfast and head out to the bus, maybe a half a block from our house. And I could tell you lots of stories about that bus. I'm going to tell you a couple of them. One of them was when I was in the 2nd grade. I had to go to the bathroom so bad that I just could hardly wait. But unfortunately, high school was out and the bus was ready to leave, and I didn't have time to go into the bathroom. So I got on the bus in almost immediate agony, sitting on that bus. Well, our bus stop was almost at the end of the bus trip. So as the bus went around, I was suffering, and finally I could not contain it any longer, and I wet my pants right there on the bus. And it was a lot. It ran all over, but nobody noticed because it went down to the floor, and I never moved. Just the seat of my pants were sopping wet, and the seat and the floor below me. Most of the kids had got off by that time, so nobody had noticed, and most of them were ahead of me in the bus. I was so embarrassed. What am I going to do? I can't get off this bus. And because they'll see my wet pants. And I was so arrogant and cocky anyway, and I could not stand the thought. Well, all of a sudden, there out in the field as we passed was a flock of ducks. And I got this bright idea. And I started quacking like a duck. Look at those ducks. Quack, quack, quack. And I started quacking, quack, quack, quack. All the way, maybe another 5 minutes, 10 minutes till we got to our house quacking. And everybody said, "Shut up, Verl. Shut up. Quit quacking." I kept quacking, quacking, quacking. They were all paying attention to my quacking until finally at our stop, I jumped down onto the floor of the bus and waddled up like a duck, keeping my rear end hidden, and right to the door, and then sprung out the door, quacking all the way, and ran. Nobody ever knew that I wet my pants on the bus except the bus driver, who had to clean it up later. Another experience I had on the bus is I was mouthing off one day, and this older girl got mad at me and started pulling my hair, bending my fingers, scratching me, But in those days, we didn't. We were taught not to hit a girl, and even though she was several years older than me, I just sat there and took it. When I got to school that day, I had headaches. My knuckles were starting to swell. I had scratches all over me. So anyway, I must have said something. And also, I got over the idea after that I couldn't hit a girl if they were killing me. I guess I could now. I think probably if I did that over again, I'd have punched her right in the nose, and that would have ended that. I'm going to talk more about the chores that we had to do. We had to milk the cow before breakfast, milk the cows. When we got into high school, that was quite a deal because we'd been out late chasing around on dates and dances and so forth. Our dad said to us, "You guys can stay out as late as you want, no problem. The only thing is you just have to get up and milk the cows before the bus, before you go to school." Sometimes we'd get in really late, but we had to get maybe 2 o'clock sometimes. And the bus came early in the morning, so we had to get up and milk cows starting at 5. We didn't do that very often because that was too taxing. And besides, we played ball in high school, and we had to kind of get enough rest so that we could keep up with that. We didn't have milking machines and milking the cows, so we did it by hand. We had 3 or 4 cows, and we'd have to squeeze their udders to get the milk out, squeeze, 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 and that's how we milked the cows. So we got strong muscles in our arms. I had a special muscle on my elbow I called my cow milk muscle, and if I used to tease the girls if they'd hit me on the arm, I'd show them, "Oh, you hit me right there, and look, it's all swollen up." And I got a little mileage out of that. I remember when I was a teenager, we had to work real hard, and even help pay for some of the farm expense. And one time when I was 15 years old, my father bought a brand new hay baler. And my job was to get on the tractor and run that baler all summer long. We went to every neighbor that had hay, alfalfa hay or straw, and I baled hay for almost every neighbor in the whole community. And I did that all day, every day. I learned more about how that baler tied knots and how it worked than anybody. I could adjust the knot tire better than my dad could. And because if the knot tire got out of adjustment, the bale just came out the end all in pieces, and you couldn't keep baling. I always worried about getting my foot in a baler twine and having the pickup tongs grab it and pull me into that baler and bail me up with those hay bales. So I worried about that. The worst part of it was breathing the dust. Almost every day, wherever you went, whether you're going one way or the other, inevitably the breeze was blowing with you, and so the dust followed you all the way. I remember sometimes having to stop the tractor and getting off and running out where the dust was and taking several deep breaths of fresh air, coming back, and that was tough to breathe that dust. We drove the tractors also and had a lot of dust. In fact, by the time I was ready to leave the farm, I had was emphysema, and from that, breathing so much dust. And of course, I grew out of that after I got out of the dust, and that was one of the things that motivated me to do something other than being a farmer. I couldn't stand that dust. Sometimes out there, it was so cold on the tractors that I remember it being so cold that I got sleepy. Now that's hypothermia, and leading up to that, that's miserable. It was tough, and that motivated me also. I didn't want to have to suffer that cold. Well, nowadays they have cabs and air conditioning and radios, and even they have even navigation systems that they set this navigation systems, and it goes down through the field and plants absolutely straight rows being steered by the navigation system. If you go out to Iowa, for example, and see those mile-long rows of corn, they're absolutely straight as an arrow. You can't see a bend. Well, that's a navigation system planting those rows of corn. But in those days, we had to plant them by eyesight, and we had little markers on the side of the equipment so that we could follow that marker, but inevitably it'd start to curve, and anyway, it curved. irrigation was a tough job. We had to, as I said, irrigate everything every week or so, and some plants we had to irrigate more often. Potatoes you had to irrigate at least once a week, and it had to be very regular. And so it was hard work, but and we had what we called gravity irrigation, so we would have to adjust the irrigation feeds down each row so that it ran about the same amount of water down each row so that they would end up at the end of the row about the same time. Eventually, someone invented what they called the siphon tubes, and you would get water running through those siphon tubes, and that regulated the water into each row so that wasn't such a problem regulating the water. But before, we had to use little pieces of sod from the grass to tuck in there so it wouldn't wash away and regulate each row that way. We got so good at starting siphon tubes that we could do 2 at a time, one in each hand, push them down in the water and yank them up and lay them down with your hand over the end so that the water would start to run before air got in there, and we really got good at starting siphon tubes. When I was 10 or 11 years old, that was an interesting time in my life, as I've said before. My dad got his fingers caught in a V-belt on the combine, and so he couldn't sew the sacks and dump the big sacks of grain down the ramp anymore. So my twin brother and I, even though we were that young, for several weeks ended up sewing the sacks on the combine. I remember the first day that I went out there to sew sacks, the dust from the combine coming swishing up into my face, and it was hot, maybe 100 degrees. It was July, when you're combining grain, and I was sweating, and the dust was all sticking to me, and then I got a bloody nose to top it off. So I had blood running down my nose, sweat down my neck, dust collecting on me. But I was relieved because my tour was in the morning, and my twin brother Earl was going to be there about 1 o'clock and spell me off and take the rest of the day. Well, he never showed up. He didn't show up. And so I was in this terrible condition, but had to continue on because we had to get that done. When it's time to harvest, you have to harvest. And my dad didn't realize how awfully miserable I was, so we kept going around and around and around. And I was crying, tears, nosebleeds, sweat, dust, and every time you sewed the sack, you had to sew a sack by pulling it off of the part of the machine where the grain comes in it. You have to pull that off, sew the sack as fast as you can, put another sack on, sew that sack as fast as you can, tie the ears of the sack, drag it over to the ramp and load it down the ramp. And then there's another sack, and you just do that all day. And when you put 4 sacks on the ramp, you pull a lever, and that dumps those off into the ground for the trucks to come along and pick up later. So that was a tough, miserable job that I don't wish on any of you. But if you're 10 years old and you have a chance to do it, try it. The day of our graduation, that night, we stayed up all night and celebrated that graduation. Had the parents, some of the parents of the students had prepared the early morning breakfast about 3 o'clock in the morning. And we danced and ate breakfast. Anyway, it was an all-night deal. I guess they still do that. Some of them, I guess, went out away from there and drank, but we didn't do that. So I didn't account for everybody, but it was a fun evening. The next morning at 5 o'clock, I had an appointment to meet Nephi Grigg, who was the founder and the president of Ore-Ida Frozen Foods, a company that's still in existence. They make tater tots and French fries and all kinds of things, but he was the founder of it, clear back there in 1956. And this was 1956 when he graduated. And so he had asked me to come and play tennis with him at 5 o'clock in the morning. Well, he had hired me to help build this tennis court. I don't know if that's why he asked me to play with him, but at 5 o'clock in the morning, there I was, having just graduated, and played him some sets of tennis, and then got in the truck with my twin brother with a tractor on top of it and a hay baler on the truck, and a tractor. Well, where was the hay baler? We towed the hay baler, the tractor on top, and we towed it over 2 ranges of mountains, 150 miles up to Burns, Oregon, beyond Burns, Oregon, and into a place called Riley. It's about 30 miles the other side of Burns, Oregon, right on the junction to Lakeview and Bend. One road goes to Bend, Oregon, the other to Lakeview. It's in that junction. It was called the Silver Creek Ranch where we went. And we ran that ranch that summer. We had to irrigate 2,000 acres. That's, to us little farm boys, where we'd grown up in a farm down in Ontario, 325 acres is what we finally ended up with, but 2,000 acres was huge, and it was the first time anybody had ever attempted to irrigate. We brought the water from a place called Chickahominy Reservoir, which was 8 miles up the stream from Silver Creek, and a lot of it we had to build the canal. And so we had these big ditch diggers and bulldozers and out there for weeks building a canal from the Chickahominy Reservoir down to that ranch. For some reason or other, somehow the owner had acquired the water rights for that reservoir. I can't imagine how he'd done it, but my dad had leased that ranch after my mom died, and I'm going to talk about her dying in a little bit, but he leased that ranch with an option to buy, and so we were up there working our heads off trying to get it fixed up and going and the irrigation system working. My twin brother and I were the 2 head irrigators, and there was another hired man there that had a stiff leg. His knee was completely stiff. He was an alcoholic, but he worked good on weekdays, just got drunk on the weekends. And he worked out there on the ranch. Well, he and I were in charge of dynamiting, blasting the big rocks out of the way so that we could build that canal on through those areas. And this guy I think he wanted to die, because he had always put this dynamite under these big rocks or in a hole near them or someplace so that they could tear them apart or something, and then set a short fuse. When he set that fuse, boy, I took off running as fast as I could go, and he got up with his big old stiff leg, hobbled off a ways, and blam! Rocks flew everywhere, and they came falling from everywhere. And I, of course, ran fast enough to get out of the distance of them, but they came falling around him. I don't know how he ever got through without any of those falling on him. Anyway, we built that reservoir, or that canal down to the ranch, and irrigated those 2,000 acres. We produced bumper crops in land that had never been irrigated before, and the soil was rich, and we had such wonderful grain crops that there was an article written about our endeavor in the Farm Bureau magazine in that area, and the price of that ranch all of a sudden went up twice as much, and this guy figured out a way to get out of the lease, and so my dad got shafted. He ended up not leasing that ranch, and that fall Earl and I went back to BYU. There were also cattle on the ranch, and there were cows and that had to be herded, and especially the neighbors' cows, which kept breaking into our grain fields and eating our grain and our hay. That hay, one time, I'm going to jump back to a time when a week after my mother died, and my dad was negotiating for this ranch. The owner of the ranch asked if he could get one of his dad's boys to come up and put up 100 acres of hay. Well, that was me. And so there again with this old Chevy truck, I jumped in that truck with my cousin Jerry, and we drove up those 150 miles over those 2 mountain passes to get to that hay field. This was just after my mom died. And to put up that 100 acres of hay. On the way, guess what? The rod went out on the truck. We were halfway up on these mountains, and the rod went out. I knew what that was like because I'd been around it before. So we stopped and took the bottom of the pan off the truck, and took the rod bearing off and saw which one it was, and then hitchhiked to the nearest station, which was a service station, which was, an hour or so away. And we got there and then called ahead to the ranch owner, and he came down, picked up the bearings, rod bearings in the town, Burns, and came and some oil and gaskets, and came down there, and we put that truck back together and drove on up there and put up that hay. While we were putting up the hay, the motor on the hay baler blew a piston. We had to order the parts for that from Boise, clear up there, and we waited and got that. And while we were waiting, we were shocking the hay, putting up, getting it ready, mowing it, shocking it, getting it ready to bale, and then we put that motor back together, overhauled that engine. And I was 17 years old, heaven's sakes. And so we got that hay baled and went back to our town. My cousin Jerry was phenomenal. He wanted to get back to his girlfriend. I think her name was Joy Saunders in Vail, Oregon. And he wanted to get back to her so bad that he'd get up early at 4 o'clock in the morning, go out there and mow hay like mad and rake it. He was so anxious to get back that he worked his tail off to get that job done so we could get back to Ontario. Anyway, one time we were in bed and we started laughing, and we were so tired that one of us would laugh, and then we would say, okay, we got to quit laughing. But pretty quick the other one would snort, and that would bring it on again, and we laughed hysterically. We laughed until we were completely worn out from laughing. I'll never forget that evening of hysterical, uncontrolled laughing there in that double bed where we were sleeping on that ranch in that hay event. Back to the ranch and the cattle. We lived next to a big ranch called the Bush Ranch. I don't know how I'm remembering all these names, but the Bush Ranch was a huge ranch that had thousands of head of cattle, and hired cowboys to go around and take care of them. Well, they surrounded this ranch that we were on, and these cowboys would keep cutting the fence and which is highly illegal if anybody'd ever catch them. Today you'd have a camera out there and catch them, but they would ride out there and cut those fences. This ranch was several square miles big, so I mean, how could you see them? So he went out there and cut those and let the cattle into our grain and our hay fields. And so my job was to get on the horse and go down there and drive them out and repair the fence. And I was doing that almost every day. And one day, my dad got tired of it, and one of those cows had been in our pasture, in our meadow all year. And don't tell anybody this, don't tell a soul, but we went down there and shot that cow and butchered it, cleaned it out, buried the hide and the inter guts, I guess I can go ahead and say it, the guts, buried them, and the head and everything deep in a deep hole out there in the sagebrush, and took the meat down, put it in the locker in Burns, and ate that cow for the rest of the time we were up there. Well, one of the things that the landlord that was trying to get rid of us did was he got wind of this and he turned us into the sheriff's office. And the sheriff came out there investigating this, and we said, we lied. I mean, what do? You end up in jail? That was killing somebody's cow then, even though they were encroaching on your land, was worse than almost killing one of their cowboys. And so they were it was serious. And so we said, well, we don't know anything about that. And they couldn't find any evidence, any cows or hides or anything, because it's out there buried in the sagebrush. How do you find it? So we scraped by that tough situation, had to lie. And I'm sorry, I don't lie. I don't believe in lying, but I'm glad we lied about that, because that would have ended up pretty tragic for my dad, who had just lost his wife, and us boys who were just graduating high school. We irrigated that land with this new ditches and new furrows and everything, and so the land wasn't laid out perfectly straight, and every so often we would get a washout. We'd have to be up there most of the night with bales of straw, filling in the break in the ditch, so that it was very, very exhausting work. It was hard. So anyway, it all led up to the fact that when we went on our missions, our dad spoke at the farewell and talking about our time on that ranch. And first time I ever think well, not the first, but one of the times he really broke down, couldn't talk. He says, I've never seen, this almost makes me emotional to talk about it, I've never seen any two men work harder than those two did. And we did bust our tails. When I was about 10 years old, and that seemed to be a kind of a tough period of my life, as I've mentioned before, so we went on a trip up to Olympia, Washington to see our cousins, the Cruths. And we drove up there in our old car, and first thing they wanted to do is take us to the ocean, and we'd never been to the ocean before, so we went over to the ocean and played in the sand and in the water, and came home in the afternoon. It was quite an exciting experience for me, picking up starfish shells and seashells, and it was spectacular. But when we came back, our cousin David Cruth and Jim Cruth, they suggested that we go to the lake and rinse off the salt water. So we went over to this lake that was close to their house, and remember, I hadn't learned how to swim because we lived out on the farm, and that canal wasn't a very good place to swim. And we didn't have time to go to the swimming pool because we had too much work, so I never did learn how to swim. Everybody else was able to, seemed like, and they were out on this dock, which is maybe 30 feet from the shore, or more, maybe 50 feet from the shore. And they were out there having such a good time diving in and jumping around, playing around on this dock, and I was on shore out there watching them, and I thought, I'm missing out on all that fun. So I thought I waded out towards that dock as far as I could go, and when I got out there, the water was right up to my nose. I looked, and I was only a few feet from the dock. So I said, I can make that. So I, just like jumping off a haystack or pole out in a stupid fence, I jumped out into that water and started paddling like a dog because I knew that dogs could swim, and so I started paddling like a dog. I sunk like a rock and panicked and started flailing in the water, and I was a goner. My life started flashing before my mind. I imagined my family driving back to Ontario without me, and it was kind of a peaceful experience. I never did take any water into my lungs, and I guess that's why it was peaceful up to that point, because my sister, for some reason or other, wandered over to that end of the dock because they were all playing on the other side where they were diving into the deeper water. She wandered over there and saw something flailing around down in the water, and she looked carefully and shouted, "Verl is drowning." And my cousin, who was a Sea Scout, 16 years old or so, came over there and jumped in and rescued me. Well, in the previous days, for some reason or other, I had heard about people drowning, and they were so panicked that when the person jumped in to rescue them, they drug them down, and they both drowned. Well, as soon as my cousin got a hold of me, I just relaxed and held my arms and legs out and let him have me, and he took me to shore, and that turned out to be a miraculous experience. I consider that one of the miracles of my life, because Norma came over there and saw me, and I figured then I must have something else to do in this life. Farming is dangerous. A lot of things that can happen to injure you, or I knew of people that got killed with farming accidents, and it wasn't very hard. One boy our age was working on the back of a tractor, and what's called a power takeoff, and he got to one end of the power takeoff, came loose and whipped around and hit him in the head and killed him. Another boy our age jumped off of a hay wagon, and just as a car went by on the highway, hit him and killed him. Another person that we knew got attacked by a Holstein bull, dairy bull actually, but they're big and sometimes they get very mean. And this bull attacked his owner and killed him. It was dangerous. Tractors tip over, fall under equipment. My cousin grabbed a hold when he was a little kid. He ran out and grabbed a hold of the hay derrick, which is what they used to pull hay up from the wagon that was brought in, and pull it up and put it on the stack and dump it on the stack. And this kid ran out and jumped up and grabbed a hold of that cable with his hands, and he hung onto it, pulled him up, and his right hand went through the pulley, and it tore off 3 of his fingers. One nearly completely, and then one half, and then one just a tip. So he spent the rest of his life making jokes about his fingerless hand. It was dangerous. I remember sometimes kids falling off and getting run over by equipment and things. It was a dangerous place. So every once in a while there was an accident that happened. I brought some of these onto myself, and because even though I was very imaginative and even a little paranoid, I think, because I had this great imagination, I used to do stupid things. Like, for example, I learned how to pole vault a fence with a shovel. Now, I tell you, that's a little bit dangerous. You don't want to pole vault fences with a shovel. And if you do, you darn well better make it over. And so I thought it through, went through the whole motions, tried it a few times out in the field, and then I'd make my run. And to my remembrance, I never fell into a fence. I did do some stupid stuff with fences one time. I won't tell you this, but you can imagine I went to the bathroom on a fence, an electric fence. That was very smart, and I'll never do that again. Don't you do it either. That really is a mistake. And one time I got a hold of an electric fence standing in the water when I was about 6 years old. And it was then they used what they call a direct current, and so I couldn't let go. I was in this water with my hands grabbed a hold of this electric fence, and my dad heard me screaming. He was out in the field above us. Instead of coming to me, which I think he thought the best thing to do was run to the house and turn off the electricity, which he did, and I was able to let go. But I think, look back on that, I think it's a wonder I lived through that experience. Anyway, those electric fences were awful and kind of dangerous. One time I went to a movie and saw the paratroopers practicing. They didn't have television in those days, and so the only news we had on the war that you could actually see was when we went to a movie, which we rarely did because it cost 11 cents to get into a movie, and so we didn't go very often. But in this movie, we saw and the newsreel was paratroopers practicing jumping, and they jumped off a 2-story platform. And I looked at that and I says, that's not seem too hard. I think I could do that. So the next time I was up on a haystack, I was 10 or 11 years old. That scene came back into my mind. And so I looked down at the ground and went through my mind how I was going to jump off that haystack and roll like those guys learned to do, the paratroopers. In those days, the parachutes weren't as good as they are now, and they had to really learn how to roll carefully. So I jumped off of there, and I tell you, the ground was so much closer. I got there much quicker than I'd expected, and I didn't even begin my roll. I hit stiff-legged on my left leg. It felt like a pile driver had hit me on top of the head, and I didn't realize it then, but that impact sent the bone in my knee and the cartilage down through each other and cut off the blood supply on the inside dissecant of my left knee. And by the time I was starting into high school, that began to die. I mean, it cut off the blood supply, so that area of the bone on that dissecant died. And when I got into sports in high school, it really had an impact on me. We'll talk about that later. But anyway, you don't jump off a haystack and land stiff-legged. That's my advice to any of you. And maybe even think about things a little more carefully before you do anything. One day my twin brother came walking out into the yard with a raspberry jam sandwich. And he was thinking he was pretty cool. So I snuck up behind him. He was bigger than me, by the way. And I grabbed that jam sandwich and took off running and stuffing it in my mouth as I ran. I went clear around the house. About the time I got around the house, he caught me. And just as he caught me, a chunk of that sandwich went down my windpipe and I was choking. I was choking to death. I could not breathe, nothing. And he saw I was choking, but he was also mad at me, so he hauled off and whacked me on the back. And that chunk of bread went pooh out, and I started breathing again. Anyway, that's my story. When we were 11 or 12 years old, we were out in the field one day, and we always carried matches in our pocket. I don't know why, but these red ants, which always sting you, if they sting you, it hurts bad, and we hated red ants. And there was a hill of red ants out in this cheatgrass field. It was in the corner of these farms which came together there, and it was a small little piece of cheatgrass that nobody used. And so we gathered up some cheatgrass and put it on this ant hill and set it on fire. And those ants, I guess they got down in the hill, didn't hurt them much. Well, a few of them it killed on the top, but problem what it is, the wind came up and that fire got away from us and out into the cheatgrass. Well, that was okay, except that the adjoining field was a field of, it was in July, and so there was a field of wheat, and it was absolutely ripe, ready to harvest, and that breeze was blowing that fire right towards that field. And why nobody saw the smoke, why no adults didn't come running out there to spare us, I don't know, but they didn't. And my twin brother ran to the house fast he could and grabbed some sacks, gunny sacks, and brought them out there, and we soaked them in the ditch and got up there as that fire met the fence, just as it met the fence, getting ready to go into that, because it didn't all get there at once. It came up there sort of gradually. We beat that fire out with those wet sacks before it could burn that field. And were we there were three of us. We were three tired and embarrassed, smoky kids after that experience. When we were in the first grade, my dad asked us to go out in the field and burn some weeds. It was a little damp, and so he said, if you can't get them to burn, just go get some fuel oil, and you can pour that on there a little bit, and that'll get the fire started. Well, I was some reason I went to the house, probably just to get a drink or something, and my twin brother and sister went to get some fuel oil, and they didn't know which barrel, so they got a little fuel oil and a little gasoline. Went back out there, and one fire was already simmering, or they were trying to get it started, so my twin brother threw that out of a little can onto that fire, and the fire followed the gasoline right back to him, and he dropped the can, and it splashed on his legs, and he caught on fire. All of his whole legs, he was burning. And he took off running. My sister was, she would have been 10 years old, took off after him, because the day before she'd heard on the radio something about putting out fires, and so she took off after him and tackled him. And while she was running, she took off her coat and she wrapped that around his legs and put out the fire. Saved his life, actually, and saved his legs, because if he'd have kept running, he would have burned to beyond his ability to recover. He had to learn. He was crippled for quite a while. He had to peel a lot of the skin off his legs. He was badly burned. And so while he was recovering, I had to wheel him around in a little red wagon that I had won in a contest. I'll tell you about that later. But I wheeled him around in a little red wagon until he got to where he could learn to walk again. He had to learn all over again. When I was also about 10 years old, I was up in this tree about 10 feet from the ground, and I was like a koala bear holding on to the tree with my legs and feet, and somehow I lost my grip and fell 10 feet right onto my back. Wow. And luckily I felt flat. If I'd lit on my head or leg or arm or something, it would have broken me, but I lit right flat on my back. And it knocked the wind out of me so bad that it took me a while to catch my breath, but I was okay. When I was about 10 or 11 years old, which was kind of a bad time for me, I was swinging on the poles that supported the porch at our church. I think we met in the Oddfellows Lodge down in Ontario High School, or down in Ontario City. And a kid a year older than me came sneaking around behind the porch and grabbed both of my feet, and yanked them out from underneath me at the same time. And I fell into those posts with my teeth and knocked my tooth off halfway of that side, and the whole side of this one, which overlapped the first one, by the way, broke those two teeth off, and there I was. Well, eventually that tooth grew back, and they kind of smoothed out. By the time I decided to go on a mission, went to the dentist, and they put a cap on those teeth, and of course now my son's a dentist, and he got new teeth all the way around, which has made a big difference. Anyway, don't bang your teeth into the post. One of the best things we ever got in our childhood were a pair of pug-nose shoes. You laced them all up your ankles, and they laced all the way down to the toes. We were so proud of those shoes. They were cool. They were actually boots, and we thought they were great. But we had those on one day, and we were out in the plowed ground playing football. My twin brother was always bigger and faster and better athlete than me, darn it. And so he got the football and was running through the plowed field, and I ran over there to tackle him, and I made a diving tackle, which you're not supposed to do, by the way. You football players don't dive. You stay on your feet. But I took a diving tackle, and as I did so, his pug-nose boot came up and kicked me in the jaw. And it split the whole third of one of my molars right down into the roots. Well, we didn't go to the dentist in those days. I just chewed on the other side for a year or so, as I remember, and that grew back and is still there. My son now, as the dentist, is going to have to fix it now because it's finally wearing out, but I'm 80, almost 80, and that tooth survived on its own after that experience. I think I mentioned when we were working on the ranch up in Burns that we had just returned from our missions, that we drove from Bend to Burns one day after going over there and speaking one Sunday. And we were driving along maybe 80 miles an hour in this little old Chrysler. I think it was a 46 Chrysler. And Earl was sleeping in the back, and I went to sleep. I think I told you this, and ended up going off the road and looking down and being prompted to go on the other side and pull back up. Well, that was an inspiration that was given to me to keep my life going, simply because otherwise I would probably overcorrected and killed us both. But as I mentioned that. Well, there was another time not too long ago that I was driving home, and I had taken some of my restless leg medicine, which makes you a little bit sleepy at first. And so I was driving along there, and I started getting sleepy, and I shook my head, and I could see I was just about home, so I slapped myself a little bit and shook my head and said, well, I can go that another half mile to get home. And next thing I knew, I was heading head-on into a car going 40 miles an hour, and they were, or 45 maybe, and they were going the same speed heading straight at me. I went right to sleep. And something woke me up. I'm sure that I wasn't meant to go then, because and nor the people in that other car, because something woke me up, and I looked, and there I just turned back onto my own side of the road and made it home safe. But that was a kind of a miraculous event, I felt, and was one of those times when my life was spared, even though nothing really happened other than I was awakened. When I was about 10 years old, my tonsils would swell, and I'd get tonsillitis about every time there was an infection going around. And so my mother decided she would have my tonsils taken out. We went to the doctor in the hospital, and in those days the anesthesia was ether. If you've never smelled ether or breathed it so that you pass out, that's an experience in and of itself. Oh, it was terrible, that ether. And I remember I thought I was dying, and I guess I almost did. I felt like I was. So anyway, I woke up and gradually came to, and the doctor came in and said to my mother, who was there with me, "Did he spit out his gauzes, his sponges?" She says, "Just one." And those are the gauzes that they put down, the sponges they put down into the tonsil cavity to absorb the blood. And so the doctor said, "Well, I guess he must have swallowed it." And he said, "That won't hurt him. Let's just go ahead and go on home." So I went home, and I was put me in the room to recover, and I got worse and worse, and began to smell. And the smell was awful. Got to where I couldn't eat or drink anything. I lost 10 pounds in about 3 days, and they had to put some Airwick, that was an air freshener back then, in the room to keep me before they could even come into the room. One day I had to go to the bathroom, and one morning, and I got up and started outside, and I was walking through the kitchen. I went like that and coughed up something green into my hand. And my sister saw it. She's a 3-year-old sister at the time. She was about 13. She ran out into the yard yelling to my mother, "Verl has coughed up his gizzard," because a gizzard from a chicken looks green like that. "Verl has coughed up his gizzard." Anyway, it wasn't my gizzard. It was one of those sponges. And that afternoon, I was so much better, so much better. They sent me down and walked a mile, 10 years old, walked a mile down to the highway and got the old Chevy truck and drove it up to the farm. When I was in my, I can't remember the year, I was 60 years old. So that would have been 19 years ago. So it would have been 1996. So we were starting up a business down in Provo, and I'll tell you more about the business later, but their overhead door in this commercial building got stuck, and I looked up and saw that the roller was out of the top of that overhead door, and so the forklift was being used someplace, and I didn't have access to it, so I said, well, I'd go up there and get that roller back in. So I climbed up this overhead door. It had channels at each level, and so I could climb up it pretty easy, and I got up there and started tugging on that roller to try to get it back in the channel so it wouldn't, so we could open the door. Well, all of a sudden that roller came back past the channel and passed and knocked me off of the door. And I went flying down. I was on the way down. I said, "Oh no!" And I hit on my right hip, and I looked down, and my right leg was laying across my lap. It absolutely shattered my femur. I thought it had broken my back too, but it didn't. The ambulance came and got me, took me in, and they had to do surgery. I was bleeding very severely on the inside, they found. But that was a serious injury, and they had to put a steel plate in my right leg and a pin into my hip. That was not a good deal, because that pin is still there, that steel plate in my leg is still there, and it bugs me to this day. And I, in fact, have got a case of restless leg syndrome that stems from that. In fact, I'm starting to feel it right now down on my right hip. Anyway, it's the scar, the steel plate, everything bugs me. So don't climb doors and fall off backwards. That's my advice. When I was a little older, 2001, my son was the quarterback, Brandon, for BYU. It was the most stressful experience I have ever had. Every play, there's a lot depending on the quarterback and his coordination and his moves and his ability. And so I was under tremendous stress every game. 5 of those games, as I recall, they came from behind in the last several minutes of the game, some of them in the last 1 minute. He's famous for some of those last-minute comebacks, but it affected me, I'm telling you, because towards the end of that year, I had 2 problems that come from stress. One of them was a heart attack, and I ended up heading for Salt Lake one morning, and I started having this heart attack. We stopped and said a prayer. Where should we go? And we were close to the American Fork Hospital, so we turned off the freeway and started there. And something said, they can't deal with this. So we turned right on State Street and went up the hill. And by that time, I was really getting sick. And I said, we got to go to this hospital. So we went to the Timpanogos Hospital and pulled in the emergency. And they kept saying, do you smoke? I said, no, but I'm passing out. Do you have diabetes? No, but I'm passing out. Do you drink? No, I'm passing out. And I was so sick I was throwing up. And but it turned out that the doctor that I was scheduled to go see about my heart was there at that hospital doing his rounds that morning. And within a few minutes, 20 minutes, they had me in and put 2 stents in that main artery going down the front of my heart. And the doctor, when I woke up, he said, I just gave you another 20 years. So let's see, 2003, 2013, I got till 2023, don't I? So anyway, I've been very careful about taking my medication and eating carefully and trying to get a little exercise ever since then, and my heart's doing good. I wrote some funny poems about our injuries. One was when my sister had a knee operation, so did I, and so I said, I had a picture of a guy with his knee all bandaged up, and it's called a state of mind. State of mind. Traditional thought would say, of course, that being sick or hurt is certainly a cause for remorse, but hang on to your shirt. There's another way of looking at the troubles of that kind, and what I'll show you here is that it is a state of mind. When you are well, as days go by, you get a little worse, right up until the day you die, and are hauled off in a hearse. But when you're hurt or sick, you see, you can look forward to each day in hopes that there will be a happier, healthier you. Rehabilitation, alliteration. With the older generation, as our joints face expiration, we're filled with anticipation about our pending operation, but contrary to expectation, actual hospitalization with the help of medication is a minor aggravation compared to the force flexation working for normalization. But in spite of the duration of this trying application, there's a deep appreciation, maybe even admiration, of those whose occupation and professional preparation place them in this situation for such kind participation in our rehabilitation. When I was 40 years old, I still thought I was pretty cool athlete, and one of my neighborhood kids went running out for a pass, and I hucked him his football as far and as long as I could, and be darned if it didn't tear the rotator cuff in my shoulder. And so it healed up after a couple of years almost, but always bothered me. I was climbing up the stairs in the Timpanogos Temple one day as an older man, and I slipped and I caught myself on the railway and tore that rotator cuff again, and I've injured it several times. So finally I had to have surgery on my rotator cuff, and that was fun. And it took me a year to get over that, but I'm going to show you that it's all well now. I can raise my arm clear up. That's my rotator cuff surgery. So, but don't throw a football as hard as you can when you're 40 without warming up. That's my advice. When you jump off a haystack when you're 10 years old and damage your left knee, it really affects you through your life. I don't know that I ever took a first 2 or 3 steps when my knee didn't hurt, just like sort of arthritic. And by the time I got 8 or 10 steps or so forth, even when I was in high school, I'd be to the door before my knee stopped hurting. I'll talk to you more about my knee during high school sports later. But finally, after many years, I was assigned in the temple to be the endowment coordinator. And so in the Timpanogos Temple, there are 4 endowment rooms, and all day long on Friday mornings, in the Friday morning shift, my assistant and I would walk back and forth from one of those endowment rooms to another all day. And eventually that knee started bowing in. It bowed in. It turned out to be about 15%. I just couldn't keep going on it. So I had to go in. This is the knee that was damaged jumping off the haystack. So there, don't jump off haystacks. I told you that before. Don't jump off haystacks. And I had a new knee put in. So I have a titanium knee here, a new rotator cuff on my right shoulder, a steel plate over here on my right leg, and pin into my hip. And that's okay, but during that same year that I was suffering the stress from the Brandon playing quarterback, I got a case of shingles. That comes from stress also. And but I didn't know anything about it and didn't go to the doctor. We went to Wyoming to watch a football game. I was laying in the back on pain meds, just suffering. Couldn't stand it. And I didn't go to the doctor, and so the damaged nerves in that area around my right shoulder blade got what now is called post-herpetic neuralgia. That's severely damaged nerve endings from the shingles, and so I feel like I have a bad sunburn on my right shoulder all the time, right shoulder blade. So between that and my hip, or my leg, and my right leg, and my left knee, and my rotator cuff, my body is rebelling, and I get tired in the afternoon. I have a case of what they call restless leg syndrome, and I have to take medicine to be able to keep from coming out of my skin. It's a miracle, by the way, that I'm sitting here right now not having that. So that's enough about my stress. Last year, and in the years upcoming to that, I've had quite a bout with skin cancer because, just the kind you get from the sun, because I was out in the sun all the time. And so I'm always going in and having them burned off my scalp, and being bald-headed doesn't help. But, and nose and so forth. But last year they discovered a basal cell cancer on my eyelid right here, my right eyelid. And so they said, well, we've got to take that out. Probably only take a third of your eyelid, and we can sew it shut. But if it's more than that, then I'll have to graft some skin. So I went in there, and they put me out and cut that out and said, we'll go in and take bits of it out and deeper until we know that we've got all the cancer. So when they finished that, I came to, and they took me over then right straight from there to the other surgery. And I went out again. Second time in one day. That's something. I went under, and the doctor came in and cut out that area or began to prepare that area, because they had cut out 2/3 of my eyelid, lower eyelid. So this doctor is named Dr. Cook, famous plastic surgeon on eyes. That's his specialty. Took skin from this eyelid and sewed it in there, and then took. And then they sewed my eye shut. I had my eye shut for a whole month. Have you had your eye sewn shut for a month? Well, stay out of the dang sun, because if you don't, you'll get cancer. And it's no fun to have your eyes, cancer in your eyelids and your eyes sewn shut, so forth. Well, I had to go back later, and they took from skin from underneath this eyelid to make the ledge that goes on your eyelid there. And it turned out that little piece of skin had cancer in it, so I had to go back a third time, and have that cut out. And if you looked real close, you could see that there's still a little red right there. But anyway, stay out of the sun. That's the moral of this. That's the reason for this story. Even though I had a bad knee in high school, I loved to play sports. One time I remember I was in grade school and got a triple play. The guy threw knocked a line drive. I reached down, touched the guy that was leading off second, and ran to first. I touched the guy that was running from first to second, and then ran to first and got the guy coming to first. Well, he was out. Anyway, I got a triple play. And the janitor came to me and said, "I think you could be a professional baseball player." Well, that was the last time I got a compliment like that, because as I got older, my knees started caving in. And even though my twin brother became All-State and became a scholarship to play basketball at BYU, I never did really excel at sports that much. I did play high school. I remember when we were in the 8th grade, I was on a volleyball team of a group of a number of really good athletes in our little class up there, and we actually won the intramurals, which included all of the high school in that little high school, intramurals in volleyball and softball. And I was a softball pitcher, and I pitched like a slow pitch, real loopy pitch, and those seniors in high school would try to kill that thing, and they'd pop it up or knock grounders. Anyway, we won the intramurals of that. By the time I got into high school, my knee was starting to bother me. My twin brother, by the time we were sophomores, ended up on varsity in the varsity team. He was really good, and also he was a head taller than me by that time, and in our growth spurt. But I played sophomore basketball, and I remember a game I have to share with you. As a sophomore, we played against Meridian, Idaho, and there was this kid that guarded me. I was a point guard. Came down, and he would try to steal the ball away from me. And he would jump at the ball, and it just was funny because all I'd have to do is cross over the ball, cross over the dribble, and drive to the bucket, and none of the Meridian players would collapse in. I just drive in there and make a basket. It was the most I ever scored in any game because he let me. I couldn't shoot very well from the outside, but I could make a layup. And so in the third quarter, into the third quarter, I've never seen this before or since, that kid walked off the field and quit, sat down and says, "I'm through." He wouldn't play anymore. That's funny. When we were juniors and seniors, we had a really good teams. And by the time we were seniors, we were ranked number 1 in the state of Oregon in our level. It was A2, I think. And so we were picked to win the state championship. The doctor called me the day, a couple days before we were to go to the state championship tournament over in Salem, Oregon, clear across the state from Ontario, and said, "Why don't you come down and get a hydrocortisone shot, and that'll help you through the state tournament." So I went down there in the morning for practice, and he gave me that shot. By the practice time, my knee was as big as a watermelon, well, as big as my head. It was swollen up, just puffy, and the coach called the doctor. He says, "Get him down here. We've done something." I went down there, and they drained a glass full of pus out of my knee. It was infected pus. And the doctors then said, "Well, he's allergic to hydrocortisone." Doctors now say, "You can't be allergic to hydrocortisone. It's a part of your system." And I've had hydrocortisone shots since then. Not allergic to hydrocortisone. They got a bacteria bug of some kind in my knee. And I went to the state tournament on crutches, sat there and watched that state tournament on crutches. And my job was to guard their best player. And it happened my twin brother and cousin and others got into the finals. But there was a kid on the team that we played against. Marshall, I think, was the team from Marshall High School in Oregon. Played in the state championship, was their big scorer, and my job would have been to guard him. And that was about all I could do and had to do because my twin brother was the scorer, my cousins and others. Anyway, we lost that state championship game, and I was so frustrated. I've never been so disappointed, frustrated in my life until my son started playing football at BYU. So frustrated and disappointed that I couldn't play in that game. Went there on crutches. They kept checking me, and the doctors wouldn't let me play. So that was sad. When I was in the 8th grade, we went down to the Japanese Community Center to watch the Japanese play baseball. They had really good baseball teams, and they would challenge semi-pro teams around, and we were watching them. And there was a boy there named Don, 2 years older than me, that turned out that I heard that he was a bully, and I told this young sidekick of his, I didn't think he looked so tough. Well, that was a big mistake, because the next day he was in my face at that baseball game saying, so you don't think I'm tough, huh? So you don't think I'm tough. He was shoving me up against the wall and shoving me up against the wall, and I was about to cry because I didn't want to fight. And Earl said, leave him alone, and grabbed him, and he turned around and grabbed Earl and took him down and wrapped his legs around his neck and was giving him a chokehold on his neck. Well, that's all it took for me, so I was ready to fight. I reached down and grabbed him, yanked him up, and said, okay, I'm ready to fight. So we fought. He didn't know that when we went to family outings, Thanksgiving and other family outings, that our uncles and dads got their entertainment, no television or anything, and so they got their entertainment by bringing out the boxing gloves and making us guys box each other. And I was littler than my brother and my cousins and some of them, and so I had to develop some boxing skills to survive, and also we were strong because we worked on the farm. That kid didn't know what he ran into. About 15, 20 minutes later, he was bleeding out of both nose holes, and his eyes were swollen shut and bleeding, cuts on his eyes and forehead, his eyebrows. His mouth was cut and bleeding. I had blood covered me one side to the other, and one little ding up here on my forehead. We were fighting a fist fight, so there was a little ding up here that I felt. And he was bleeding from head to toe, or all his face. Finally, my brother said, that's enough, and pulled him away because he was charging after me every time, and every time he charged after me, he'd meet a fist right in the nose, and his noses, both noses would spurt blood. It was awful. So anyway, that was a Saturday, and then Monday on the bus, he got on the bus, his head down, his face was completely swollen, and nobody ever heard from him again until that winter. We were watching, my twin brother and I were watching basketball at the gym, and on the gym, at the basketball gym, was a stage, and that's where they practiced boxing. Well, this same kid decided he was going to go learn to box, and so he went out for the boxing team. He was in high school, and by the way, he was undefeated in high school boxing. So he got serious about it, and of course he fought guys his own age and his own size. He was my size, but since he was Japanese, he was a little smaller than his own age, at least for me, because he was about my size. We were sitting there kicking our feet, and all of a sudden the curtain opened up, and the coach, Atterbury, tapped me on the shoulder and said, Doman, come here. Oh, what? And I went in there, and there this Don was with boxing gloves on and a headgear on, and he says, Don needs a sparring partner. And Don was looking there like he was going to get me back. And he had been practicing and training, and so it was quite a battle. He caught me one time and kind of dazed me, and the coach stopped it for a second. And so then I was a little more careful, and I caught him with a nice punch one time and dazed him. The coach stopped it for a second, and then we kept boxing, and all of a sudden he came towards me, and I punched him right straight on the nose with the right. Both noses. Just like when we were out at the baseball field, and the coach stopped it, and that was the end of that. Never heard of that kid or thought of him again. But anyway, don't say to a kid that's a bully that he's not very tough. You don't want to ever say that. Don't tell them that they're not very tough, because you're going to end up having to prove it. If you're going to end up improving it, you better be practicing your fighting skills. That's my word there. We had when we were seniors, a very wonderful football team, undefeated. And we went into the last game of the season against a team called Vale. It was 12 miles away. And these guys were undefeated and had a very famous program, too. I mean, they were well known. But so we were playing them really for the state championship, because those were the two toughest teams in that high school classification, playing each other for the conference championship. And I remember two things about that game. The score ended up 9-8 in their favor. But I was playing receiver and a defensive back when they had my leg taped up from my thigh to my ankle almost then, because they didn't know what to do with my leg. the thing they should have done is have me lift weights with it and strengthen it. And but instead they taped it up and it got weaker and weaker. So I was one-legged receiver. Can you imagine? And defender. So one time I ran out for a pass and it was a wobbler duck and went up high in the air. And I jumped up. It happened to be longer arms than everybody there. And I caught that pass and everybody else fell down. And that, much to my surprise, I was alone standing, and I turned around and ran towards the goal. I think it was probably on about the 50-yard line, or 40, their 40, and ran towards the goal line. And my twin brother came running down from someplace and blocked the first guy that got to me, but half their team caught me. By the time I was about to the 10-yard line, I got tackled on the 5-yard line. That is a memory that you don't want to have. I blame it on the medical team for taping my knee up like that, but I was so slow, and they caught me. Well, we were that close to the goal, and the championship was on the line. If we had to score, we'd have won the game. But my cousin, who became an all-state and all-conference player and a college football player at Oregon State, Jerry, fumbled on the next play, and they got the ball in the 2-yard line. And the next play, we caught them behind the goal and got a safety. So since our kicker had missed an extra point, we had 8 points. So they only had 6 points because their kicker missed the extra point. But the dumb guy somehow got a 20-yard field goal and got 3 points, and they beat us 8-9. Well, we still had a chance to beat them, and they were on the play where they got their 8th point. I was playing left defensive end because it was a goal line stand. That was after he had fumbled the ball. And it was 4th down, and they were coming around. This big kid named Gene Bates, about 6'4", played college football. Big, tough farm kid. He came running around there, and it was him and me. And I went in there to tackle him, and I went in there to his waist, beautiful form tackle, and he stiff-armed me, pushed me right to the ground, scored. And anyway, they won 8-9, and you're the first ones I've ever admitted losing that game 2 ways. So that's my memory of high school football. We were playing basketball against Weiser, and we were undefeated, and everybody hated us, because we beat everybody and had beat them for years, and we were seniors, and so everywhere we went, people tried their best. But I'll never forget that a guy that was guarding me on the other team one time when I was making a little move spit at me right in the face. I've never seen that or heard of it before, but that was a pretty good defensive move. I mean, I've thought about that a lot since then. He spit at me. Well, we still won the game, but there was an occasion when I went down the floor, and I think I invented the trap, because if anybody dribbled towards the sideline and I could see that they were going to be stopped and then pivot back towards me, if I was there and waiting for them to turn around with the ball, half the time I could steal it. My twin brother got so that he see me doing that, he'd take off down the floor, and we scored a lot of points by me trapping and stealing the ball when they pivoted around us. High school players, didn't know. So they'd pivot around, I'd steal it away from him and throw it down to my brother, who scored all the points, by the way. And so, and this one time I trapped this kid, and he turned around, only his elbows were high, and he caught me on the chin. And the next thing I knew, I was looking up in the face of the coach, and I thought, well, that must have just dazed me, because I wasn't out very long, just for an instant. I've thought about that since then, and I was out long enough for the coach to come out from the sidelines and be bending over me, so I got knocked out. And just sort of dislocated my jaw in here. Not sort of. I couldn't shut my mouth the rest of the game. I had the chance to get him back, because one time he went after a loose ball, and I went after the same loose ball, but made sure my shoulder went into his ribs. And so he was out of the game too, so I got him back. I told you I used to pole vault fences, and then I learned how to pole vault ditches. One time I pole vaulted across a ditch, and there was a weed there that was known to be poisonous to cows. And so I told you I was very imaginative and had this fears always of these things that I could imagine, coyotes and goblins and poison plants. And so anyway, when I hit the other side of the canal that I had pole vaulted across, there was one of those stupid weeds. And in the same smooth, athletic motion, I picked up my shovel and chopped the roots of that plant. Well, as I was trying to gain my balance and get up the bank, the vapor from that root came up and filled my lungs, and I thought I was a goner. I struggled up onto the bank of the ditch, and there my dad was over several hundred yards working in the field, and I yelled to him, "Dad, I'm dying! Dad, I'm dying!" And I laid down to die because I thought sure that poison was killing me. I laid there for a little while, and he never paid any attention, and I didn't die, so I got up and went on about my day. My pole vaulting fences and ditches grew into an interest in and also lifting bales. I mean, you get strong in the shoulders and arms, and so I was a natural for pole vaulting, except for one stupid thing. What was that? My bad knee. But I learned how to hobble down there and get up over maybe 10, 11, 12, 13 feet at my very highest with a bamboo pole, and that was pretty good. I always got second when I was a junior. I always got second in the track meets. There was one kid that was a senior that always got 13 feet, and I was 11, 12, 13 feet, 11, 12 feet the most, and so I never did win. And by the time I was a senior, my knee had, that infection in my knee and so forth. I couldn't pole vault. But one day I was over in Emmett, Idaho, pole vaulting in a meet, and my pole went right through the back of the little pit that you jam the pole into to begin your ascent. And so the pole went up about 45 degrees, dang, like that, and I just, instead of falling or flying, I just went over and straddled a pole and somehow and slid down the pole. And imagine what happened to me then. I could barely crawl out of the way. And that wasn't so bad, except a lot of the girls were sitting over there watching me pole vault that day, and it was embarrassing. My oldest son, Kevin, was a good basketball player and football player, and he played baseball and ran track in high school, so he was an all-around athlete. And he got a scholarship to go play basketball and football at Dixie down in St. George, and so he did. He played both basketball and football, and they gave him a full-ride scholarship for that. He actually made all-conference in football, and so BYU invited him to come to BYU after his mission. He went on a mission, came back, and played football under Lavelle Edwards, and that was back in the early 80s. In fact, he redshirted the year that they won the national championship. So he didn't play that year, but he was on the team, and he redshirted and got a ring, of course. But so he kind of started the family towards football. They all played basketball, but they liked the cheering of the 60,000 fans and the experience there in the BYU Stadium. So as the others came along, they leaned towards football if they could to play. All three of the other three became high school All-Americans, which is pretty darn good. Cliff was not only an All-American in high school, but he was All-State twice, two years in a row, and his senior year was the Gatorade Player of the Year. And so BYU gave him a scholarship as a receiver, and he went down. He only weighed about 165 pounds, and so he didn't become a famous player, but he played almost every game. He did play in every game, and most of the time he was in there as a decoy or blocking because they wanted to throw the ball to Margin Hooks and some of the other players that they were trying to help get into the pros. But Cliff was a phenomenal athlete. Cliff, by the way, was also part of a state record on a 4x100 track meet, and they set the record in the 100-meter. He long jumped and came in, I think, second in the state on the long jump, so he was a pretty good athlete. The next one that came along was Bryce. And Bryce could have played basketball in college. He could have gone out for track. He won the Beehive Invitational in track, high jump or long jump, nearly 23 feet. I think 22:11 was his best long jump at the Beehive Invitational, and won that. And he could have played baseball, but he played basketball and football, and so when he went down to BYU, they offered him a scholarship, and when he went down there, this first game he played in, the first game of the season, was in Wyoming, and he caught a pass where he came down with both feet just barely inside the inbounds. They didn't have replay back then, and they called him out of bounds, but the replay later, the coaches saw that he made a 30-yard catch there. So the other receivers had a hard time that game against Wyoming, and so they told Bryce he was going to start the first home game against Texas, which was ranked number 17th in the nation. So there he was, just barely turned 18. He had been 17 till July of that year. Walked out on the field in his very first offensive play, and the play was a fake reverse pass to Bellini, who was going to be going down the sidelines, and Bryce's job was to run out there and draw the safety over on him. So Bryce went out there, made a move on the cornerback, and he slipped and fell down, and he started running down the middle of the field, and the safety ran over on Bellini. He had been scouting Bellini, obviously, so he ran over, and Bryce was wide open on the 50-yard line, and this was the first offensive play of the game, so it was from the 20-yard line, and quarterback tossed him the pass, and he scored a touchdown on the very first play. It happened to be a preseason game, and it was all over the news, all over the nation, and unfortunately he never had that opportunity again, even though he was a starter all of his years and was pre-conference all-conference until he tore out his shoulder, broke his collarbone twice in his career, and had shoulder separations at least 15 times during every game, but he was a phenomenal football player at BYU. Some of you may remember him, or you could look up some of his highlights. The fourth guy to come along, well, I got Bryce and Cliff mixed up. Bryce came before Cliff. Cliff was after Bryce. Bryce was also a high school All-American in football, and then it's Brandon. So Brandon was a high school All-American and won the state championship as a quarterback at Skyline High School. Started as a sophomore and became the quarterback winning the state championship. All of these boys, except Bryce, won the state championship. Bryce got knocked out at the end of the third quarter in the state championship game, and I think anyone who saw that game would tell him that because of that, they lost in the last 30 seconds of the game to Orem. But all the rest of them were state champions, so that was pretty good. If you can imagine me, high stress, I never sat down in any of those games. I was running down from along the University of Utah Stadium. You'd have to run downstairs and then back up to move along the sidelines, and I was doing that the whole game. I tell somebody I was at high school playoff games at the University of Utah with my four sons 23 times, and have been up there several times now with my grandsons. So I'm familiar with that place a little. Brandon got a scholarship to play quarterback at BYU, and had been recruited by Air Force and Army, both, and some others. And Cliff, by the way, was recruited in both of those as a quarterback at Army and Air Force, but chose to be a receiver at BYU because at Air Force and Army you had to commit to not marry while you're in school, and they would let you go on a mission. So that meant that they would go to 4 years of school, 2 years of mission, before they could even think about getting married. And that wasn't the style or the pattern back in those days, and that was a concern. So they went to BYU, and it turned out great. Brandon was known as a wishbone or an offense, option quarterback, and so he never got to play. He sat on the bench all of his freshman, sophomore, and most of his junior year. They let him play a little receiver, and he got in a time or two, but he never got to play. Finally, his junior year, Coach Lavelle Edwards' last game, he got the other two quarterbacks ahead of him got injured, so they had to use him. And he came in his first start of his life was next to the last game of the season, and Lavelle Edwards was on the way to have his first losing season of his career. They were playing New Mexico, and there was a day that they named the stadium after Lavelle Edwards, and President Gordon B. Hinckley was there, and Brandon was over there nervous as all get out because it was his first start, and President Hinckley said, "All right, you guys, today is the day they named the stadium after Coach Lavelle Edwards, and so don't you muff it." And so Brandon went out there, first game against New Mexico. The defensive coordinator was Bronco Mendenhall. They had the fifth top defense in the nation, and everybody thought this was going to be embarrassing. But it wasn't. Brandon threw for 350 yards, ran for 150 yards, and they beat the heck out of New Mexico. Came home absolutely on cloud nine. And as I walked in the door, we were really, after all those years of waiting, we were really happy and excited. And the phone rang. I answered the phone, and it was my younger brother, and he said, my son Brad just got killed about 3 hours ago up in Wyoming in a snowmobile accident. And can you imagine the contrast of feelings on that most exciting day of our athletic time up to that point? Anyway, it was so sad and so difficult. One cousin, his cousin, one of our other nephews, had run into him during a kind of a jump over a jump, and they hit each other in the air, and it killed Brad instantly and ruined ruined that year. It was so sad. Except for the next week, Brandon had to play again, and it was against the University of Utah. And you may know this, that the game went back and forth, and in the very last minute of the game, it was fourth down, 13 yards to go on the Utah 17-yard line. The Utah crowds were cheering, the players were jumping up and down, the coach tossing his hat in the air, and the game was virtually over. Fourth down, way down there, last play. Brandon said he went over into the huddle and said, "Okay, you guys, this is what it's all about. Everybody do your job and let's win this game." So he dropped back, faded off to the left, and threw a 39-yard pass, comeback pass, kind of a hook pass to the receiver. I can't think of his name right now. But he caught it, and then the next play he threw another 39-yard pass right on the sidelines, and he came down just with his toes in bounds, and they were on about the 5 or 6 yard line. 2 plays later, Brandon ran an option to the right and saw an opening and darted through and carried 2 or 3 guys into the end zone. They won the game, the last 30 seconds of the game. And that is in the highlights of Lavelle Edwards' career, saying that was one of the most exciting games of his career, which it was. And of course, then that was the year the next year is when I started having stress problems. During the time that Brandon was on the bench, we had a meeting with the coaches, and they were encouraging him to play defense. Said he would be a phenomenal defensive player. And he said, "No, I just married a girl at Utah, and the coach, McBride, has invited me to come up there if I want to play quarterback. If you guys don't want me, I'll go up there. She's attending there, and it would make it more simpler in our life." And they said, "No, you can stay playing quarterback here and just do your best." The coaches, all were saying, and there were 3 coaches there, and they were emphasizing you could never play quarterback in the NFL. Your arm's just not good enough. And so You shouldn't do this for that. You might be able to have a good chance playing defensive back because you're a good size and a good athlete. He wanted to play quarterback, so he stayed, and that's the rest of the story. So at the end of his senior year, I think they have one of the top 3 longest winning streaks as a first year starting quarterback. Anyway, that he won, 17 straight games? No, 12 straight games, until he and Luke Staley, Reno Mahe, all got injured, and they went over to Hawaii and got beat. Brandon's was broken ribs, Staley broken leg, Mahe torn out knee. So they got beat by Hawaii, and then they later got beat in the Freedom Bowl by Louisville's. But Brandon got drafted against those coaches' thoughts in the 5th round, drafted by San Francisco, and played there, got a $300,000 signing bonus. I mean, that was unheard of. That nobody would ever think that. And here he got that opportunity and went down there and played for 3 years in the NFL. He bounced around a little bit, went to Buffalo and to Washington, and then back to San Francisco. But this time it looked like they were going to develop him. And he got a call from Bronco, who came down and wanted to talk to him about being the quarterback coach at BYU, because Bronco had now been hired. And so they prayed and prayed, and he didn't like this being away from his family as much. And he loved BYU, and so he just made the decision to come back and be the quarterback coach at BYU, which he did for 7 years. And then he became the offensive coordinator. And after 3 years, they had a losing season, and he got the short end of that, and now he's in business with us. So that's the end of my Doman Brothers football. Well, when we were at BYU, just off the farm, I didn't know what in the world I was going to be. I knew that I didn't want to be a farmer. I didn't want to freeze and eat dust for very little small income for my life. I knew that. I was going to do the best I could to get an education, but I didn't know what. We majored in agronomy that first year because they wanted us to declare a major, but what I really decided to do was major in missionary prep, because in those days you had to be 20 years old to go on a mission. And so I had, by the middle of my sophomore year, before I was able to go on a mission. So I did. I majored in missionary work. I took every class in the New Testament, the Old Testament, apostasy, Book of Mormon, every class I could find. But one class was a 5-hour class. That meant you went every day and you had to study at least 2 hours besides the class. That was the program. It was taught by a guy named Richard Anderson, and he was famous for having developed a famous Anderson plan of about 21 lessons that they were using up in the Northwest, and became a popular missionary plan up until the simpler plan came into existence just before my mission, which was started, by the way, in the mission I was going to, the Great Lakes Mission. We'll talk more about that later. But I took this class, and the Brother Anderson said, the only way you're going to get an A in this class, and everyone in the class can get an A, if you will memorize every lesson word for word and every scripture word for word. And there were about 110, 120 scriptures that we had to memorize, and each lesson, they included one on apostasy, one on the restoration, one on the ancient church, one on the nature of God, one on faith, repentance, baptism, the gift of the Holy. All of those were separate lessons at that time, and it was interesting. So I decided, well, if I'm going to major in this and go on a mission, I better get an A. So I really, really studied hard, and I got an A in Richard Anderson's missionary prep class. So when I went on my mission, and I'll tell you more about that later, I thought I was really cool, but I had to learn how to be a missionary independent of all that later. We'll talk about that later. On my way down to BYU from the farm up in Burns, we stopped in Ontario to say our goodbyes to our friends, and Nephi Grigg, who was the founder of Ore-Ida Frozen Foods, and whose daughter Delma I had been dating and was a close friend, asked me if I would stick around and help drive his car down to Provo. Instead of going Monday morning, I would stay and go down Thursday. And that he would get me a job over at the Ore-Ida plant, of which he was the chairman, the CEO of that company. And so I agreed, and the first day I was there, my job was rolling racks of corn into the freezer, and one of the racks kind of slipped out, and the foreman came by, pulled it out and shoved it in and snapped my finger around one of the angle iron of the racks, and just the whole roots of the fingernail and everything came out, bone. It was a bad break. And so I went to the hospital and got that fixed, and I was in so much pain that I couldn't drive. In fact, I took some pain meds and found out I was allergic to it. Codeine. I'm highly allergic to codeine. Don't give me codeine. Because I took some of the codeine that he had been taking for his shoulder, which is the reason he wanted me to help him drive. And he had that same rotator cuff surgery that I'd had. And he was in pain over that. And so they gave me some codeine, and I became so sick. It burned my stomach. Felt like I'd been tromped on by a horse. I was so sick I couldn't stand myself. And then when I was beyond the sickness, I was in so much pain. That finger throbbed so bad that it was terrible. I'd walk around the room, stick my head in the closet for a while and everything. It was something else. But there was no relief, and so I didn't drive. But that finger turned out to be a golden blessing, because it didn't heal like it was supposed to. There were some funny bumps, they called them granulations, grew up along the top of it, and the fingernail tried to grow into that, and it got infected, and the infection got down into the bone. And all that whole year at BYU, I was drawing, because of that problem, ongoing problem, I was drawing unemployment compensation because I couldn't work. And the doctor says, you can't work. And so I was getting a 40% of my total wage that I was earning on that one day. And they were working 6 days a week during the harvest season up there. And so I got paid 40% as if I'd been working full time. I sent money home and bought a cow. It had a calf. In other words, I was able to pay for most of my getting ready for my mission from all that. And it was, I called that my golden finger. And I figured that was because I'd paid my tithing. I broke my finger and got all that, and I sure was paying tithing on the money that I received with that golden finger. In fact, I have a strong feeling about tithing, how it opens up doors. I'll talk about that later, but I called that my golden finger. But the day that, one day it was, infection got so bad that I was having to drain it. Every day I went to the health center and they'd drain it, and it would be a teaspoon of pus coming out of that of bone infection. And the doctor, bone specialist, Nephi K. Kazarian was his name, came in, and then I heard him in the next room giving his little report into dictaphones like they used to. And he says, we're going to have to amputate that finger at the first knuckle. And he's got osteomyelitis in that finger. And probably amputating at the first knuckle will be okay. So I went to my home that evening thinking about, well, I'm going to go down there and get my finger cut off. Who wants that? And going out there on a mission. So my mission was looming ahead, and I was trying to be a good boy. And I asked my landlord, who was Golden, what's his name? His name slipped my mind. I'll get it later. But I asked him if he would give me a blessing. His name was Jackman. His son was our seminary teacher up in Oregon, and he had arranged for us to stay there at their home because the apartment that we had lined up fell through on us. And so when we got down there, the Jackmans invited us to stay in their little apartment. So Brother Jackman gave me this blessing. And during the blessing, I felt the power really of the blessing. It was something. I didn't sleep much that night. Next morning, because of that experience, the next morning I got up and that infection was completely gone, dried up. There it is, my finger, still there. I broke it again once later, but it survived that and is working. And that was a miracle, absolute straight miracle, because the infection was cleared up instantly from that blessing. And that helped me. That blessing was a miracle that served me well in my mission and throughout the rest of my life as an absolute, undeniable, instant miracle that happened to me. It was a real sacrifice, I thought, for anyone that wanted to get a college education to try to get one. And they, in the orientations, they had given us all the things that you could do to broaden your education. Go to lyceums, concerts, assemblies, devotionals, everything that you could do that weren't part of your classwork. And I said, well, if I'm here to get an education, I better do that. So I think I went to every one of those events my freshman year, and was phenomenal because I gained, of course, a broad appreciation. This knuckleheaded farm boy coming down there didn't know any of that stuff, and I became quite familiar with at least introduced to some of those things that I learned during those extracurricular presentations. So that was the focus of my college education. My twin brother and I were poor, and we were in new ground, and so we spent most of our time studying up until the time of the preference ball. That was in February, I think, and the preference ball came along. Earl, who was the handsome one of the two, and all the girls liked him, got no preference. No preference. I got two. One was from a girl in our ward that was cute, but I had my eye on others, but she was cute and nice. But I got one from a girl that Earl had dated in high school from Weiser, of all places. He was a head cheerleader in Weiser, Idaho, where I got my jaw dislocated and knocked out. And he had dated her, I think, one time in high school. So he was waiting for her, but she sent the preference to me. Well, how do you think Earl felt about that? But he was gracious. I was gracious to let him be the big basketball star, and anyway, and so he'd always been the front runner, the big star in our family, but so he could handle it. So I went with Ella Mae Woodruff was her name. She was actually engaged to be married. She wasn't wearing a ring, but she was planning to get married that summer, so it was a perfect date for me because I was planning on going on a mission, didn't want to get serious with anybody anyway. So Ella Mae Woodruff, Earl went with the other one that did my preference, and I went with Ella Mae Woodruff, and she turned out to be a phenomenal dancer, really cute, and we had more fun, nothing serious, and that was great. In fact, I did get an invitation to go to her wedding, but I was back up in Oregon farming at the time. When we first got to BYU, we had to take an entrance exam, and I, for some stupid reason, got very high in American history. And they came and told me, you don't have to take freshman American history. You can take this upper division class if you want. And I thought I was pretty cool. Wow. Never was interested much in history, but somehow it stuck, and I got a good grade. And so Earl was frustrated because I was going to bypass freshman history. So he said, why can't I do that? So we went and checked, and his score was nearly as high enough to do it. So the department let him do it too. Well, we got ourselves in with a bunch of history majors. Now that was stupid. Don't get in if you're going to school for the first time. Don't go getting in an upper division class with a bunch of majors. That was really dumb because we were the dumbest ones in that class. We got C's because they felt it was an upper division class and they felt sorry for us, but we were the dumbest ones, both of us, he and me, and we worked hard to help each other and everything because everybody else in there, however, were history majors, and that seemed to put us at a great disadvantage. I had been in the choir, the madrigal group, and the choir in high school, and also played the baritone saxophone in high school, and even started young as a clarinetist. So I knew music pretty well. So I got into the choir, and we actually ended up getting to sing for this fall and in the spring general conference at the Tabernacle. It was really a neat experience, and I enjoyed being in that choir. A lot of cute girls, and that was a part of my broad experience that I felt like I needed to do in order to maximize my college education. When we came home from our mission, I had sang some songs to Sue, my girlfriend at the time, and eventually my fiance, and I'll tell you some more about that at another time, but I was singing love songs all the time, Nat King Cole and some of those great love songs, and so she encouraged me, said, you need to go try out for the choir. And the top choir at that time was the BYU a cappella choir. And it was 5 hours a day, 5-hour course. You had to go every day and practice for 2 hours. But it was a phenomenal experience because you really got some good training. So I tried out for it. And they were short-handed on second tenors apparently, because the professor said he accepted me in the choir as a second tenor, and on the note he said I had I can't remember the name of the tenor, some kind of a tenor, and so I was in the choir, but I have to guarantee you I was the worst musician in that choir. And it was so embarrassing because every time we would be practicing, they would go down the row and say, sing this phrase, sing this phrase, sing this phrase, and then it came to me. It was tough on me. And yet I learned more about music, and we sang all kinds of music, even in other languages. We performed and traveled, I think, to Denver on a tour, and it was really a phenomenal experience that year. Our director was Newell B. Waite, who was a famous choral director at the time. But being in the BYU a cappella choir was a tremendous experience. Another experience I had along that line was that Earl was playing basketball, and I had the excuse of a bad knee, right? That's my excuse for not being a great athlete, right? But I still had to take a gym class, and so I looked around to see what was fun. Well, in high school, I was able to learn a lot of dances. I was able to learn the foxtrot, the waltz, the jitterbug, the tango, the samba, the rumba, all of them Latin dances, all of those, even the I can't think of it. I learned all the dances, ballroom dances, and was even asked to be in a dance group when I was a junior in high school, and we performed this group, one couple from each ward, and we learned all these dances, and they were what you would call performing ballroom dances now. We performed it even on TV in Boise and at the intermissions of the dances and so forth. It was really, really fun and classy dancing, and it was great experience for me. So when I couldn't be on the basketball team, I decided to go take a folk dance class. And since I'd had so much experience in dancing, the dance teacher, and I was a little bit athletic, even though I was hobbled, the lady who was over the international folk dancer was our dance class teacher. She came and asked me if I would come and be in the international folk dancers, which I did. And so we were in a performing international folk dancing group. Well, that's what I call a broad education. You know, you just do it all, and you don't get great at anything, but you get good enough at each thing, so you learn to appreciate that particular skill or talent, and have a lot of fun and broaden your education. So I was in the international folk dancers. I think it was the second or third year that it ever existed. I wasn't the smartest kid on the block, but I did get straight A's in my missionary training class, and so I had a good memory. By the time I was a senior at BYU in business and in marketing, most of the stuff that we were studying was review to me. I remembered it pretty well. And I got really good grades. And so when it came time for the marketing department to select a student to go to Chicago for what they called the Symposium of Professional Sales Careers, I'm the guy they picked. And I went back there. My wife went with me, and she went on to Fort Wayne, Indiana, and saw her parents, who were still presiding over the mission. And I went to this sales symposium for a week there, and we were romanced by the big companies, Inland Steel and big fertilizer companies and Jockey Shorts, and some of the big companies there around Chicago sponsored this, and they were recruiting us as what they figured were the top marketing students from 20 business schools around America. It was a phenomenal school, and I was recruited by some of those companies. One of them was a fertilizer company selling fertilizer to farmers, and I thought that was a perfect fit for me, having grown up on a farm and studying a little bit of agronomy before my mission. But her father had said, "We really would like you to get a degree in business and come and take over the dealership." So I'd made that decision and passed up that opportunity in the Midwest. And it was a big turning point change in our life's future, because we went back to BYU, finished up. During that senior year, I was asked to grade the papers for Dr. Clinton Oaks. Case studies. It was a Business Policy 589. To take that class, you had to have had prerequisites of all the previous classes: accounting, statistics, business, marketing, all the different classes that prepared you for that final top business class, Business Policy 589. And he hired me to grade the papers, and this was a case study course, so every paper was a case study. He'd give them a challenge, and they would have to figure it out to solve this problem with his case study. And I was grading those papers, so I was working 40 hours a week and finishing my schooling myself. But I learned so much grading those papers. So one thing I learned is that I was grading papers for the graduate students getting their MBAs. And I found out that I wasn't the dumbest kid on the block. A lot of those guys couldn't analyze a case and come up with good logical solutions. I was really surprised, and I think I graded kind of tough. But anyway, that was a phenomenal experience, and of course boosted my confidence a lot. And we graduated in the middle of the year, because I'd gone to summer school to get through and get on up to the dealership, and graduated from BYU, and never went to the walk across until that spring with Earl, but I was all through in Christmas time of that year, 1963. Went into business with my father-in-law, and immediately they sent me to California to a dealer's training school. It would have been smarter for me to have waited a year after having been in the business for a while to do that, but went down there early on, and most everything was new to me. That was a time when Dodge had come out with a supercar that was a turbine car. And we got to drive that turbine car around in the testing area in Los Angeles, down there in the training center. It was really an interesting experience, and I don't know why they never continued to develop that. It was just too expensive, but it drove on jet turbine, as a jet turbine engine. But I came back from that dealer training and became a salesman. I was on straight commission, and I had to sell cars, and I made money as the opportunity presented itself to me to sell a car, and it was pretty good. I made a good income as a salesman and did well, and Sue got to drive her, since she was the dealer's daughter, got to drive a new demonstrator, and I drove a new demonstrator. We had 2 new cars, went out into East Mill Creek, bought a new little house, a 4-bedroom house, had half a basement, but it was a beautiful carport. I mean, it wasn't a fancy house. Her father was trying to get us to buy a nice house up on the hill overlooking the Capitol. It was $36,000, seemed like way too much. We bought one for $23,000 and moved in there. It was a beautiful, on Delmar Drive in East Mill Creek in Salt Lake City. And I worked in the car dealership as a salesman, and soon was made a sales manager. So I was moved from a sales manager to from salesman to a assistant sales manager, and had that experience, and then moved from there to the service manager, where I was over all of the parts, service, body shop, and it was a tremendous challenge because I had to take care of all the warranties and problems. It was a tremendous challenge. But I learned the business and was, I think, on track to becoming a pretty good car dealer. The association with some of the salesmen there really turned me off because they were immoral. There was immoral activities going, not there, but stemming from there, and I was uncomfortable. And their language and conversation was gross. And one day, my father-in-law came to me and said, "You know, Verl, I have an opportunity. So I don't know what to do about it, but I have an opportunity to sell this business, and I promised you that you had a future here." And I said, "Well, I'm perfectly comfortable. In fact, I'm kind of excited that you sell this business and let me do something else. I have a degree, and I'm willing to take off on my own." So he sold that business, and I was instrumental in the transaction of coming to a price for every part, every piece of equipment, everything in the whole place. Arriving at a price was a compromise in every case with a guy that was working for the dealership that was buying the business, and that was a very interesting and challenging opportunity. But I learned a lot, and they finally accepted our price on everything, and we made the sale. During the time interim between that, we kept a used car lot to sell out our used car inventory, and I took a job teaching speech and marketing up at the LDS Business College for one semester. That was an interesting experience. The president of the BYU, let's see, what was it called, LDS Business College, got on me because I graded the kids too hard, and he said, "These people aren't university students. And they pay money to come down here. You got to lighten up on the grades." And so I didn't teach there after that. I went to work for a company called D's Inc. D's Inc. owned about 7 family restaurants and 27 drive-ins. D was a friend of Sue's father, and that was a connection there. And they had talked about me, and they hired me to become the executive assistant of D himself, the owner of the company, and his son, who was the CEO of the drive-in. So D was the executive CEO of the restaurants, and Wes, his son, was the executive owner and CEO of the drive-ins. And so my first job was to write a procedures manual. Well, I didn't know a thing about the business, so I took my little pen in hand and spent time at every job in both the drive-ins and the restaurants, making hamburgers, making shakes, purchasing materials, hiring people, everything that you had to do as a manager of one of those drive-ins or restaurants, figuring out food costs. Every aspect of it I learned. And now at the same time, I also was put in charge of advertising. So I met with the advertising agency and organized and supervised the making of commercials. I even had one time Tiffany, my little redheaded daughter, 2 years old, be in a commercial. She was phenomenal. It was a dream commercial. She was asleep dreaming, and she dreamed that she was going to D's, and in her dream she went to D's, and they brought her all this great food and so forth, and it was a phenomenal commercial. I'm sorry. I also invented tummy money. We sold 100,000 hamburgers, pre-sold 100,000 hamburgers through the Youth Conference Little League as a fundraiser for them, and they got half the money of each hamburger they sold. Well, that didn't count for the people bringing those in and buying their hamburgers. We covered our hamburgers' cost, but at the same time we sold French fries and drinks and shakes and everything, which was much more profitable than hamburgers anyway. So that was a phenomenal promotion that we did there, and that I was my idea. It was fun. I was doing well, and they were there, and I liked those people, and they liked me, and they were going to organize the first franchise. That's the reason I was doing the procedures manual and wrote it out. It was 80 pages. It was so much detail, and it took me months and months. And so Dee came to me one day and said, "We're opening up 3 drive-ins down in Las Vegas, and we'd like to have you go down and run those," because I knew all of the whole aspects of it, from hiring, training, and I'd written the procedures manual, and so they asked me to go to Las Vegas and run those 3 stores, and I said, okay. So Sue and I went down there and started looking at those Las Vegas homes out there in the desert, and we were trying to get used to the idea of living there in the desert and away from our families and things, and we had decided, and we had picked out a little house and we were excited about. It was a phenomenal opportunity. But at that same moment, Sue's dad took the money that he had got from selling his dealership and went and bought a ranch up in Idaho. And to make a long story short, he and Dee were friends. Dee came to me one day and said, "You got to go help your dad. He's got that ranch. You're never going to own anything here, but you can own that ranch someday." I said, "I don't want a ranch, but he needs you now." It was almost spring, and it's time to start the farm. So anyway, things come to worst. I had, instead of going to Las Vegas, I went to Idaho, out in the Raft River on this big ranch. It was 6 sections. That's 6 square miles. That is a big ranch. That's bigger than the ranch up in Oregon that we worked on. And it was all under irrigation. There was pasture, grains. Some of it, several hundred, maybe 1,000 acres, had been leased out to farmers. They were on that 16 large pumps pumping water. That meant that it turned out to be 42 streams of water, sets of water, that had to be changed every day. It was impossible. I came back to my father-in-law and said, "This is impossible. It's impossible. There's nobody that can run this ranch. The irrigation system is archaic. It's too big. There's no way that you can manage it. There needs to be a few $100,000 spent on the irrigation system before." So he backed out of buying the ranch. His son, whom he had committed to be a part of this ranch, his only son, was very, very disappointed. And so I came back to Dee and said, "I'm not going to the ranch, so what can we do?" He says, "Well, we're building a drive-in down in Provo. The first one, right near, next to the BYU campus." He says, "You can have that franchise if you'll give me $30,000. That's nothing. But I went to my father-in-law, and he says, "I gave it all. I did go ahead and buy the ranch. You said not to, but I couldn't back out. I bought the ranch, and I don't have any money right now." So I ended up on the ranch that summer. Had a tractor tip over backwards with me, and here's another great miracle that happened to me. At the end of that summer, we took off a week and went down with our friends and family to the beaches in California and San Diego on a vacation. And on the way back, and when we got back, they said there's a pickup been stuck for 3 days out there in the mud. I said, "Well, let's go get it." And I got the one hired guy, and we went out there. And I was pretty stupid because I hooked the chain above the center of gravity, above the axles on the little tractor. Stupid. Don't do that. It was stupid. That was one of the biggest mistakes I'd ever made. And I told you it was dangerous out there, but it's very dangerous if you're stupid. And so we pulled, and then nothing. I had this little Ford tractor. It wouldn't pull that pickup out. So I said, "We'll give it a little jerk." Okay, so I backed up and gave it a jerk, and that tractor came right over backwards, right over on top of me. And if I'd have had a hold of both steering wheel with both hands, it would have killed me. It'd come right down on my face. But it came down on this arm and shoulder, steering wheel was there, and the wind knocked out of me, and I thought I was dead because I couldn't breathe. And my life flashed before me. I thought of my young family without me and everything, and it was I was dead as far as I was concerned. That was the end of my life. And but pretty quick I could start to breathing, and then I realized that I was pinned under there. And this other guy was swearing, standing there swearing. He didn't know what to do, just stand there and swear. And I says, well, let's get this thing turned off. And he didn't know what to do. I looked around upside down. I was upside down. The tractor was still running. I found the key, turned it off. Then I said, get a shovel and dig me out of here. So he went to get a shovel. And while he was getting a shovel, I started squirming. And I wiggled out from underneath that steering wheel and got out. When I got out from underneath there and was standing up beside that tractor, the Spirit said to me, you were spared because you were wearing your sacred garments. And I knew that I was spared, saved because I was wearing my sacred garments at that time, and had been promised that I would be spared until my time had come. And I broke a vertebrae in my back and broke my fingers, same finger that got broken earlier at the Orida. And this finger too, broke those fingers. And I thought that arm was broken, but it was because there's a big dent across there. The dent is still in that muscle, but it wasn't broken. But I had 2 vertebrae broken, cracked in my back. And we went into the emergency ward in the hospital, and they just taped me up, says, we're not equipped to handle you're going to have to go to Salt Lake. So I went home. Right then that day, I drove home. Never went back to the ranch. I told him that I told him in the first place that I would just go up for the summer, that I was not going to be a farmer again, a rancher. I had gone to school to get out of that. I didn't care what the potential was. I was not going to be a farmer, and so I was there that summer. And so I went back, and it was Christmas time almost, and I didn't have any income. I had a broken back. I was wearing a splint, or a brace, and there was a lot down across from Sears that was vacant, and I went and rented that lot, and went up to Montana and bought a load of Christmas trees and sold them and made about $8,000. That was a lot of money right then. But it was the hardest work I'd ever done in my life, sawing those trees and loading them onto people's cars and putting stands on them. That was really something else. Cold, to talk about cold. It's cold down there. But anyway, we made some money and made it through the winter. And eventually, I got a job because of my experience as an executive, a job at O.C. Tanner. And before that, I'm going to tell you, my father-in-law had joined up with a company that made little scissors that fold. They were called safety snips. They folded into the handle. And he sent me to New York to sell those to Sears, Penny's, and so forth. I went to in New York to all the big department stores with those little, what they call safety snips, and they were in a cute little package. And every one of them agreed to buy them. And I was coming home, and just about the time I got home, I'll be darned if there wasn't a plastic version of that same thing showed up from Korea. And that killed that business, that deal. So I went to work for a company called O.C. Tanner. Some of you may have heard of it. It's a very large manufacturing firm that manufactures recognition awards, jewelry that goes on emblems that go on jewelry that recognizes people's years of service, and then they expanded into clocks and rings and other things for people's years of service and motivational incentives. I mean, sales incentives and so forth. But I got a job from them. It was my friend Lowell Benson, whom I'd worked with in the mission, was a partner or companion to in the mission field, was instrumental in introducing me there, and it was a lot of candidates, and somehow I got that job. And it was an executive job. There were 10 of us on the executive staff out of 1,000 workers in that factory. And we were treated like kings. We wore suits every day and ties, and we had our own special tables in the cafeteria We were paid well, and it was an interesting experience. My job was to be a support to half of the salesmen in the country, and those were some of the highest paid salesmen, and they were very difficult to serve because they were spoiled. I mean, they were rich, and they wanted everything now and just right. And there was a lot of pressure. And I shared a secretary with a sales manager who was over me, and I got the short end of the stick on that secretary. I was working 10 hours a day down there. This went on for years, and I thought it was going to kill me. It was so stressful. The company was growing so fast that they couldn't hire and train people enough, and didn't try to hire and train people fast enough to take care of the growing business. We just had to bust our tails, and so that was quite an experience as an administrative executive there in that company. I also had the opportunity to work as the sales manager over working with customers, and they served over half of the Fortune 500 companies, and so the likes of McDonald's and Sears and all those big companies and so forth. We worked with them and supplied them recognition awards for their employees as they got through in their companies. One time I had such a hard time keeping up because, as I told you, I wasn't the smartest kid on the block. My big problem was I had a great memory, but my problem was speed reading, slow. I was a slow reader. Oh, gosh, if I had to do over again, the first thing I'd take in going to college was a speed reading class, because I had to grind through everything I read, but I had it when I got through it, and it was okay, but it really was hard for me to keep up with all the letters, mails, and orders, and requests, and so forth that came in, and I was wearing down. When I turned 40, a sales opportunity came up in Philadelphia, and I applied for it and got it. I was so excited we'd had to move to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, but those guys made a lot of money, and I made a good pitch that I know this business and my personality is such that I would make a good salesman for you. I knew more about it than anybody they would hire because I'd been there several years, 5 years, and they hired me. And the day before they made the announcement, a guy came walking in that had been the top salesman every place he had gone, every place. He was the top salesman of this and top salesman of that and everything. And so they came to me and said, "What do you think?" I says, "Well, you better give him the job. I mean, he's the top guy, and we'll figure it out." So they gave him that job, and I said, "Well, I'll be here another 6 months, and then I'm going to do what Obert did." So I went to Obert Tanner, who had started that business, and was living in a 20-acre mansion just down the street from us. I mean, anyway, he was a billionaire and in today's terms, and lived and had a glass office in the top of this thing where he looked over the whole world and sat up there. He was in his 80s, and he was a professor of philosophy at the University of Utah. He was really a high, successful individual and very wealthy. I said to him, "I'm down here busting my butt so you can do this. I think I'm going to do what you've done, and I'm going to go into business." So I had a little opportunity that didn't pan out. I'm not going to go into the detail on it. It was something to do with real estate development, these little theme centers, and the people that I went into, they were broke. I didn't even get paid the first month, and so there I was. I went to see my friend at Dale at Coordinated Financial Services, and he said, "We have a problem here. We got all these apartments. Interest rates have gone back up to 18%, and we're turning these apartments into condos, and we're out of money. And we don't know what to do. We can't convert anymore. We can't sell what we got." I said, "I know what to do." "What?" "Come with me." So I took him down to the television stations, the same ones I'd worked with when I was at D's, and I made a deal with them, for them, that, "Look, we will, because the business was slow, interest rates were so high, business was slow, the TV stations had airtime going to waste. And I said, if you will advertise for us, we'll give you one of these converted condos. You own it. And if we succeed in our advertising campaign, we'll sell yours and all the others, and you'll get your money, otherwise you'll have an apartment. They all went for it. And we sold out the condos, all 76. It was called South 76. And I was a big hero there. And they said, well, we have another problem. Will you help us with it? So I was being paid as a consultant during that transition time. And they had $1 million worth of solar panels. And I said to the well, I'll have to go study this. So I traveled around studying the use of solar panels. What can you do with $1 million worth of solar panels? To make a long story short, I found out in short order that in order to make those pay for themselves, it would take 20 years just to cover the cost of installation, not the cost of the equipment. 20-year payback, just the cost of installation. Solar energy then was too expensive, and the payback was so slow. And I came back to report that. And they were, oh man, they had jumped the gun. But I said there are things now coming out that their payback is very close. And they that company were forming tax shelters because there was a tax benefit for investing in energy-related conservation projects. So I showed them the thermostat, which heated water that was being heated by large boilers, and we would preheat that water with the wasted energy going up the stack. It's called a thermostat, and it would save hundreds of dollars on heating that water, and saved a lot of fuel. And the payback on that was good. And also we found a computer that would manage the energy in businesses and restaurants especially, and so forth. And it pays for itself very fast because you put everything on energy control, and it adjusts the lights and the heat and everything so that you save a lot of energy. Well, anyway, they bought that, and I went back to Washington, D.C., showed the whole idea to, I'm jumping ahead of myself. They bought that, and so they made me the managing partner of a couple of those partnerships. Well, they sold out so fast that they ended up making 5 or 6 partnerships, and I was the managing partner. Well, I knew in my little mind, back of my mind, and heart said, this isn't going to do well long term. If something happens, I'm on the hook. And even though I never worked for the company, I ended up owning shares of those partnerships. And they got a pretty good tax benefit, but none of it really helped me because I wasn't making that much money there. And so eventually that company went bankrupt. It's called Coordinated Financial Services. So you may remember, some of you, the things that happened around that. It was the company that where Gary Hoffman coerced them after I was not involved anymore, coerced them into financing some fake documents for the church that they said was official church documents. Turned out to be a fraud. Remember that? I'm going to tell you more about that a little later. Because I worked for that. Let me finish that part of the story. This was after we had. Well, I'm going to stay back on my sequence here. Sorry. He'll probably edit this part out. But back to my experience with the solar and thermostats and computers. I went to California every other week to market these, and we found customers like large hospitals and others who were interested. And I had a partner then who was in charge of the technical aspects of it. And also we found Marie Callender Pies that went for our program on the computer controls. And the way we did it is we shared the savings. I calculated the savings, and we shared the savings with the end user, and we got shared savings, and it was a profitable venture all around. And it was an easy sale, and we did that. But this guy that was on the technical end wasn't very effective. He was a younger guy, and he was kind of lost, had to move to California, was uncomfortable down there. And then it turned out that Coordinated Financial Services were borrowing money from one project to pay for the other. And their handwriting was on the wall, they were in trouble. And so my friend Dale had got me in there, and I that I'd taken in to sell the condos, and I came to the owner, who was Gary Sheets, and said to him, this is all going to crumble. You got to do this and this and this. And he says, and he countered us by saying the things that they were going to do, and it was very optimistic. We left, formed our own little company called Project Resource Corporation, and we were partners, and we got a contract first with the state of New York, and because it was energy related, and we took our idea of converting energy, waste energy, into heat, and so these huge thing that I'd run across was these huge incinerators that burned all the waste and garbage and so forth in these big hospitals back in New York. There were 2 of them, and it was 20 tons of waste a day they were hauling to the dumps. And so we made a contract with them that we would arrange to have put in incinerators that would burn this waste and also purify it, and that they would then, they were buying fuel oil to run their boilers, and we would provide hot water, steam, hot water that would save fuel on their boilers, and they would pay us for that energy that we were providing them 15% less than what it cost them to make it with their fuel oil. It was a good deal. And they went for it, and we found a company in New York that put up the money for it, $1 million, and we got like $80,000 right then as our part of that original deal and ownership in that project. Guess what? The Sierra Club sued us, saying that the carbon dioxide or sulfur dioxide that came out of those stacks was an unknown, and they didn't know how it was going to affect the community, and they sued us. Well, to fight a suit against the Sierra Club, would take years, 10 years and so forth. We just had to walk away from that project. It killed it. There was another project in Mammoth Lakes, California, that we had where these geothermal wells were producing hot water but not steam. So we figured we had a partner who found that you could take that hot water and run it through what they called an Ormat generator, worked on Freon. And the Freon turned into gas at a lower temperature than water, so you would run this hot water through a transfer system where they would heat the Freon, and it would turn into gas and drive these turbines and generate electricity. The only problem is that you had to cool it on the other side, so we brought water out of the streams and ran it through cooling towers and cooled that, and then back into the system and recycled this generator. It was phenomenal. We raised money. My twin brother Earl gave some seed money from his clients. He by then was a CPA up in Oregon, doing taxes and things, and he had clients that were looking for tax shelters, and so there was a tax shelter on that, and he put up a lot of money to get that thing started. Guess what? The Sierra Club sued us again, saying that we were going to increase the temperature of the stream and kill the snail darters or whatever, and they stopped that. So we said, we can't do this energy stuff. Alternate energy, every time we go do an alternate energy, the Sierra Club kills it. And to this day, just between us girls, the environmentalists in this country have cost you and me more than you'll ever know by killing all these projects, I'm telling you. And so I'm sorry, but they really hurt us. And so we said, we can't do that anymore. Let's find something else. About that time, a neighbor of mine named Dick Harris, who was an attorney, got called as a mission president in Providence, Rhode Island. And he knew we were in that kind of business. He came to us and said, you guys ought to take over this Curbmate Corporation. It was a machine that extruded curbs around lawns and so forth. It extruded this concrete. And he had 50 of the machines available, and he was leaving, and he had already got a couple franchises in Phoenix and one in Salt Lake, and said, here's the package. He gave us the package, and we were working on other things, and I laid the package down by my desk there on 3rd South and State Street in that building in Salt Lake City. And then Dale, my partner, and I decided to go to the temple, and we went to the temple, and it wasn't any particular purpose other than just maybe we need a little inspiration, but sat there in the temple in the terrestrial room waiting to go through the veil, and I was overwhelmed with an extreme feeling of love and attraction towards that package that Dick Harris had just given us about this curbmate corporation. What is this? It just filled my whole soul. It was undeniable revelation. So I came out of there and said to Dale about that, and he says he had been a bishop, and he said, well, we better do it. So we took the $30,000 we had left in the bank from New York and gave it to them as a earnest money to buy that system. And he was going to be gone for 3 years, and if we didn't exercise our earnest money in 3 years, then he had the chance to take it back. So we took those and started trying to set up franchises. But Dale said, well, we're already being sued because the guys in Salt Lake took their machine down to Phoenix, and the guys in Phoenix are saying they're violating their franchise agreement. So as a former attorney, I can tell you that we'll end up in litigation the rest of our lives. We can't do that. So we started just selling the machines and making them, manufacturing them up in Ogden someplace, and continued manufacturing them and selling them out on the open market. We thought all the landscapers would buy those, but no landscapers bought them. We sold them to engineers' sons and other people who were looking for a little business that they could start, and we sold a lot of those machines, but and little marketing packages with them and the name and so forth. But we had an expensive office and the two of our families living in, and we weren't cutting it. Dale finally came to me and says, this isn't working. I got to go back to California and see if I can start up my law practice again. So he did. Well, I figured out that manufacturing and selling those machines was not near as lucrative and was unpredictable as was just putting in the curbing. And so I decided, well, I'm just going to get crew. We had half a dozen machines left. I'm just going to get some crews and start putting in curbing. And we did. And the cash flow was good because you make $500 a job up to $1,000 a day on each of these jobs. And so here I was, a former executive in my 50s, out there organizing, selling this curb installation, which was new. And now, which, by the way, if you're in Utah, you see it's everywhere. And but we started that up in the way I just described to you. And so it turned out that the crews would leave messes, would steal. Our crews were stealing, and they were taking off with our machines. I mean, everything you could imagine happened. I just decided, listen, Verl, your best bet is to just have a machine, go out and run it, and do this until you can find another business to get into, because this wasn't my planned future. Well, 10 years or so later, 10 years we struggled through this. It was such a struggle because we made money during the year. By the way, Coordinated Financial Services went belly up, and the IRS then came back on them, and they've had to file bankruptcy. So the IRS came back on me, and I ended up owing the IRS more than I was worth, and they took my house. We had to move out of our house. Lost my home, lost my credit. Darn lucky I didn't lose my wife, because she was stuck through there with me, but it was a tough 10 years. And I said to myself and her, we're not going to live in less circumstances than we have lived, because you can rent a house up there for about what I was paying. So we rent a house. We went up on the hill, Mount Olympus, where all the rich people lived, rented their houses and lived there. And I ran this curbmate business out of there for years and years. And all the time, every winter, I had to find something else. I worked for Bonneville Enterprises. Bonneville that owned KSL Television and sold television services for them one winter. And had some interesting experiences there. But most of the time, I had to go. Several years I had to spend the winter in Las Vegas. One year's tough. It got cold down there in Las Vegas. We really struggled through that winter in Las Vegas. And in Southern California, the winters was awful being away from home. It was terrible. But we couldn't find anything immediate. I was in my late 50s, mid 50s. Couldn't find anything that would fit, that could support my family other than that cash flow business, which I had to keep doing. And we struggled. At one point, I was at my lowest point. I'll share this with you. I had an old truck. Couldn't afford a nice truck. All beat up old equipment. I was going along, and I couldn't even get my truck registered past safety inspection. So I was driving along, and we got stopped. And the policeman saw this mess, and the truck was unregistered and everything, and impounded my truck, my trailer with the equipment on it to put in this curbing, the whole bit. And I was sitting there on the curb just feeling like I was at the end of the world. It was tough. And I felt like laying down and just not getting up there. And the policeman saw me in despair and came on and said, "I'll grow up. You're going to be all right. You know, you can go get these out of the impound and give me the place where they can pick them up and everything." I hope that policeman someday realizes what terrible words those were he gave me, hitting a guy when he's down, and I was really down. The only time I was worse than that was because in that circumstance, one house that we rented had a swimming pool in the back. We didn't plan on it, but it was nice, and it was in this beautiful landscape. And our daughter Tiffany and her husband were down in USC finishing up their education, playing basketball down there. And he finished and came home and got home the day before Mother's Day. And it was nice to have them there, and we celebrated Mother's Day. I remember going to church that day, and the little kids up there singing, "If I often go walking through meadows of glory," that song, Mother's Day song. That song rang through my head for weeks after that, because the next day, while we had gone working out putting in curbing, came home exhausted. I laid down. Brandon had been tending the kids. The mothers were off. And Alan was sitting there. And somehow the kids from downstairs, from watching TV, snuck upstairs, figured out how to unlatch this safety latch, got out and got in the pool. And all of a sudden, everybody was screaming. And I jumped up, ran out there, and two of these little kids were unconscious and not breathing. The 3-year-old was, but the two 18-year-old girls were not breathing. And so I jumped down there and started giving artificial respiration, best I knew. I'd never done it before. But I blew in Jessica's mouth. Nothing. Blew harder. Nothing. Even blew harder. Nothing. Finally, I blew a little harder, and I felt a little gurgle. So that I blew harder, and all of a sudden, she started to sputter. I blew again, she started to cough, and so pretty quick, she started coughing that stuff up. Came to. She was groggy for hours, but she came to. But the other little granddaughter was Alan's daughter, and he was working on her and praying and pronouncing blessings and doing everything, and she didn't respond. So I took her and started doing the same thing, and no response. By then, after a while, the ambulance arrived, because Brandon had been smart enough to call 911, and they got her breathing again, but she had been out of oxygen so long that she was. She lasted 2 weeks and then passed away. And I was. Can you imagine being in that struggling situation? My son-in-law there, devastated now, didn't know what to do. I shared the business with him. We went out and we had to share everything, and our income was barely making it. Winter was coming, and one day I came home exhausted and discouraged, despondent, and frustrated, and knelt. And at bedtime, I fell down by my bedside and said something, "Heavenly Father, I just haven't been able to pull it off. I just can't do it. I'm up against it. This seems impossible to me. I need help. Need your help. I've just done as best as all I can do, and I'm just not. The doors aren't opening, and I'm stuck here in this failure." And I had a dream that night, a dream that I remember as I sit here vividly, as if it happened just now. as if I just woke up and it's fresh, even more clear than if I just woke up from a normal dream. And the dream is this. I was looking off, I was walking down this embankment to the east. Off to my right were hordes of people, and they were jovial and having a good time. I was feeling this weight that I'd felt when I went to bed. Off to the right, to the left, I could see an area that I became aware was the celestial kingdom. I wasn't there, but I was aware that that was the celestial kingdom. I was given to know that it was everything I'd ever heard or thought or even dreamed about the celestial kingdom, the streets, the glory of it, the mansions. It was spectacular. I wasn't in there, but I was given to feel what it was like to be there. And it was a feeling of exquisite royalty, more than you can describe in words. It seemed like people were want to wait on me hand and foot. Where I didn't see them, but that was the feeling. They were there to wait on me. It was exquisite royalty. And I said in my mind, I did nothing to deserve this. And the Spirit said back to me, nor could you. You receive this because you are a son of Jesus Christ. And I said in my spiritual mind, I'm a son of Elohim. You will receive this because you are a son of Jesus Christ. And then it occurred to me, and it became clear to me that Christ had purchased this place with his suffering and his blood. He owned it, and it was his to share with those who became his friends and adopted children. Of course, the scriptures explain that in detail in several places, that when we were born again and become true followers and keep our covenants to the end, we will be his heirs, joint heirs, and will inherit all that he has, all that Father has, and that's what I was experiencing in that dream. And the amazing thing was, it is in this curbing business, I had to find a new job every day. Go put in one, and then I'd spend the next hour finding work for the next day or two. It was something. And so every day was a challenge, and this came to me, says, this will flow into you, as the Doctrine and Covenants words, forever and ever without compulsory means. You're never going to have to qualify for this again. You're never going to have to earn this again. Oh, what a feeling that was. It was unbelievable. Experience that dream, and is even to this day. My attention was drawn back to the people, and I felt sorry for them, and I wanted to shout to them, hey, you're missing the deal here. You're missing out on this. I didn't worry about this load anymore. It was lifted. And I was refreshed. This experience that I had in the temple, how this business was going to be the answer to my prayers wasn't clear to me. I was out there working my tail off in a sweat, but I kept having this haunting thought in the back of my head, an idea, a vision of a little block that people could put in themselves, a do-it-yourself version of what we were doing. And it was clear in my mind. It was overlapped and it swiveled, and it went around like that. I came home. I sat back one day. It was in my subconscious mind, and I could see it. I sat back one day and said, "Oh, I don't do this. Somebody else is going to. I ought to be the one because I started this stupid business." So I went home and started cutting these little shapes out that I'd seen out of paper, laid them around on the floor in this rented house, where we lived in rented houses for several years because I'd lost my house to the IRS. You can't buy another house when you owe the IRS, and you'd lost your house and everything. So we were living in one of our rented houses, and I laid this out on the floor, and Sue said, "That looks pretty good. You squint your eyes enough, you know." We looked at it, and it looked okay. So I started making some of them out of wood, and how a couple of wood, overlapped and swiveled, and it really worked good. It worked good, and I made them the size of our curbing and everything. And then, so I went down to a guy that was a precast guy and showed him the idea, and he says, "Well, if you can make some molds like that, you can make molds like that, I'll make those for you." So I scrounged around, found a guy that made plastic molds, and gave him the pattern, and we made plastic molds. This took time. We made some plastic molds, and we started making those little blocks out of concrete for a whole year, and I could go out and sell those as easy as I could sell the curbing, and I didn't have to have a crew or the equipment and everything. I just sold them and put them in myself and made a living that summer. But then Bryce came home from school, and he had worked at a telecommunications company one year for a year or so, and he came to me one day and says, I don't like this business I'm in. He says, I'd like to come into business with you, and let's take those and do something with them. I didn't have any credit or capacity at that time. I was down, you know. And I says, well, if you got some credit, maybe we can do something. You've got to have to build some molds and you have to get a contract with somebody. At that time, Provo City was offering a loan to companies that would come down there and start a new business. And so they knew Bryce because he was a star football player. They loved Bryce. He had played there 4 years and was one of their favorite sons. And so he went down there and started talking to the city fathers in Provo about that and about our idea, and showed them our blocks. And they said, well, okay, we'll do it. They checked it all through and said, okay. We later found out that a guy named Paul Zabrowski, was behind that. He had guaranteed it personally. He liked Bryce so much, he guaranteed that loan, $115,000 to $110,000 personally. But we took that and bought some molds, and rented a plant, and started making these. And Bryce went down to Phoenix one day to see his buddy, Tom Young, Steve Young's brother, of whom he had been a roommate all through college, and went into the Home Depot down there and showed him this. And the buyer, the garden manager down there said, that's a good idea. The buyer's going to be here next week. Why don't you come back and show it to him? He went back with some of these blocks and laid them out. And the buyer had a whole bunch of people walking around. And eventually he came back to that spot and saw those and said, that's great, and we'll try it. And he started trying them in Phoenix. There were several stores there. It went very well. We went down, put on aprons at a home show one time, and got a whole bunch of things going. And anyway, so it started there and went up through California, grew. 20 years we've been supplying these blocks to Home Depot. And the vision that I had in the temple turned out to be the revelation of the design and the installation of those concrete blocks. I kidded the high priest in my group when we were talking about our callings in life. I said, who in the world would ever be foreordained to make concrete blocks? That's goofy. I got to laugh, but those have been a phenomenal blessing because it's supplied us and Bryce's family with a good living, and we've been able to invest in other things. We've made other things which I'll tell you about. But that turned into a dramatic miracle in my life, and was led to that, into this business. And so there again, a couple of miracles that you look back on your life and you see that, it's not all accident. Even the tough times were important, because there were periods of those summers that I couldn't do it, and I had to get my sons out there in the sweat and the heat, working like I did on the farm all day. It was hard work. And that was a great blessing for them to learn. They will tell you today that those few years that they had to work out there was a phenomenal blessing to them. They learned how to work hard and to persist. You don't quit when you're halfway through. You got the stuff there, you got to finish it if it's dark. And so turn on the lights, finish it. They learned, and that was it's been a phenomenal manna from heaven to us, that business. My son Bryce and I were partners. We called our company Landecor. You could look it up on the internet, I think, still, landecor.net, and you can see our products. We got others now that we've made, little stones that look like ledge stones, only they have garden blocks or brick garden blocks that hinge. I came up with that idea of the hinge, and so it can go around and make squares or weaves with it, and they're selling those now on the internet. We also at one time said we can't trust being small vendors for Home Depot. They'll drop us at any moment. So we started looking into other things, and we had a friend that designed a basketball standard. It was hydraulic, supported with a hydraulic cushions, you know, those kinds you have on your air shocks, like you have on your trunks, and they made it so that you could adjust those basketball standards just like any little kid. It was top of the line. So we started making those and selling them, and that's turned into a major opportunity. We make them now in China. They're called the Dominator. You can look that up, DOMINATOR, Dominator, basketball standards, and that's a product that we now make and sell. We had a guy who helped us with the Dominator, who was an engineer, hydraulics specialist, that had an idea, and he kept saying, I really have an idea that would be a winner. He showed it to us, and we said, well, you know, we don't have any money, and we're spending all our money on Dominator and everything else. And but he persisted and couldn't get anybody to finance him, and it was a trailer hitch with a scale in it that measured tongue weight. And he finally convinced me that we ought to probably help him do that. And so I went to Bryce one day and said, we got to help him do this. I don't know. So anyway, since then we've put out $1 million to develop that business. But now it's starting to produce $1 million a year. It's called WaySafe, WEIGH-SAFE, WaySafe. And there's several versions of it now. It's just a new business, but it's starting to grow. Bryce, who was I said earlier, was a victim of a bad season in a couple of bad bounces actually at BYU as the offensive coordinator, is now the CEO of this company and doing a phenomenal job. It's growing like mad. He just told me that in the first just yesterday or last night, told me that there's the first 2 weeks of this month we've sold more than as much as we have in the previous month. So it's just going like that. So years ago, Kevin, my oldest son, who started out the football deal, got interested in high tech in the television industry, and he's worked in that all his life. And he and Steve Lindsley, who was once the president of KSL, offered at one time what they call over-the-top television, and on the television signals that weren't being used, and they created quite a business opportunity out of that, and it was quite successful. Except they got to a point where they had to raise some big money to push it over the top. That one of their financial partners was Rupert Murdoch, who owns Fox Networks and so forth. And so they went forward based on that. One day, Rupert Murdoch pulled out, and that brought the whole enterprise down. And there they were holding the bag with that business that they'd started, but couldn't continue because they didn't have the capital. So, to make a long story short, Kevin now has stayed in that business, and we've organized a company called Wi-Fi Live TV. This is television over the internet, and it can be seen on your phone, on your laptop, on your notebook, on your television, and it accesses it through the internet. You get all of the channels. He happened to come across a granddaddy opportunity where we could get all of the television channels you could ever imagine, including the big ones, that you'd have to pay millions of dollars and maybe still not be able to get through this granddaddy relationship that he was able to develop. And we now have this company that we're starting to put internet television into apartment buildings, because you have to bring in the cable, into student housing and so forth, and eventually we'll be able to sell it to individual homes. But we're focusing now on the on multiple housing units. And guess what? He just got called to be a mission president, and the general authorities that talked to him said, we're going to call you and send you now while your dad's still young enough to run the business. So I'm back in business, going to be helping run this Wi-Fi Live TV. You can check that out on the internet, Wi-Fi Live. And there we are. That's my experience in business. There's one other thing that I'm doing as it relates to business, and that is one of my missionary companions was Dallas Merrill. He was the counselor to the mission president when I was out there, met him one time, and he slept on the floor, a linoleum floor with a sheet. I'll never forget it. And he talked all night in his sleep. Anyway, he became the mission president over the Salt Lake mission. And he ran into us because our boys were playing football, and he introduced me to some big shots there one day at a restaurant after the football game. And then he was released from his mission. I ran into him at Alan Brown's house, which was a neighbor of ours, was having a little reception with some of his friends, and this Elder Merrill, Dallas Merrill, was one of those friends. And so we started talking. And I said, "What did you do in your life?" And he told me that he had been a leadership consultant for the federal government. And he did all this stuff with the federal government. He had a PhD in leadership stuff, organizational behavior and all that. And I says, "Why don't you put some of that on the computer?" That was before internet, by the way. He says, "I don't know how to do that." And I said, don't know either, but it seems simple. You just have, like, your main subject is a trunk, or the tree trunk, and then you have all these branches and sub-branches and come out of it. There's all different subjects. He says, "Why don't you come over and help me do that?" And I went over to his condo, 3 fountains, sat down with him, and we laid out this paper, computer paper with holes along the side, and we started developing this tree. And then I went on with my life and business, and he got his son to put this into a computer language of some kind. It was before internet, and they made a CD out of it, and it's called the Leader's Toolkit. We went on our missions, which I haven't told you about, our missions as couples. He got called to be a general authority, and that turned into some responsibilities I'll talk about as our church service. But he came back from a mission. I said, "Where's that leadership thing?" He says, "Oh, it's sitting down there on the shelf." I went and got some of them, came back and looked at them, and I says, "That's pretty good stuff, but it's a little over the top of the head, over the head of people like me. I think if you simplified it, put it in outline form, so forth, that it might be a market for it among entrepreneurs and people like me that didn't want to spend hours studying the subject of leadership, and it just is the basics, the very basics." So he agreed, and I took it down to show it to some people at the Marriott Center, and they liked it, and they helped us do that, helped us develop that outline but into what now was the internet. So we had this leadership stuff on the internet, and we called it after some work that Elder Merrill was famous for in South Pacific, which is called Will You, where he invited people to come to interviews from the stake president to be reactivated by the question, "Will you come? Will you come? Will you be baptized? Will you?" So he became famous for that "Will you." So we call this "Will You Lead?" And BYU gave us a grant to have students put it onto the internet. It was phenomenal. And so we took that, and our first customer was called the American Society of Association Executives. That's the Association of Association Leaders in Washington, D.C. It just happened that an LDS girl there was in charge of the computer leadership program that they were trying to find, and they were looking, and they found this, and she liked it, and they sold this for 7 years. That generated about $100,000 for us. I spent a lot of it doing further development on this software and so forth, but it was a real exciting blessing, and we showed this to some major organizations and universities, and I didn't spend very much focus on it, but we're still working on it, and it's called Will You Lead? We're presenting it to some people still that I'll have to tell you in a later chapter, but that brings you right up to date on my business experience. There are 1,700 universities involved in Enactus in 36 countries around the world. About 77,000 students are participating. After we got acquainted with them and started working with them and trying to get them interested in the Will You Lead, Kevin and I and a filmmaker went down to Cancun, where they were having their world competition, and filmed the president and different participants, some of the students, and we put together a documentary about them and became acquainted. And in fact, in the following years, I was asked and became a judge for their competition. There are 555 of the universities in America at this time, and their national competition is in St. Louis, Missouri, and I was one of the judges for their competition in St. Louis twice, and then in the world competition, we went down to Cancun, not Cancun this time, but we went down to Johannesburg, South Africa, and I was a judge in the world competition. What happens is that each country puts together little projects where they reach out to the individuals in their community that might need lifting. And they will organize an entrepreneurial activity endeavor with those people, which will helpfully improve their livelihoods. And they're judged on the quality of those livelihoods, those projects, and on the sustainability of them, because the idea is that they want to teach people to fish, not provide them fish. So the idea is that those projects entrepreneurial efforts will continue successfully after the students are doing something else. Each team may do 2 or 3 or maybe even more projects. Sometimes some universities there are more than one team, and so it's a huge and wonderful program. When they present their projects to their national contests, the winner then goes to the world contest. It's called Enactus World Cup, and that one in Cancun is where we first went, and then the one in Johannesburg. The next year it was in Beijing. We didn't go to that one, but the next year was in Toronto, Canada, and we went to that one. And while we were there, we had the chance to go down and look at the other side of the Niagara Falls, which is the most beautiful side, by the way. And it was the evening, and the lights were on. Oh, it was spectacular. That scenery goes for hundreds and hundreds of yards along where that water is coming off that cliff. It's just a spectacular thing to see. When Enactus was still SIFE, I heard about them and contacted them and tried to introduce our Will You Lead leadership workshop, because it featured the very basics of leadership, and we felt like the students could use it in their development of their entrepreneurial projects. And they ended up accepting my invitation to come to BYU, and we arranged for BYU to hear about the Enactus program to become one of their sponsoring universities. BYU claimed that they had something else going that was similar, so that they didn't pick it up at that time. But that's where we first met what turned out to be Enactus. And then I told you of our trip down to Cancun and some of the other trips there from there. But Enactus is a phenomenal organization, and we made friends with some of the leaders there, and now Kevin and I have introduced to them this internet television, Wi-Fi Live TV. In fact, next week Kevin's going down to Houston to begin a pilot program where Enactus University team in the University of Houston is going to be the first pilot university to use this Wi-Fi Live TV as their fundraising opportunity. And they will line up these student housing complexes and other multiple housing other multiple housing units in their community and offer them this internet television, and then they will receive a portion of the monthly revenues that come from that. Well, Enactus is very excited about that, because this has the potential of funding their projects and funding their travel and even funding some of the big corporate efforts that Walmart has been sponsoring in there and will continue to sponsor, but this will be a fundraising support for that program. And Kevin and I are very excited to be able to do something that will contribute to this worthy work which is going on around the world. And if you want to see that, you'll be able to click into the link of willyoulead.com, which all of you probably will have access to before you see this. The last day of my mission, we had actually, since I was in a leadership position, a previous mission president had gone home early. And so I'd stayed to help run the mission, and my twin brother talked him into waiting a few more days till the new mission president arrived. And I was giving my farewell address in Fort Wayne, Indiana, the evening of their arrival. So the other missionaries went down to the train to pick up the Gledhill family. It was President Clifford O. Gledhill became the next mission president. And my companion, who was Lowell Benson, he was called the second counselor of the mission, and I was called the mission coordinator. My job mainly was to train and work with the missionaries. His was more with assisting the mission president with member work, which is a lot of them were members back then because there weren't very many stakes, and the mission president presided over districts and branches at that time, still do. So Lowell Benson and the others went down to pick up Dale Gunther was one of them, was a mission coordinator. It was his job to handle a lot of the details in the mission. Went down to pick up the Gledhills, and so they brought them home, and when I came home from my talk, they were already at the mission office, 4700. I said 4800 before, but it's actually 4700 Old Mill Road. And I went walking in there, and hello. Thought I was pretty cool then because I'd been a leader, and I was done, ready to go home the next day. My train was scheduled to leave about noon the next day. And so I thought I had a good mission and was ready to go home. And went in there, and and the new mission president, the Gledhills, President Sister Gledhill, had come out in December, and I'd spent a day with them, training them about what was going on in our mission. I've learned later that they weren't really all that impressed, but I thought it was pretty cool to do that. So I walked in, I came in to the front room there, and sitting across the room there were these two young girls. One was a high school girl, and the other looked like just out of high school. And the one just out of high school had on a tan sweater and a plaid skirt. And the first thing they did when I came in is they reached over and started whispering to each other. And I felt like they were looking at me kind of talking about me. So I kind of had the feeling that they had been a conversation about me when they were from their parents. And then they stood up. And I got this feeling, and I've never had it before or since or something. It wasn't that testimony or anything, but it was a feeling of unusual feeling towards that girl in that plaid skirt. I can't even describe it or explain it, but it was some divine urging that hit me there that I've never forgotten and eventually acted upon because her father assigned she and me and Elder Gunther to go do the dishes. And so we went in and did the dishes and had a joyful time doing the dishes that night. And the next day, I went to get in the car to go home, and President Gledhill had opened the back door to put me in, the luggage and everything already loaded, and I started to get in there, and there she was. Her name was Sue Gledhill. She was sitting there, and I was really uneasy because I got in the back seat with her, and that was against missionary rules. And I was really uneasy all the way to the train station and so forth, and it was weird, uneasy. So I got on the train and went to Chicago and met my twin brother. He he got a drive-away car from Chicago to Nampa, Idaho, which is almost to Ontario, and we drove that car down to BYU, registered for the next fall, and this was January 17th. So we registered for the next fall because we'd promised our dad we'd come home and help, since he had left the farm and gone to work for wages to support us on our mission. So we were thought, well, he had at least another farm, and we were able to go back and committed to go back and help him that year. So we did that. We drove to BYU, registered, and went on home. I remember getting on the bus, and our cousin picked us up from Nampa to Caldwell or so, and it took us over to Ontario, where we said hi to our relatives, and then we took the bus to Burns, we took the bus clear to Burns, Oregon. And there was, in the middle of the night when we got there, winds, it was January, snowy, cold. We looked out the window, and there our dad was with our young sister and 2 little brothers, and they're waiting for us to get off our mission. Very touching scene. And we got off, went there, and worked on the ranch all summer. And that was the end of our mission. Well, I wasn't home on the ranch very long before I got a letter from Elder Gunther, who had been with us in the washing the dishes and had seen us off at the train station. And he wrote me and said, "But if Sue Gledhill wrote to you, would you answer?" So I thought, well, yes, because I'd had that weird feeling. So I wrote back and said, yes, I would. And so I got a letter from her, just a friendly letter, just saying, I'm going back to BYU in the spring, or and so forth. And so we wrote back and forth, very sparsely, a few letters back and forth until it became very clear that there wasn't enough money. Interest rates were 18%, and my dad couldn't borrow enough money to operate the ranch. Farmers have to borrow money to plant the crops and to fertilize and to irrigate and everything, and run the gasoline for the equipment until they sell their crops the next fall and get paid. He didn't have enough money to do that, and he couldn't borrow it. It was a new ranch. So Earl and I agreed to go to work at the sawmill nights. So we went down there at 5 o'clock and worked till 2 o'clock in the morning to get money to pay for our ranching. And we did that and was able to do it. But during the day we had to put up hay and do the farming. And it was so tiring. And then on weekends, guess what? Saturdays we worked on the farm. On weekends, guess what? We were the only first returned missionaries into that part of the Oregon. And so every weekend we were invited off to someplace in a little branch in John Day or Bend or someplace to talk. Almost every weekend we went someplace to talk. One branch president over in John Day had a girl that was a senior in high school that he was trying to hang on to, keep in the church, and he had me over there almost every few weeks speaking or conducting funerals for babies or whatever. And I'd take her, and he had me lined up to take her out. And I went with her until she became committed to go to BYU. And we went to BYU. She went on with 2 other boys and me with other girls. And the other girl was, guess who? But I was so tired that I quit writing. I couldn't write because it was just too much to do anything other than just try to hang in there. And so I didn't write anymore. We were so tired that one day on a trip back from Bend, on a speaking deal over there, back to Burns or a ranch, I was driving the 46. It was a 56, I guess, 56 Chrysler. It really flew. I think it was a 46 Chrysler. Anyway, we were really going 80 miles an hour. And Earl was asleep in the back, and I fell asleep at the wheel. And I woke up heading down off the road like this. Well, the natural inclination is to overcorrect, right, and roll. If we'd have done that 80 miles an hour, it'd killed us, probably. And but something said, don't overcorrect. Go down there and get up on the other side. Something just directed me, and so I did what I was told. I stepped on the gas, going 80 miles an hour off the road. Stepped on the gas, went down the other side of the bar pit. Fortunately, there was no trees or bridges or anything. Came back up and right back up on the road, and Earl didn't even wake up. I didn't even slow down. And that was an experience, I tell you, where I was protected and saved, inspired as to what to do, rather than to overcorrect and roll, which had been devastating. We were tired, but eventually we got a letter from in the mail, and it was a little card that said, a little bird told me that you were coming back to BYU. Here's my address. If you come back and are interested, here's where I live. Well, got back there. We drove down, and that's the first place I went. Earl and I were assigned to be senior residents in the dormitories then. We got that job somehow. And that gave us a room and paid us some from our expenses. And so we were able to, and then we also worked at the Cannon Center there. So we were able to work our way through school there as senior residents and as working at the Cannon Center. And so first place I went was to this address that I got, this little bird. And there was Sue waiting. And we got in her car, first date, and her dad was a Dodge dealer in Salt Lake City. And he was still on the mission, but she had a new car to drive, a Dodge Lancer, brand new, demonstrator. We got in that car, and we were driving this old 56 Chevy or something, Earl and I let him have it. She and I got in that car and drove up around the loop. That was our first date, and it was very romantic and very wonderful first date. We dated a few times, and then we went to conference together, and she got really offish. I don't know what was the matter with her, except that I found out later she had this boyfriend that she was writing to on a mission, Richie, I think was his name, and she was having to write him, Dear John, or else get serious with me. She was troubled over it, and so she was very offish and cold. So I figured we were through. Went home, and I said, well, that's it. And I never planned on calling her anymore because she let me know that she wasn't interested. But by Wednesday, I got a phone call. She says, I'm so sorry. She told me what was going on. She says, I've written the Dear John letter, and you're it. So please forgive me. And so we dated steady from then on. We agreed that we would let all the others that we were dating know that we were dating each other. That didn't last very long. And so there was one other little girl that I really liked, and her name was Romney, cute blonde. I'm telling you that because later a guy that was another dorm leader came to me and says, why don't you introduce me to some of these girls? And I says, well, there's one that I think's real cute. I'll introduce you to her. And I took her over, and Gail Romney was her name, and I introduced this guy to her, and they ended up married. In fact, he's a sealer now, and she's the secretary of the sealing office in the Timpanogos Temple. Lonnie Durant was his name, and he gives me credit for getting him his wife. So anyway, time went, and it was time getting serious, and there was a big dance scheduled. It was called the Invitational Ball, and Sue happened to be the president of a group called Enactus. It was a social club, and so she was in charge of that event. And typically in their events, they passed around the engagement ring of anybody who had got engaged during the last period of time. And my twin brother Earl was high on a girl at the same time, and a little girl that we'd gone to school with up in Oregon. Her name was Donna Sneed. And so we got our heads together, went up to our cousin who was in the jewelry business and bought a couple rings. And Earl came to Sue and said, would you pass this ring around, and as it goes around the circle, let it go around once. It's tied to a rose, and it goes around the second time. I'll intercept it and give it to Donna and propose. And Sue thought that was so clever, but she said to me, "Why would?" We were talking marriage, and she says, "Why would you help him get engaged and ring and everything?" And anyway, she was hawing around. And I says, "Well, we can't afford 2 rings at once. So he's the oldest, and he gets to go first. So you have to be patient." So he did go first, because when the ring went around for the second time, all the time that she'd had his ring, it was hers. She loved the ring. She was excited about it, but she couldn't get too excited because it wasn't hers. So as it went around the second time, I intercepted the ring and proposed to her, the president of the league, of the social unit, and at the same time Earl stepped out and gave a ring to his girl, Donna. And Sue was so excited she jumped in the air. We have a picture of her with her skirt flared coming down from a high jump, standing high jump. She must have been a 36, 40-inch standing high jump. She was that high in the air. She was so excited. It was an unbelievable moment and experience, and that was how we got engaged. When I knew that she was really the one, for sure, positive, you go through these times when you're engaged that you're wondering, this is forever, and it's scary, was when she got on a plane to go back to Fort Wayne, Indiana, where her parents were presiding over a mission, and I was going back to Oregon after school that spring and saw her take off on that plane, and it felt like a big part of me was going off on that plane. That was a pretty good indication. We got married in June that year, because that was April, right, when we got out of school. We got married June the 29th in the Salt Lake Temple, and it was the headquarters of her family was in the Hotel Utah, so that was headquarters. And we had a little reception there at one of her mother's cousins' places, and her uncle sang the theme song to us of the evening, and it was the Hawaiian wedding song. "This is the moment I've waited for, da 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 da." And he went on and on. So he sang that, and he was a Hawaiian, and it was beautiful and touching. Anyway, then they gave us tickets to our honeymoon, which was to the Hawaiian Islands, and we went on that honeymoon to drove down to Los Angeles, met with a bunch of old aunts who kissed me with their wrinkled lips. I learned that young people don't like to get kissed by old wrinkled lips. Anyway, that was what I was thinking. And first time I ever got on an airplane in Los Angeles going to Hawaii on this honeymoon. It was phenomenal. Waikiki Beach. Waikiki Beach was just over my head, unbelievable, this old farm kid. And her dad was this car dealer and paid for our way, and they gave us this honeymoon. Anyway, so we were just leaving Waikiki Beach, and I was going to show off one more time and dive. I had a big tan, big muscles from working on the farm, Mr. He-Man. And I said, "Watch this." And I didn't say, "Watch this," but I was going to go down and dive into that wave one more time. There's a big wave coming in, and I went loop, 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 and dove into that wave and hit head on into the sand. Chonk, and stood up, stiff-necked, embarrassed. Both of us were really sunburned because we didn't realize that in Hawaii you can't be out in that sun 15 minutes without getting burned if you didn't have proper sunscreen and stuff, and they didn't have that stuff back then. So we were my wife's face got swollen up. She looked like a Oriental girl that I was married to that first on our honeymoon. We went from there to Kauai at Cocoa Palms, a beautiful resort area with cocoa palms. A big fish shell was our wash basin, and it was tremendously romantic and beautiful. We went over in the north where the South Pacific was filmed and drove around. It was fabulous. And we went over to the Big Island, saw the volcanoes and everything. We were there. It was a fantastic honeymoon and back, and then back to school. In my schooling, I'll have to tell you a little bit about the end of my schooling, because I got some interesting experiences in that last year, but I'm going to do that as another part. When we were married, Sue and I, in the Salt Lake Temple, Sue's father was there as the presiding president of the Great Lakes Mission, and his friend, President Henry D. Moyle, performed our sealing in our marriage. And as he gave his little pre-sealing comments, he looked at Grandpa Gledhill, of Sue's father, and said, President Gledhill, because of your sacrifice and service, I pronounce a special blessing on this union, a special apostolic blessing for 3 generations. Well, we've lived long enough now to see the fulfillment of that blessing. Our children, every one of our children, have been so special. Each one who's come has been special spirits. When Sue and I first got married, we went to Oregon for the summer and worked at Ore-Ida Frozen Foods. And we had the opportunity for 1 month to live in a home that was, a school teacher there was gone for the summer and rented it out. Earl lived there 1 month, and we lived there 1 month of the 2 months that we were working there in Ontario, our first summer of our marriage. The second month, we lived in a little trailer house that was, 20 feet long. It was really small, but it was over by Ore-Ida, and all I had to do was cross the railroad tracks to work. And Sue even got a job there working as the receptionist later at night. So when I'd finish my 10-hour shift, I'd stay there with her, and so she worked till like midnight answering the phones, and there weren't very many phone calls, so but they wanted somebody to answer the phones in case. So she was afraid to stay there by herself, so I always stayed with her. I didn't get much sleep, but I did sleep on the couch while she was working, and it was close by, so that's our first home there in Ontario. But when we came back to BYU, we lived in a little cute little house down on 2nd North in Provo. We tried to live in a basement in Orem. That was too far. We started to try to live in a kind of a barracks, little student housing. That wasn't comfortable. We ended up in this little home, and that's where we lived when Kevin was born. And it was a little 2-bedroom, really cute little house on 2nd North. It's still there, I think. When we went to Salt Lake, we lived with Sue's parents for a few months while we were looking for a home, and we narrowed this down to 2 homes, one up on the Capitol Hill. I think I mentioned about $36,000, and that seemed like a lot of money, and we ended up buying our little house out in East Mill Creek on Del Mar Drive. It was a 4-bedroom house, and we lived there for about 10 years. We had a chance to trade that house to a man who had a home in the same area, in the same neighborhood in East Mill Creek, but it was a larger home over on Craig Drive. And we traded our home to him, and plus another $10,000 or something like that, and we lived there for 10 or 12 years. Sue called that her favorite home of all because it had a nice dining room and living room, and bedrooms were all upstairs, and it was a large master bedroom with a balcony, apple trees, and it was across the street from a playground, large playground, so our kids could go over there and play ball, and it was a great place there on Craig Drive. It was there. We lived there when I got involved in this business that I joined. I was a managing partner of these tax shelters and ended up losing our home to the IRS. Darn them, they they took it away from us and then sold it and didn't get any money out of it, so we still owed the IRS. I think I told you some of the sad challenges, tough challenges that followed that in trying to get into business. But when we left there, as I said, we didn't want to downgrade in our home, so we went up on Mount Olympus and rented some homes, beautiful homes. One with the swimming pool, I told you about that one. Another one up that had a view of the whole valley. These homes were nice homes, but at that time we could rent them for about the same as my mortgage payment was. It was $1,100, as I recall, most of the time in the rent. For a little while, we lived out in a condo project out at the mouth of Little Cottonwood Canyon. Maybe it was Big Cottonwood Canyon, I don't know. But anyway, there were tennis courts and swimming pools there. And Sue wanted to live out there so that she could enjoy the pool and some of the amenities during the time that we were renting. It was from there and from Mount Olympus homes that we went to Provo, where we started our new little land decor business of blocks. We were in a home, as I said, across the street from Marie Osmond, and it was a lovely home, and we enjoyed that till we went on our mission. When we came back from our mission is when we bought the home that we live in now in Cedar Hills. It's a part of an HOA, but it has a view of the valley, the lake, and you raise your head up off of my pillow and you can see the Timpanogos Temple, and where we've served for several years. I think we served there in the Timpanogos Temple all told for about 6 years. But that is the home that we live in now, and has 5 bedrooms, 3.5 baths, lovely large family room downstairs where we can still all get together if we have to. And but I don't like it too much because it doesn't have a garden, and so room for a garden. And I kind of started wanting to raise some tomatoes. But we're still there and enjoying that home. Sue and I haven't been able to travel as much as some people, but we have covered some of the world. We traveled to, on our 50th anniversary, for example, we spent a week or 2 weeks in Europe and went around Germany, Ireland, even over into Warsaw, Poland, and some of those countries around in Central Europe. It was a very interesting and fun time, and we even end up down in Italy, where what's that city that's floating? Venice. Got down as far as Venice and over into Switzerland, and anyway, that was a good trip. That was our 50th wedding anniversary. Before that, we had taken a couple of tours or cruises. We went on a cruise to the Bahamas with my partner Dale and Carol Huffaker at one time from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, out for 3 or 4 days out into the Bahamas. That was our first experience as cruisers. But later we went to Alaska on a cruise, and it was we got on an airplane on one event and flew back into the inner parts of Alaska and saw these huge ice flows that were coming down and forming, melting into these lagoons. It was very interesting. We were on a plane that landed right on the lake where these ice flows were flowing and melting and forming the lakes. We went on probably the most interesting cruise. It was the river cruise down from Moscow to St. Petersburg, Russia. And we were 10 days on this river cruise, spent 2 or 3 days in Moscow and several days on the river, stopping at villages and sites along the Olga River, I think, but we went across the largest lake in the world. It was just a freshwater lake. We were out in the middle of that. You couldn't see the shore. And we went across that for a whole day. It was a big lake. When we ended up in St. Petersburg for a few days and saw the homes of the czars. And those were, I think, the most spectacular buildings, maybe as much as and even more than the royalty in England. Those buildings were so spectacular that you can see why the Russian people rebelled and wanted to have a little bit of that. On the cruise, we learned a lot about Russian history, how the Communist Party rose up and took over, and then how now they're beginning to try their hand at the free enterprise system, and learned a lot about their government and history. It was very, very interesting. Every evening on the cruise, they had these Russian guides that would give us their perspective of history, which was different than our perspective, and their perspective of world events and governments is different than ours. So it was an extremely interesting cruise. The latest cruise we went on was up along the New England coast, starting from New York. We went up to Nova Scotia with several stops along the way, seeing the Rockefeller mansions and the Bush in Kennebunkport, the Bush estates, and it was extremely wonderful. We saw the little village there where they caught crabs and lobster, and so guess what we ate a couple times? Lobster meals, and it's interesting to me that some of those restaurants up there, of course, they were taking advantage of the tourism. The lobster meals were as expensive, maybe more expensive than they are here at the Lobster Shack or whatever it's called. Other trips that we have taken, in our earlier time, we went to Puerto Vallarta. We've been down to Cancun, Mexico, and we spent some time in New York City with our son Kevin when he was there. Saw some plays, and anyway, we haven't been around the world, but we have traveled considerably. One of the most interesting trips we took was we were invited to go along with the Salt Lake City Chamber of Commerce to China. And the Chinese people put their very best foot forward in hosting the Chamber of Commerce groups. And so we stayed in the finest hotels and went to some of the most interesting visitors' sites like the Great Wall, and saw these unbelievable statues, Buddhas, and we went to their tea farms. Anyway, we saw many, many of the interesting things. Every day we ate Chinese food, and they served it on a rotating table. And they would bring out one dish at a time and then turn the table around, and we could eat from off that table. But they'd only bring out one or two dishes at a time. It was an interesting style. Probably one of the most interesting trips we've had is when we went to Johannesburg, South Africa. That was just a couple of years ago. And I'm going to talk about that as it relates to the Enactus discussion that I'm going to give in another part. Also, Toronto, Canada. And we saw the other side of the Niagara Falls, which was absolutely beautiful, which is very close to Toronto. But I'm going to talk about those as it relates to Enactus. Several of the trips that we made in our lives were to follow our sons playing football. And a couple of the most interesting of those were in Notre Dame. We went there, and by the way, BYU beat Notre Dame, and Bryce was the player on the team at that time. And Brandon was being recruited by Notre Dame. Kevin was living in New York, and Cliff was finishing his mission in Chicago. And so it was the last week of his mission, and we got permission to pick him up in Chicago, drive over to Notre Dame, and since he had been recruited, really, and had a scholarship waiting for him at BYU, and Bryce was playing, and Brandon was being recruited by Notre Dame, and Kevin came down, all four of our sons and us met there at Notre Dame, and BYU won that game, and Bryce had caught one of the touchdown passes. It was a phenomenal event. Notre Dame was a beautiful place to visit, and the fans there and the ushers of the ball games are so friendly and wonderful. So that prompted Sue and I, when we got home, to talk to Tom Holmo, the athletic director, and tell him about what they were doing there. And we ended up, after our English mission, our public affairs mission in England, organizing a program at BYU where ushers, volunteer ushers, went to the ball games and greeted the fans and made sure that they were happy. Took them, some of them up into the pregame, up into the dress room and showed them around. And we also then organized volunteers at the athletic complex there, the offices, and even volunteers to help manage the gates during the practices and so forth. So that was an interesting little volunteer project that Sue and I had the opportunity to work on for a few years after our English mission. But that trip to Notre Dame, we went on up to Palmyra. Well, we went to Kirtland, Ohio first, where I, by the way, had served a part of my mission. And then we went on over to, I didn't serve there, but I went there as a traveler and visited Navu, and, well, not Navu, but Kirtland. And then we went on up to Palmyra and visited the Sacred Grove and the temple there. And then we went on over to the Niagara Falls, Buffalo, and the Niagara Falls on the south side of the river. And I don't remember it was nearly as spectacular as our visit when we went to the north side from Toronto. A couple of times we went down to Texas to ball games. One ball game, BYU beat Oklahoma, which was highly ranked, and had the Heisman candidate as their quarterback, and BYU injured him, and he didn't play the rest of the year. And BYU ended up beating, the quarterback was Hall, and they ended up beating Oklahoma in this new Cowboys Stadium, which was the most spectacular place. The replay screen was almost as big as the football field up above, and so if you didn't see the play, you could watch it in gigantic scene on the replay screen, which covered nearly the whole football field. It was a spectacular place to go watch football games, and we had a good time doing that a few times. We went to Boston and watched BYU play Boston College, and on that trip we were able to go see Paul Revere's last route on his famous ride. We went down to Plymouth Rock and some other famous historical sites on that trip. So I almost forgot about that, but it was a great time. Well, I'm not going to try to tell you all of our travels, but that was just a highlight of some of the trips that we've had the opportunity to take, and we're looking forward to taking many more. Our family actually started way back in England, as far as we know, the Doman name, with a lady named Martha Doman. She was maid for, we think, the vicar of a little village chapel, little village congregation of the Church of England there in Cole Orton, England. The chapel still stands. There's a Doman grave out there in that yard. We don't know for sure, but we kind of have a feeling that she was a maid to a guy named Beauchamp, who was the vicar, whose father was an earl of Lincolnshire or someplace. He was royalty almost, and wealthy, and their names are all over in that little chapel. The graves of all those people, where they put them in the walls and floors, are all Beauchamps. Not all, but most of them. And I'm not sure how they pronounce the name, but we think that her 4 children that lived were his offspring, because she never was married. Originally, and we understand that his wife actually was in a sanitarium, probably had tuberculosis or something, and wasn't there. But she was his maid, we think, in a wonderful, almost castle up above this little church there in Colhart, England. They're turning that now into condominiums, I think, but it was a big castle. He lived there and was from a very wealthy family. When she got to America, her kids all had her names, but she had her sister had met and married a member of the church named John Springthorpe. And so when they got over here, because of the plural marriage situation that was going on among the early pioneers, she was married to her sister's husband, John. I don't think they ever lived together, because he went to Arizona, assignment from the church. She ended up in Star Valley, Wyoming, where she had her son Thomas lived there, and he had a son named William Thomas Springthorpe. Doman. Actually, his name was Doman, but they called him Springthorpe at church because she was sealed to John Springthorpe. So he went through his life in a confusing situation, going to church as a William Springthorpe, and in his business, daily life, he was William Doman. Well, my father he later moved to Vernal, Utah, and my dad was born in Roosevelt and went to Oregon from Roosevelt when he was 16 years old. But when he went to church, he was Thomas. My dad was named Thomas Arthur, and they called him Art. Art Doman in his normal life, and Art Springthorpe at church. Well, my parents were troubled by this 2 names, and they decided that they were going to do something about it. And so when we were born, they gave us on our birth certificate the name of Springthorpe. So we were officially Earl and Verl Norma Springthorpe. Norma's our older sister. And our cousin didn't want to do that because he didn't like the name, so he was our double cousin. Our dads were sisters, and our dads were brothers, and our mothers were sisters. And so here he was, Jerry and Larry Doman and Letha Doman, were our double cousins. The dads are brothers, and we were named Springthorpe. How's that? So it was confusing. Everybody thought we were in the second marriage and all that kind of stuff. And it was confusing. So my dad never could afford to go to an attorney to get the name changed legally to Springthorpe, but we just lived like that until we were about in the 8th grade. We were Springthorpe twins. We were a good basketball team, and we were well known. We won the tournaments even in Boise and all over the place, and so we were starting to get known as basketball players. And my knee hadn't caved in on me yet, and so we did pretty good. And we had this Jerry Doman on the team too, but who cared about that? He wasn't related, but they didn't know. But Dad started talking to someone who knew, and they suggested that all you need to do to change this is write a letter to the church and tell them what happened. And they will simply make a note on the record and change your name to Doman. You don't have to do it legally, because in the church we can do it easy. And so that's what they did. Changed the name on the records of the church with an explanation that our name was legally Doman, and so we were to be from this on called Doman, and we were. So one day in the spring of our 8th grade, everybody they called on the loudspeaker, intercom over the school. We have an announcement to make. Earl and Verl Springthorpe has had their name changed to Earl and Verl Doman. So from now on, call them Earl and Verl Doman. There's Jerry sitting over there with his Chessy grin on his face, and nobody understanding why in the world that happened and what was going on. But that was okay because it was spring, and the next year we were in high school. And the question was floated around, what happened to the Springthorpe twins that played basketball together? And then where did these Doman twins come from? What's going on over there in Ontario? All these twins that play basketball and different names. And there was another set of twins called Jerry and Larry Hall that played basketball, and they were pretty good. Anyway, people thought there was something weird going on in Ontario, Oregon, because of the change of our name. My mother's maiden name was Hickey. Her name was Sybil Audrey Hickey. In high school, she got some kind of an award for being one of the top 10 students in the entire county in an English contest, so she must have been kind of smart. And she was such a sweet but strong mother for the 6 in our family. I honor her name. I look forward to the day when I will be able to see her again and have her tell me how pleased she is with her posterity, because all of her posterity, as far as I know, almost every last one of them, hundreds of them there, are quality individuals, more so than any of us would deserve, I think, and appear. And some of them are more quality than some of us. But my mother, I'm sure, is very pleased. She was the first to join the church in her family, and then her sister, Judy, later joined and married my dad's brother, Roy. So we were double cousins to those. But nobody else in that family, the Hickey family, as far as I knew, for some time ever joined the church. I learned lately that one of my cousins married in his second marriage a member of the church and joined the church, and that his son actually sang for a year or two in the tabernacle choir. I attempted to go meet him but never could make the connection because he was a student and went on. He must be quite a talented individual. His name was White. His last name is White. I look forward to meeting him someday. But my mother's family was from Arkansas. And they moved to Ontario, Oregon from Arkansas just before she was born, because the others, her older brothers and sisters, some were born in Arkansas. They came to Arkansas from, some of them from, most of them from Kentucky, the Hickeys, and then a lot of them from North Carolina, and anyway, mostly Southerners. The Hickey name is Irish, Scottish. And so when we were in Ireland, we saw Hickey on stores and so forth, and the Hickey is a Hickey name. It's kind of a Hickey name, but it's kind of well known and becoming more well known. I see it around. She was a wonderful, wonderful mother. My father's posterity mostly came from Europe and Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. His mother was an Adams, and was in a way related to John and John Quincy Adams, cousins, not distant, but cousins a couple times removed. Barnabas Adams was the first man to pioneer to cross into the Great Salt Lake Valley and came back and reported to Brigham Young, and he said, if it's okay with Barney, it's okay with me. Well, Barney's my great-great-grandfather and my grandmother's grandfather, and they lived in, she was born out by Vernal, Utah, and some of the ancestors are about there, some of the Adamses. Anyway, she came to Oregon with her family. The Doman name is English, probably goes back into Germany, and my wife's name, Gledhill, is all English, and we found and Danish, so we found them. Anyway, this leads up to, I hope, to the present time when I will start describing my birth. But I wanted to give a little background, genealogical family history background, what led up to our being here when we are. So I hope you enjoy the rest. I want to say just a little bit about my wife, Sue, and she is, I have considered, probably the best mother and now grandmother that ever lived. When she was a young girl growing up, she couldn't wait to become a mother. And when she became a mother, she became the best mother. And one of the things that she did that made such a huge difference in our family is that she gave so much positive reinforcement to every one of our kids. When they brought home some little drawing or something, schoolwork, she would put that up on the refrigerator as if it was the finest work that had ever been done. And as we know, positive reinforcement motivates, and so they would do better the next time. And she gave our children more positive reinforcement than anybody I've ever seen be able to dish out, one little mother. And that was a significant contribution to our family. She was such a doting mother, such a wonderful mother to our children. I think the best mother in the whole world. And she does that now with our grandchildren. She'll get down on the floor and play with them for hours. I get down there, well, it hurts for me to get down there now, but I couldn't do that at all. To go down on the floor and play with these little kids, I don't know how she does it, but she still is able to entertain the grandchildren and play with them and spend time and lift them, love them and motivate them like nobody else. Anyway, she's one of the special people in our lives, in my life, and has been a tremendous mother. Kevin, who now is served a mission in Spain and was the assistant to the mission president there, played football at BYU, opened up the doors for his brothers to play, played basketball at Dixie, has now started this new business that's going to, I think, really make a difference in the entertainment world and the communication world, Wi-Fi Live TV, and is becoming now the mission president in the southern tip of Mexico, and visualize he's reaching out to 1 million of these indigenous natives who have never heard the gospel in their language. They don't read or write, and he and I are working on a program now that will be able to translate their language, put it on PowerPoint into a video that they will be able to learn about the truth of the gospel for the first time. So he is so excited about that opportunity. Our second child, and when he was first born, he came out with this little red hair, and I saw that little redhead boy that was my flesh and blood. I felt like I was walking on cloud nine. Unbelievable experience having your first son. Our second one, well, I was almost blown away. Another redhead was Tiffany. Tiffany turned into the cutest little redheaded girl you ever saw. She was just, you couldn't get mad at her, because if you did, it would absolutely devastate her. She never did do anything wrong. One of the worst things she ever did was was let her dog go poo on the neighbor's lawn, and she went and picked it up and brought it home. Well, and said, he's going to kill my dog. I can tell you that was not a friendly conversation between our neighbor, Mr. Reddick, and me after that. But I was young and impetuous, and he didn't live there very long. He left. But Tiffany was talented and bright and pretty. She tried out for everything. She didn't make everything because she was, but she tried anything and everything. She tried out for Lonnie Shays, and in the tryout you had to do splits. Well, when she was practicing her split, she pulled a muscle. And there she was up there in the tryouts, going through this utter pain, doing the splits with a pulled muscle. And we were all mad at that director because she caused that, and she never got in. Lonnie Shane's one of the toughest moments of her life, but she did become a candidate for homecoming queen. She graduated in dance and performing arts at BYU. She married a star basketball player, and got engaged mid-court on Valentine's Day, and has 8 children. One of them was the one who passed away in our pool, but 7 children, and they are all of her children are brilliant, handsome, tall. Her husband is 6'10", by the way, because he played basketball at BYU and at USC, and his name is Alan, by the way. And so her kids are all star basketball players and athletes. We're having a great time now watching her kids. I'm not going to try to explain about each of our grandkids. It's impossible because there are 37 of them right at this point in our life. The next one that came along is, Tiffany at one point, just as we were ready to go on our mission to England, she came and said she was just diagnosed with cancer and that it had spread, and so she was breast cancer. So she was going to have have a mastectomy and go through all the treatment, radiation and chemotherapy. And we said, we can't go on a mission. She's pleaded with us, please go. I need this blessing. I need to get this blessing. I need the blessing because otherwise I may not make it. And so with our tails between our legs, we trudged off to England with our daughter going through all of this, our beautiful Tiffany going through all of this terrible treatment. That was back in 1973, and she's been cancer-free since the treatment was completed, and we're so grateful. She's been Stake Relief Society president, or Stake Young Women's president, and has been a leader. She graduated. She was a candidate for Homecoming Queen, where she composed her own song, sang it, and did a dance. She's graduated in dance, and she's a phenomenal dancer, beautiful voice, singer. She writes poetry better than I do, and I'm going to show you some of my poems here if we have time. And anyway, she's a great mother and daughter. That's Tiffany. Debbie came along. She was the feisty, blonde, and athletic, and she became the head of the dance club, and I can't remember the name of the Lonnie Shays and all that stuff. She was head and shoulders in there doing all this stuff athletically, and has been a fantastic daughter. She married a BYU football player, and they've got 6 children, 1 boy and 5 girls, beautiful daughters. Debbie is in her early 50s now and is a beautiful, sweet, and wonderful lady. We've been so proud of her and her. She's had some struggles in her life because she had endometriosis for all of her children. Most women, when they have endometriosis, have hysterectomies early on in their childbearing and don't have very many children. She gutsed it out, stuck it out, and said, I want to raise my family. And so she went through all those years and years of pain with that endometriosis pain. And women who have that know what I'm talking about. And then so the pain threshold of her body was crazed up. So when she had her surgery for her hysterectomy and surgery on her teeth, it caused so much severe pain that nobody could even imagine. So she's been through a lot of pain in her life and has had to deal with that with a lot of pain. But guess what? She's come out on top, and she's a phenomenal lady. Her kids are all married in the temple so far, all but 2, and they're beautiful girls, and they're going to end up being married in the temple too. Anyway, so Debbie is a phenomenal and wonderful daughter, and somebody that we love so much, and very talented. She has had before and will start again a boutique shop, and she's very, very skilled in the boutique business. The next came Bryce, and Bryce would have been born without a father if I had died with the tractor tipped over on me. My wife was with child with him when that happened, so I feel so blessed to have Bryce. It was said about Bryce that he was the best, by the coach Edwards, that he was the best athlete that ever played football at BYU. I know better than that because even Bob is an better all-around athlete, bigger than him and some of the others. But he was a phenomenal athlete. Everything he did, he was extremely well coordinated. He could dribble a basketball when he was a year and a half old, and I showed that off. Come here. He'd dribble that basketball around, and most people were learning to walk. These guys walked when they're 7 months old. I don't know why, but we had these little walkers that they walked around, and by the time they were 7 months old, if they didn't start walking during their 7th month, we thought they were retarded. Tiffany was so tender and gentle that she didn't walk till she was 10 months old, and we thought she surely was retarded till 10 months old. Well, most people don't walk till they're 10 months to a year older now. But our kids were well coordinated, and Bryce was probably the most coordinated of all. All-American high school football, was the top scorer in basketball, won the long jump in the BYU Invitational, state of Utah and other states participated. I think he averaged 20-some points as a junior, and then he separated his shoulder during football his senior year, and that affected the first half of his year, but he could have played college basketball easy. Really a good athlete. Also a good man. He became my partner and has been so generous with me and with all of our family. He has given, and I'm so thankful to have been a partner with him. He was assistant to his mission president and was a very successful missionary. In fact, the mission president asked him to come back and speak to the missionaries after he got home. And in fact, he became a speaker lots of places and was called to be a bishop young, and is the CEO of our companies now. And he's just a wonderful son, and he's raising some phenomenal sons. His son now is on a mission in Barcelona, a mission in Spain, and is all-state athlete, all-around tremendous athlete. And his sons, all of his sons. So it carries on, goes on. What I'm trying to say is that we were blessed. Elder President Moyle's blessing was really effective and is still affecting our family in a obvious way to us, and we're so grateful. Cliff followed. Cliff was an extremely talented football player, All-American, All-State as a junior, All-American as a senior. I said was a Gatorade Player of the Year. As a senior, he was all returner, as a quarterback, as a receiver, and a defensive back. He had it all. He was on a team that set the state record in the 4x100. He got second place in the state on the long jump. He's a tremendous athlete, but he wasn't as big as the others. About 5. He was more 2 or 3 inches shorter. But he got a scholarship at BYU and played I bet every game. Anyway, and talk about guts, that kid. He blocked he was called on him to block the linebackers on these crackback blocks, and he did it, and it never slowed him down. He married a tremendous cheerleader, BYU cheerleader, Raquel. We call her Rocky. And by the way, I should say that Bryce married a high school star, beautiful, talented girl named Holly Peterson. Debbie married a football player, quarterback at BYU named Bob Peterson, I told you that, who's now owns some businesses and is doing very well. Tiffany married a as I mentioned, Alan Pollard, 6'10" basketball star, and is a businessman now. And Kevin married a beautiful, beautiful girl. When I saw her, I said, "She'll do." And she was just a gorgeous brunette, and still is the mission mother now of that mission in southern Mexico. Her name is Michelle, and Michelle Gustafson. What is it? So anyway, that's Michelle. When Cliff finished college, he'd worked so hard and had to try so hard in football because of his disparity in his size, and he developed some serious tenacity, which came into a wonderful play for him as he became a student at the University of Kentucky dental school. And it was while he was there that he had Jordan and Jacob, a pair of twins, that was a tremendous challenge for Rocky, his wife, to try to take care of while Cliff was going to dental school, and he was called to be the young men's president at the time. It was a very difficult 4 years for him, but he came through there in flying colors, became the president of his class, I think, and came through and now is a very, very successful dentist here out in Lehi, Utah, across from Micron out there if you want to go there. At one point he was selected as the best dentist in Utah County, which a lot of people will attest to, including me, if you can see my new teeth. Remember, I had these broken off and chipped and so forth. If you go to his office, you'll see a picture of me with my original teeth all chipped off, and then next to it is my new teeth, which he's given me. So it's fun and very convenient to have a prominent dentist in our family, thanks to Cliff. Now we go to Brandon, who is their youngest son, and you know a lot about him because I talked about his football career. But he was the sweetest little boy, only was bigger than all the others, quite a bit bigger, and but tender. He would snuggle at church, and he was a tender guy. But he got big, and so by the time he was in the 8th grade, he was pretty good size. He always played with the football team ahead of him, and because he was too big, he'd had to probably play line in his own age. So he played with the others, and he was always the quarterback. And so they followed that same team all the way till they were seniors. He was a junior. They were seniors in high school when they won the state championship. But when he was in the 8th grade, the football coach at Skyline High School in Salt Lake invited him to come and practice with the varsity. And here he was, an 8th grader. So he started learning this wishbone offense, which was famous up there, as an 8th grader. By the time he was a sophomore, he had it down pretty well, and he became the starting quarterback as a sophomore. They won the region as sophomores and competed well in the state. He was just a sophomore, but he was big for his size. And besides, he was really tough. Why? He'd gone out and put in curbing with us and had to wheel concrete around through yards and up hills and things. And that did a lot to strengthen him so he could do that. He, as I told you, became a professional football player. He became a quarterback coach at BYU and the offensive coordinator, and is now the CEO of WasteSafe, and he's doing a brilliant, brilliant job. He and his wife were not able to have children, so they've adopted 6. Because I think he was known, people would come to him when they had a baby coming or knew of one and say, how would you like a baby? So he has 6 children. One of them is a wonderful Polynesian boy from American Samoa. And he got him through a friend, Gabe Reed, that played football with him and who at that time was playing for the Chicago Bears football. I didn't mention that Brandon married his his high school sweetheart, Alicia. Oh, why did that last name slip my mind just then? Because I'm 80 years old, that's why. Alicia Barker, and her dad and mom are wonderful friends, and phenomenal grandparents to our grandchildren, those 6 adopted grandchildren, and they are so loyal and wonderful grandparents to them, the Barkers. Then my wife, when we first got married, said, I want to adopt a little foreign baby. I says, why? Well, I've worked up at the Primary Children's Hospital, and I just feel like I fell in love with those little foreign babies, and I want to adopt one. I said, well, let's see if we can have our own, and then if you still feel that way, I'll agree to do it. And she agreed to that. So after we had Brandon, she ran across a lady who had adopted a little baby from Mexico, and to make a long story short, we ended up adopting a baby that was born in Torreon, Mexico. We went down to Juarez, Mexico, and picked her up and had her adopted. Her name was Susanna, and we call her Susie. And she's been a phenomenal member of our family. She's probably the most talented athletically and musically and dance-wise of anybody in our family. She has a natural voice, and she sang and performed even in Japan and all over in a performing group, and as a soloist. She's been asked to sing and so forth. She's just a phenomenal voice. She's real short, about 4'10", but she could dance up a storm. She and a partner, when she was at UVU, won the National Collegiate competition for Western swing dance. The national competition in Nashville, Tennessee, the #1 collegiate team in Western swing dance. Now that's quite a trophy. She was agile, athletic, and a beautiful voice, and a beautiful dancer. And she's been a wonderful daughter. She married a young man from Skyline High School, where she went to school at a time, named Whitney Patton, and so they have 3 handsome kids now. Keep them on your side of the fence. Fences are built-up barriers designed to separate. It's often hard to get through them unless they have a gate. Sometimes we build up huge fences, not wood, concrete, or steel, but made of how we treat others and how we make them feel. No wonder that some of our teens are inclined to rebel because while they were growing up, were treated not too well. The answer is to look for good in everything they do. They will respond by trying more to be approved by you. The golden rule, do unto them as you would be done by, for our loved ones this really does especially apply. And so in rearing children, it surely makes good sense to strive and pray to keep them on the same side of the fence. Forgive us as we forgive. When life throws us a curve, it doesn't seem quite fair. We think fate's got its nerve to hurt us more than our share. It could occur as loss of wealth, a split between man and wife. It often comes as failing health or even loss of life. But if we're wrongly treated or others may abuse, there's a truth that's oft repeated that really is good news. To find forgiveness in our soul, as surely as we live, the Savior's love will make us whole, and our sins He'll forgive. Scripture says, forgive others, and then your own sins will be forgiven. That's in Matthew 5th chapter, right? Forgive, forget, judge. I'm sure that nearly all of us, these words have said or heard, I will forgive but not forget, a comment that's absurd. Forgiveness really starts before an act that may offend. It is that we are not to judge, a rule we should not bend. A mote seen in thy brother's eye, offensive it may seem, we should ignore till from our own we have removed the beam. The very measure which we meet, the judgment by which we judge, surely will come back upon the ones who holds the grudge. In other words, the Savior said, by which we should be driven, as we forgive our debtors, surely our sins will be forgiven. Another one I wrote about that same occasion, called Dimensions. I saw some pictures in a book that were fairly nice to see, but some with long and staring look could see them in 3D. Sure, I can see you and see you're worthy of attention, but some discern that you must be of a more divine dimension. You were one time a morning star of great potential worth, who only could progress so far until you came to earth, where here you grow and serve and love and fall and rise and learn, with eyes fixed on your home above, till you're finished with your turn. Some morning stars, it's our belief, before their mortal life will brighter, so their turn is brief, to avoid the pain and strife. Then after time, we'll rise again in an atmosphere of light, reached our divine potential then of glory and of might. Those whose lives were brief will rise as children that we've known, to hold and love and soothe their cries till they are fully grown. When our granddaughter drowned, I wrote this poem. There's a picture of a shoemaker. It's called On the Shelf. Cutting and stitching and tap, 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 the shoemaker works on the shoes in his lap. He stretches and forms and shines each shoe till its shape and stitches are perfectly true. Each pair has become a part of himself as he gratefully places them on the shelf. Parents, like shoemakers, strive and work. They worry and pray and never shirk in efforts to form their children who may not always do as they want them to, but somehow parents help them through and start them on a course that's true. Relieved and hopeful, the parents lean back, praying their children will stay on track, surviving all the temptations and strife that's sure to beset them in this life. Now and then there's one comes along who's already proven a faith so strong that this special life is very brief, and those behind must suffer the grief. But we can gratefully say to ourselves, this one's perfected and on the shelf. This is a poem I wrote for Sue on her 70th birthday, my wife, and it's a tribute to her, called Sue's Sunrise Sunset. Sunrise, sunset are the words of a song. Childhood to gray set doesn't seem all that long. Your life, like the sunrise that brightens the days, has lightened our lives in so many ways. Still morning when we met, then you were my wife. I'm grateful that you're yet the love of my life. As a mother, you lifted each child to their best, made each one feel gifted, maybe more than the rest. No grandmother plays with her grandchildren more, spends good parts of days with them on the floor. Great-grandmother now, it's a 70 stage, and you're wondering how you've reached this ripe age. But more brilliant are sunsets, more color, more hues from joys and regrets as we win and we lose. Your sunset's just started. 'Twill be brighter still as the love you've imparted returns as it will. The big 7-0 you've dreaded for years, but now you're a hero and we echo your cheers. Woo-hoo for your cheers, woo-hoo for your care, your laughter and tears you so willingly share. We've seen you embrace the good and the right, leading us all in the race to the source of all light. Though sunsets will dim, there's no end to this story. We'll all be with him, sharing eternal glory. And this is on our 50th wedding anniversary. Called Your Diamonds, and I have a picture of a diamond ring there. A diamond is forever is the slogan of De Beers. We lost the one I gave you, and you've had not one for years. Each time we could afford one, you chose instead to share with members of our family as much as we could spare. The ring still lacks a diamond on your hand that you could show, but the seeds of love you've planted will never cease to grow. Now all of us are sent here as diamonds in the rough, and to get the cut and polish sometimes is very tough. Each member of your family has become a special light that sparkles more than diamonds. They'll be forever bright. As we've been taught, eternity is one eternal round. Those that you have loved so will be like diamonds in your crown. But since this earthly mortal race is not just quite yet over, and we've not found our resting place beneath the fields of clover, there still is time, and now the way, as blessings from above, provide for me a way to pay for a token of my love. And I've replaced the phony stone with one that's genuine to symbolize that you're the one, my eternal Valentine. I've decided I'm going to take a little longer here and read you some poems that I've written, because this seems to be an opportunity to do that. And so I've pulled out some of my favorite poems that I've written, and I've written a lot of them now in my old age, and my daughter is a lot better poet than I am, so she will continue this as she goes along. The ones that I cherish the most are ones that I've written about the gospel, and hear about the Savior. For example, the most touching one, I think, is about his birth. One is about his birth. It's a little Christmas message, mangers to mansions. This little babe of slowly birth, so long ago was born on earth, begotten Son of God above, the greatest gift of Father's love. He came to suffer, bleed, and die, so we don't have to, you and I. Oh yes, we live to die, but then because of him we'll rise again. And if we follow in his way, at length we'll meet him, and he'll say, "Come unto me, and I will share the mansions I've gone to prepare." This one is not one small drop of blood. And there's pictures. I have pictures of the Savior in Gethsemane on the cross and at the point of his resurrection. And I'll maybe figure out a way to add those into this video. But here's the poem. Not one small drop of blood. I've felt some pain. I've cried alone. At times all I could bear. A broken heart, a broken bone. It didn't seem quite fair. But then the thought came unto me how Jesus must have felt in the Garden of Gethsemane as in agony he knelt, and pledged this cup would pass from him, then prayed, "Thy will be done." This was the only way this grim encounter could atone. So there he suffered for our sins. He sank near to death's door in sorrow. Thus upon his skin blood oozed from every pore. Then followed after that the trial, the scourge, the crown of thorns, remaining silent all the while through the torture and the scorns. Then nailed upon the cross he cried, "Please, Father, these forgive." The hours passed, he finally died, that you and I might live. The begotten Son of God on earth, he came to bleed and die. The very purpose of his birth was this, that you and I, and all will someday live again. And all will someday rise again as he rose on that morn and be redeemed from all our sins if we will be reborn. And follow him as we believe on the straight and narrow path to glory where we can receive all that our Father hath. Our pains and sorrows some seem reduced. Even famine, storm, or flood have on our pores of skin produced not one small drop of blood. The least of these. As we reach out to the least of these, if the hungry we will feed, if we take care of the widows and share with those in need, if we minister unto the sick, the naked clothe and warm, giving water to those athirst, shield strangers from the storm, those in prison and all of these, if we reach out to them, we'll be among the Savior's sheep, for we've done it unto him. Lost sheep. The shepherd knows there'll always be some sheep that will get lost, but he has paid the price for them, suffering the death, the cost. He asks if we're willing to venture into the cold and find the lost so they'll return with us back to the fold. Yes, there will be more joy for them in heaven than all the rest, and those who strive to bring them back will be forever blessed. These next poems are a sequence of poems that I wrote about the founding of the church, the early days. There's a picture of a stone that we picked up in Sharon, Vermont. This is called Special Stone. This special little stone was found on a very special spot of ground. It was the place of a special birth of a special prophet on this earth. It was the year 1805 when Joseph Smith did here arrive, during the very generation that in the founding of this nation religious freedom became the law. So the dream that Nebuchadnezzar saw of the stone that cut out without hands from here rolled forth to fill all lands. This stone of very special worth is the gospel that shall fill the earth. Sacred maple. This leaf is from a maple tree. In the sacred grove it grows, and if the tree had eyes to see or could tell us what it knows, It could tell of how on one spring day the Father and the Son appeared to Joseph Smith to say that he would be the one to help restore that which was lost, their church and gospel truth, a mission which in time would cost his life, yet in his youth. But like the maple tree, it grew, destined to fill the earth, so we can know, as Joseph knew, this greatest gift of worth. From the steps of the Navu temple, I stood on the steps of the temple, overlooking the river below. The statue of Joseph and Hiram reminds of where they would go. To Carthage as lambs to the slaughter, their mission to seal with their blood, while knowing this was their last journey, as they could escape if they would. Hiram was shot through the doorway. Joseph was shot as he fell from the window, desperately jumping as he died, as he lay by the well. The mob thought that killing the prophet would end Mormonism for good, but they never could have imagined the view from the spot where I stood. How they walked all the way to the mountains, where the desert they turned to the rose, and continue to build the Lord's kingdom to fill the all earth as it grows. I thought of the glorious sunset that are viewed from this same temple step, how the sun symbolizes the heaven that is promised as covenants are kept. Saw the moon as the sky on the evening, how it shone with less glory for sure. This for those who have rejected the gospel or those who will fail to endure. Even those of the mob will have glory, maybe one that's compared to a star. But what will they think of the Mormons when approaching the Lord's judgment bar? They couldn't have even imagined this church that they knew at its birth would thrive and continue to flourish till it's reached every nation on earth. Called Acorn by the Well. What a story this acorn could tell from the oak that grew by the well, near the window of the Carthage jail where the prophet Joseph fell. To finish a devilish plot by an angry mob, he was shot. 'Twould end Mormonism, they thought, but we're here to see it did not. Like the oak, from the acorn it grew through the earth to include me and you, because as we know, the saints then knew that the gospel he restored is true. One about Adam on Diamond. I have a picture of a tree there at Spring Hill and Adam on Diamond, and I call it Adam's tree. At Adam on Diamond, we photographed this tree where Adam met the patriarchs of his posterity. Adam stood upon this hill with the patriarchs below. He admonished them and blessed them, as we are blessed to know, that he will stand here once again among these very trees. He'll answer to the Savior and deliver back the keys. I photographed this tree because of what it represented, the family tree of Adam and Eve, from whom we're all descended. The climb. Life is filled with uphill climbs that test resolve and will, and often when the summit's reached, there looms another hill. It really is part of the plan, and is more than just a test. Each challenge faced will help us grow through our immortal quest. Some struggles are so difficult we feel we can't go on, but no matter how dark the night, there's hope of light at dawn. Two principles that carry us when it's so hard to cope, without which we are helpless. These two are faith and hope. The prayerful who receive these gifts will endure to the end, and no matter how steep the climb, they never will give in. So what of these survivors, and what is their reward? It's eternal life with Father as joint heirs of the Lord. We got our mission calls, both of us, in January of 1958. I was called to the Great Lakes Mission. Earl was called to the northern states, and we went to the MTC down in Salt Lake and were set apart as missionaries. I was set apart by LeGrand Chris Jansen, who was the temple president of the Salt Lake Temple, and he was assistant to the 12. And anyway, we went out there. It was a 2-day, 1-night, 2-day train ride from Salt Lake City to our missions. Earl got off in Chicago and went to the northern states, and their headquarters in Chicago. I went on to the Great Lakes, which is headquarters in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and got off the train there. I was so tired, hadn't slept, and the missionaries came and picked us up. We went back to a dinner at the mission office in Fort Wayne, a big, beautiful mansion on 4800 Old Mill Road in Fort Wayne, Indiana. And we were sitting there eating, and I was so tired that I'd start drooling every time I'd take a drink of water, and I was so thirsty. And the liquid would drizzle down my cheeks and down my chin, and I was so embarrassed. I kept wrapping my mouth up farther and farther on the glass, thinking, well, you're really tired, and it kept drizzling. And finally, they broke the news that those glasses, which had grooves all around in them, had little holes drilled in them, so that it was a trick they played on all the new missionaries that came out there, and I was one of the victims. So before you drink out of a glass when you're a brand new missionary, check and make sure it doesn't have a leak, because they'll probably be trying to pull some kind of a trick on you to break you into the mission. My first missionary assignment was Cincinnati, Ohio. My first companion was Elder Robinson. He was from Idaho Falls, I think, and was a dynamic young man. And we had a lot of success. I think that in Cincinnati, during the 5.5 months that I was there, we baptized 12 people. Had some phenomenal experiences. A couple of them were people who had read copies of the Book of Mormon and came looking to the church. One of them came to the church. His name was Del Garby. He came to the church saying, my hobby is American Indians, and I got a hold of a copy of this book, and I read it, and I know it's true. What can I do? Well, we told him what he could do, and he joined the church, and became, in about 6 months, he was one of the ward clerks. He was a phenomenal convert. Another guy was, I can't remember his name. His first name was Richard. Anyway, he was 17 years old, and he had found a copy of the Book of Mormon on his mother's dresser, read it, and was converted. And he came to the church there in Cincinnati. It was a little church down in a little swale just below the Catholic priest convent, priest seminary and Catholic convent, just off Montgomery Road in Cincinnati, Ohio. And he came there looking, saying he'd read the Book of Mormon and had the same experience, and he wanted to know what to do. We taught him, but his mother would not let him be baptized. Well, I stayed in touch with him by letter. You know, we didn't have text or email or anything back then, but we stayed in touch a little bit by letter. And at the end of my mission, I had by that time had become the traveling elder, what they call assistants now. And the mission president sent me back to Cincinnati, and I baptized that young man on New Year's Eve, about 17 days before the end of my mission. So that was quite an opportunity. That started in Cincinnati, Ohio. We baptized a family called the Brand family. The father was from Boston, Massachusetts, and we really loved them. We baptized, as I said, 12 people. One day we had so many baptisms that our landlord, who was a convert herself, but she was pretty old, she was really concerned because she said, "Don't you think you should change the water?" She says, "All those sins in that water is getting pretty filthy by now. You ought to change that water once in a while." Well, she didn't understand that quite, but that was pretty interesting. My second companion, I don't know if I'll remember all my companions, but he was Elder Seaman from Preston, Idaho, and he came, and I'd been out about 3 months, and he came and said, "Well, Elder Doman, I'm not going to say anything. It's all you. You're going to take every door and teach every lesson." And so I did. And so in those next 2.5 months, I learned every lesson and every door approach and so forth. I mean, I got to be a seasoned missionary because of Elder Siemens. It was very cool of him to do that. And I recommend if you're ever breaking in a missionary, do that with them. If after they've been out a few months, let them do it all. It was really good training. So then they asked me to be the trainer. And I was transferred to Columbus, Ohio, and I was given a new companion, Elder Anderson. And he was from Mount Pleasant, Utah. And he came and he was telling me about his girlfriend that he had. He was so shy, though, he just talked to her one time, just passing. But she had been the queen of the military ball, and her name was Patricia Groeschel. And he was telling me all about her. And when we got, he had got her picture out of the BYU paper, The Universe, and brought that with his girlfriend, and he showed me that picture. And when we came into our apartment, unfortunately, on my nightstand was a picture of Patricia Groeschel. I had dated her before my mission quite a bit, and she and I were communicating by letter. We did for a little while, and I think probably up until the time she sent me a box of cookies at Valentine's Day, and they were just crumbs. And I answered her and said, that was the best crumbs I've ever tasted. I'm not sure I've ever heard from her again. And she was obviously married when I got home, and I only ran into her one time. I didn't see her, but she was on a mission with her husband in England when my wife and I were there. And she had heard about us being there, and she wrote an email and said, so are you the same Elder Doman? Are you the same Verl Doman that I knew at BYU? And that's the only time I ever heard of her. But she was Elder Anderson was a little bit embarrassed to find that he and I had the same girlfriend. We had a hard time in Columbus because it was a brand new mission, or brand new time. We were opening up this area, and he was a new missionary, and we didn't know anybody. But we had found a family that was really outstanding, and we grew to really close to them. Too close because as we approached the baptism date, the Religious Society president came to me. She was the one that had introduced us in the first place and said, you can't go back to their place anymore because she's got this big crush on you, and so you can't go back there anymore. So mission rule was, I guess I never went back to this place anymore. I do understand that the missionaries after us did go back there and were able to baptize her, but that would kind of shook me up. That was a challenging experience, to say the least. So after being in Columbus, Ohio, on the Thanksgiving Day that we got there, I think it was 4th of July that we got there. The next day after we got there, we went out and helped build the foundation in the Olentangy River Road Chapel in Columbus, Ohio. And then on Thanksgiving, we went out and helped put the roof on. That's the days when the members did a lot in building the chapels. And that's what I remember about Columbus. I remember on Thanksgiving, we went to dinner one time, Thanksgiving dinner there in the chapel that they were meeting in. It was a small chapel that they had purchased from another church. And one of the elders said, this makes me sick. It was Thanksgiving dinner. Everybody stopped eating and looked at him, and he smiled and said, homesick. So I've used that every once in a while. My wife's heard me use that a few times. This makes me sick. Homesick. So I was transferred from Columbus over to Indianapolis, Indiana. And I can't remember my companion there. He had been a good thing I can't say his name because he hadn't been very ambitious on his mission. In fact, he didn't want to get up, and about 3 o'clock in the afternoon he wanted to quit and go home. He was a frail little guy, so I drug him out of bed. I said, I'm not going to come out here and sleep in, and we're not going to come out here and stay in, so Elder, whatever his name was, you're going to have to just get up. And if you're not going to get up, I'm going to drag you up. Sorry. He had been out a lot longer than me, but he was little and frail. And so I'd drag him out of bed, and I'd be joking about it and laughing and stuff him in the shower, hold the bathroom door until I heard the shower go, and then I'd go get ready. But after a few days of that, he decided, well, I might as well conform and get up. We'd be out knocking on doors, and he'd start getting tired, and he'd just say, "I'm going home," and he'd start off, and I'd just stand there and watch him and say, "We're not going home." He'd cross the street, and I'd stand there and look at him and say, "Come on, Elder, come on, come on." And I lasted him, and he'd always come back and got over that a little while, and we finished working. He thanked me quite a bit after that for the part of his mission where he had to work, and so because of that, I was called to be the zone leader. It's zone leader now. It's called a district leader. We had some success in Indianapolis, but not a lot. I wasn't there all that long, and I can't remember anybody that we baptized there. Maybe I should, but I don't remember. But we worked hard and got him going, and I was called to be the district leader in Southern Indiana district, which was a zone, 20-some missionaries. And they asked me to buy a car, and my dad didn't have any capacity to buy a car, so they gave me a companion with a car. The car was, he didn't have a car, but he had permission to buy a car, and he bought a Volkswagen convertible. We drove around Brown County, Indiana, beautiful place in the fall, colored trees and so forth. That's when we were there. And we drove around all Brown County, Indiana, sometimes with the top down, singing at the top of our lungs through those beautiful Brown County forests. And that elder, as a note, after I was a zone leader and in the mission office as a traveling elder, I was called a mission coordinator. It's like an assistant now. He was through with his mission and came home and came to the mission office, was released, and drove home with another elder to Dallas. But he drove from Dallas on to Arizona, where he lived. And somewhere about 100 miles from his home, he fell asleep, went over across the red line, and hit head-on into another car and killed him instantly. I was with the mission president when the call came from the highway patrol down there. And because that was the only idea, the closest idea he had on him was to that mission. And they called us, and we were their first contact. And my mission president just collapsed onto the mission president Christensen, who was from Ephraim, Utah, just collapsed onto the desk right then. Because he felt like he maybe should have not let him drive home by himself, at least that last little distance. That was a sad thing. He was a superb elder, memorized more scriptures than I had memorized. Remember, I told you I got A in that class. He was a superb, humble, sweet elder, and was, in my opinion, worthy to go on, and he did. But when he was with me, I kept having to prod him, wake up, wake up. And I did most of the driving because he would fall asleep driving. And if I'd been smart, I'd have said, well, don't let him drive that last distance because he'll go to sleep. And sure enough, he did. And so I've wondered if I should have been more assertive at that time. When we were down in southern Indiana, we traveled from Indianapolis all the way down to Evansville, Indiana, and even over into Covington, Kentucky. Well, Covington's by Cincinnati. Anyway, down there to a town in Kentucky over there was a part of the mission. And all the way back up to Vincennes and up around that way. We lived in a town called Linton, Indiana, which is a little teeny town down on near the Illinois border of Indiana. And we had a lot of success in Linton, Indiana, baptized several people. One occasion I'm going to tell you about was one of the most spiritual experiences of my mission. It was a family called the Brewers, which lived in Spencer, Indiana. He worked for the railroad, and he had this cute little family. Her sister had given her as a referral because she had been a convert up in Toledo, Ohio. And so we went up there and started teaching her. She had been investigating the church almost to the point where for the true church, almost to the point where she had a nervous breakdown over it. I mean, she was really serious. And they accepted the gospel readily. Their daughter, who was a senior in high school, however, was very intellectual and became the valedictorian of her high school, didn't buy it. And so on the day of the baptism, it was a fast Sunday. Everybody was there. Everybody bore their testimonies, and we're fasting, and this family was there, and we were scheduled to baptize them after the fast meeting. And the Spirit was so strong. I don't think I've ever been in a meeting. I felt the Spirit strong, but I don't think I've ever been in a meeting where I felt the Spirit that strong. And everyone was in tears. I was in tears, which is very unusual for me. I typically wasn't very emotional. You saw more emotion in me when I was talking about that a little while ago, about that, I can't remember what it was. Oh, about our dad saying that we worked harder than any man he'd ever seen. But I was crying, and everyone was crying, and the Spirit was so strong. So that was the strongest testimony, witness of this Holy Spirit that I had ever felt pertaining to the gospel. I'll have to tell you that I remember one time when I was a child feeling that same Spirit, and I didn't recognize it, but now I recognize what was going on. I'm going to tell that in this part of the story. In fact, I'm going to suggest that maybe you might even refer back to the time I was that age after I was baptized. It was over in Weiser, Idaho. It was after a stake conference. We were driving home after the stake conference, but in that stake conference, here this young boy, I felt the Spirit of the Holy Ghost so strong that I was like I was walking above the earth. I was floating almost. It was so peaceful, so sweet, so much joy filled my heart, and it was the Spirit of the Holy Ghost was with me, pure Spirit. And I didn't know what it was, and even only in my later years have I remembered that and understood what in the world that was. But I was filled with the Holy Ghost at that stake conference, and there in this meeting now, I was feeling that again. I had tried to gain a testimony of the Book of Mormon while I was on the ranch, and so this is another diversion. But I was out on the ranch, and I read the Book of Mormon there for the first time by kerosene lamp. There was no electricity there. And so when I'd go out to milk the cow in my turn, I would stop behind the haystack and kneel down and pray, Heavenly Father, please give me a testimony of this and let me feel with the power of the Spirit that I would know that the Book of Mormon is true and so forth. I never got anything. Only realized later that I had already had witness of the truth of the gospel so powerfully that if it ever came up to that, I could never deny it. I knew that the Book of Mormon was true before I ever read it. And I knew that the gospel was true as a child and have always known. But that experience there in Linton, Indiana was a highlight. So I was transferred the next day, it's a Monday, into this mission office. And the next week I got a letter from guess who? The one who was the valedictorian. And she said, I was in that testimony meeting and I felt that feeling. Couldn't explain it. It was so powerful I couldn't explain it, couldn't deny it. And so I'm being baptized. So she was baptized as a result of feeling the Spirit in that same meeting. I felt the direction of the Holy Ghost several times as a traveling elder. Elders having problems that I sensed. One time I went to Hamilton, Ohio, and missionaries were having some difficulty, and we sent one of them away and kept one there. And we were trying to straighten out their records, and I went contacting with them a couple days. And so we were finishing up the very last day in this area. And it would be a few years before the missionaries would logically ever come back to that area. And we were walking home, getting ready to start packing up, and I was going to help the missionaries move to a new area. As we were walking along the street, something said to me, the Spirit said to me in these words, go up that street. So I said to the elder who was with me, we got to go up this street. We turned and went up that street, and there were only 4 houses on one side and 1 on the other. We knocked on the 4 houses on the one side, and 2 out of the 4 slammed the doors in our face. In all my mission, I only had that happen maybe 3 times, 2 of them there. So Satan was working, trying to disrupt what was about to happen, because the last house was the one on the other side of the street, and they've opened the door and said, "Elders, we've been wondering how to get hold of you." The elder, and they'd had the missionaries a few years before, and had lost touch, but really wanted to, enjoyed the missionary lessons, and obviously they were taught and baptized within weeks. Not me, because I came back and continued my travel assignment. But that was a powerful testimony of the communication of the Holy Ghost, how it works in words to me. In words, I didn't hear it, but I heard it in my mind go up that street, and that was the result. So I came out of that mission with a pretty strong conviction of the way the Holy Ghost works. My big regret now is, guess what? Now I realize I could have had that direction much more often, much more direct, if I'd have just known to rely on it, rely on that Spirit. In the morning I would have got up and said, "Heavenly Father, where should we go?" And then listen, wait for an answer, and then go where I was told, instead of just going out there and working so hard, knocking on doors. Missionary work was not hard for me, and one of the reasons I think I was able to lead is because coming from the farm, there wasn't any dust, there wasn't any real sweat much, other than just it was humid back there in Indiana, and there wasn't any cold, and I didn't ever nearly fall asleep because of hypothermia, and the pay was great. So I thought that this mission was a sort of a vacation for me. It was not hard, and we worked 7 days. There weren't 8 days, but 80 hours a week and 7 days a week back then. They've lightened up on that since then, because some of the elders got sick, and they had to start having P days and encourage them to do better scheduling with their time. But then we were really worked long hours. When I was a student at BYU, I got called into the bishopric. It was interesting because the bishop told me that I was going to be called into the bishopric, and then I went to the meeting where they were going to announce the new bishopric, and I wasn't one of them. So that was a real surprise, and I never did figure out what in the world he did that for. But a week later, he called me back and said the counselor that I called and said to you is moving, and so you're still it. So I got called to be in the bishopric while I was at BYU, and that in those days meant that you were ordained to be a high priest, and in those days it was a general authority. So I was ordained a high priest by at that time Elder Howard W. Hunter, and so my priesthood line is quite short. Because I was ordained by an apostle. So anyway, I finished out at BYU, and then back out to East Mill Creek area. They called me rather immediately by the bishop, who happened to be the same man that introduced the Curbmate Corporation years later to us. Dick Harris was a young bishop, and he's about 30 years old, and I was a young college graduate, and he asked me to be the young men's president, priest quorum advisor then, because they didn't have young men's presidencies. But I was the priest quorum advisor and worked really closely with the bishop. And that was quite an opportunity, and I did that. It seemed to me like most of my time during those parts of my life. I was also called to be a guide on Temple Square. And I was down there for 14 years, every Thursday evening, go there about 5 o'clock and take a tour. It was an hour and a half long about, and then I would stick around and talk to the visitors and so forth. It took the whole evening every Thursday. After I was there a few years, they called 20 of us to be guides on Mondays. So I was there on Mondays and Thursdays. Mondays during the off season, when it wasn't the tourist season, they invited the stake mission presidents around the valley to bring their investigators in to Temple Square, and the guides would take them through the tours. But we had to invent new tours because after a while, everybody'd seen the main tour, and so we would start taking them on other tours, such as featuring the Book of Mormon, featuring other things like the Christ in America, the Book of Mormon in America film, and other things that we would focus on during those tours. So that was a broadening experience. I became an assistant to the high priest group leader there in East Mill Creek. I was also a stake missionary. As a stake missionary, we taught and baptized quite a few people because there were no full-time missionaries there. I would say maybe a dozen people during that time when I was a stake missionary and ward missionary, ward mission leader, became they called them stake missionaries back in those days. I was also called to be on the High Council. I served on the High Council there for a number of years, and it was kind of an interesting experience because then the High Council courts were a lot different than they are now. There were some rather difficult situations, and they would divide the High Council into sides, one defending and the other prosecuting, and so depending on which side you were on, it was a little bit awkward, especially if the guy lived across the street. And three of my immediate neighbors were called into that court, and I was there. It was embarrassing and tough. I was also, while there, assigned to missionary work, so I'd been involved in missionary work even while I was a high counselor. I was also assigned to young men, so even for a while, I was an special executive secretary of the stake president, called executive secretary of the Aaronic priesthood. They don't have that calling, but that's what I had there as a kind of a special assignment. And I worked with the young men organizations in all the stake under the direction of the stake presidency. And then when I did that, I was attended every stake priesthood stake presidency meeting and really got close to and saw how a stake presidency operates. It was a very special experience for me. When we moved to after we lost our home and we moved to another area, I was immediately called to be the ward mission leader and eventually the stake mission presidents every place I lived. And we had some pretty good success up in Mount Olympus. We had several baptisms, and one of them happened to be the son of one of the men that worked for our father-in-law. My father-in-law was one of the foulest mouthed guys there. Anyway, we were able to convert his son, and actually the Spirit converted him, and he was, to this day I understand that he and his family are very active and solid members of the church. I also was called to be a high counselor in that stake and served there under, guess who? My friend Lowell Benson, who had been my missionary companion. He was a counselor in the stake presidency at the time, and I served on that high council. And there again was in charge of missionary work. I was also in charge of the stake property, which is recreational property up in the canyon. And we built, while I was over there, we built a pavilion and organized all the activities and scheduled all the activities that were at that stake property. It was an interesting assignment. But that was about the end of my time in Salt Lake. That's when we moved to Provo. And as soon as I got to Provo, guess what I got called to be? Guess. Ward mission leader, and then the stake mission president. And from there, in Provo, we lived in Orem, and I was in the, trying to remember the name of the stake. Anyway, I can't remember the name of the stake, but it was down in Orem on 9th East and Center Street, where we lived. Across the street was Marie Osmond, and so we got very acquainted with her. She worked in the Young Women's with my wife, and very impressive young lady, very friendly and and fun to be around. During the Olympics, 2002 Olympics, and at the very opening of the conference center there in Salt Lake City, my wife and I became hosts at the conference center, and we'd take tours around through there and show people how beautiful and big it was. My theme was this is a broadcast center, broadcast studio for apostles who have been restored to the earth to teach the gospel through every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. And I would quote the scripture in Matthew, the 24th chapter, 14th verse, "And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world as a witness, and then shall the end come." And that this facility was designed for that very purpose and is done for that. So we'd take them through and show them the displays on the Book of Mormon, show them the displays on all the prophets from Joseph Smith up through the current prophets and so forth. But I wrote a poem about it one time, and here's the poem, The Conference Center. In Salt Lake City, here now stands, just north of Temple Square, a building built by skillful hands, inspired by loving care. The Conference Center it is called. 'Twas President Hinckley's goal to have a building that would help reach out to every soul. This spacious auditorium is the largest of its kind, with no pillars in the center that you would have to sit behind. The prophet wanted everyone to be able to see as he teaches from the pulpit, made from his own walnut tree. While 21,000 can sit and learn at the prophet's feet, the building is designed to reach far beyond just those who meet. Communication center, truly state of the art, so Christ could enter every home and inspire every heart. By broadcast through the internet, radio, and TV, the satellite and printed word, so all could hear and see, as prophets and apostles speak and witness of the Lord and testify to all that now Christ's church has been restored. When we were at the conference center during the Olympics, I was stuck on the elevator in the back. And I said this, I was assigned to an elevator by the door during the Winter Olympics, one evening on the Light of the World during the 2002 Winter Olympics. It was the elevator of all 4 parking lots, and since the underground parking was not open to the public, barely anyone needed to ride. So I had 3 hours or more to sit and stare at the walls going up and down, on rare occasions being bored while I wrote the following. Thoughts of a bored elevator operator. And I have a picture of a escalator and then an elevator of people. If elevators elevate, do escalators escalate? And do stairs really stare? It's really neither here nor there. But what is it with words? They're really for the birds if they don't communicate, because their meanings don't relate. If descenders don't descend you, do you think it would offend you? If up and downers was the name, though certain pills are called the same, and escalators, why they can't be up and downers on the slant. And then just to make this last line rhyme, stairs should be called steps that climb. And I had other thoughts I still had time. I said, elevators make folks mute, except the few who think they're cute, who feel the need to entertain while traveling on this vertical plane. The mute folks look up in a shock to see who has the nerve to talk. Then all the mute begin to speak, like a flood resulting from a leak. So when the transport finally ends, the folks inside seem like old friends. From there, we accepted a call. Our business was such that I was beginning to get retiring age, and so we put in our papers for a call. Well, I forgot at one point, Elder Merrill, who had become a general authority, had asked me to serve on while we were putting in curbing, which was really tough, to serve on the council of 3 of the Public Affairs Council of 3 people over the Greater Salt Lake Public Affairs Council. We had other members of our council from different stakes and areas, but we were the executive council. I worked with a couple of really outstanding people. One had been the PTA president, and she ended up working in the public affairs office. I can't even remember her name, Dorothy something. and Reed Call, who had been the superintendent of schools of the Granite School District, and me, this curb guy, that we were the committee. My job was service. One of the great things we did was to provide housing for the Tibetans, about 50 growing to 100 Tibetans that came over as a part of the program of the Dalai Lama, who arranged for 100 communities in the United States to house and to immigrate Tibetans from who were immigrants from China because they were under fire over there. I think from Tibet because China was attacking them. Anyway, they came and lived in an old hospital. A veterans hospital is what we arranged for them to live in, right in the hospital. So they had rooms, cooking facilities. They lived there for several years, coming and going until they had been able to integrate into the communities. We went around and also met with the different stake organizations promoting service projects and service work in their stakes. Also, during that period of time, I was served as the commissioner for varsity scouts for the Greater Salt Lake Council. I don't know how in the world I ended up being that because I never had, guess what? I was a second-class scout. And as a second-class scout, I couldn't ever get beyond that because I couldn't swim, and reminds me of a story which I'll try to fill in here a little later, but I almost drowned. So I never did get to learn to swim until I was a senior, junior in high school. And so I never could get past the first class badge swimming requirements, never tried. In fact, we were farmers and we couldn't go on camps and all this stuff, and so I never did pursue scouting. But for some reason or other, I got called to be a regional or district supervisor of a new program that they were starting called Varsity Scouts. It was brand new, being piloted in Idaho Council, and the Greater Salt Lake Council, and the Provo Council. And Verl Doman, a guy that we're not exactly directly related to, but somewhere back there we are, and a guy who was the founder of Chuckarama up in Idaho, were the part of the originators of the varsity scouting idea. And so we were trained in Pocatello, and then I became a district or sectional director of that. And I wasn't in there a month before the one who was the commissioner, who had been a stake president, and their stake was divided. The other stake president got killed in a road accident, and they asked him to go back and run both stakes. And so he couldn't be the commissioner of the stake of the varsity scouting at that time, and they asked me to become this commissioner for the whole council. There were 100 wards. 100 wards. No, 100 stakes. I'm sorry, 100 stakes in that area, in the Greater Salt Lake area. My job was to go around and go around to the different scout councils and sell this new program, which was based on high adventure and was for 14, 15-year-olds. And I did that for a couple of years as the commissioner. Never did tell them I was only a second-class scout, but I gave talks and regional authorities when I was giving reports and so forth up at the Scout Council office in Salt Lake. And anyway, it was quite an opportunity and an experience. So anyway, because of my experience in public affairs, when we turned in our papers to go on a mission and they saw our church experience, guess what they called us to? Called us as a public affairs missionaries in England. And our assignment was for the Eastern or Western Europe area. And the headquarters was in Solihull, England. Our first assignment was to be the executive secretary of the London Key City Committee, the London Key City Public Affairs Committee. And so we lived in London for 5 months and supported and organized activities and all kinds of things for the executive secretary of two men who eventually became area presidents, general authorities, and others who were prominent in the church there in the London area, and we were their executive secretary. But then we got called into the area office in Solihull, and our job was to travel and train in the whole UK area, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and all over England, where we traveled and trained public affairs stake leaders and country leaders in Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, and also in England. So we traveled a lot, and it was a wonderful experience going around the UK. And our expenses were paid by the church public affairs committee department. So we had a lot of fun. During that time, I had the feeling that I had to figure out how Elder Merrill did so well with the prospective elders down in the South Pacific. And so in my spare time, I got to be good at PowerPoint, and I put together a pilot project for reaching out to prospective elders using Elder Merrill's program. And when we got to Solihull, I presented that to the area presidency, and they liked the idea and assigned the executive secretary, excuse me, of the area office, area presidency, to work with me on perfecting that. And we ended up sending that out, that PowerPoint presentation on activating prospective elders, to 400 stakes in the West Europe area. So that was, we actually ended up at 9 o'clock the night before we left our mission, sending out those CDs to all those 400 stakes in their little slots. We also had occasion to be in charge of a program called Helping Hands that was organized by the Hong Kong Bank Group, and they were the sponsors, but they asked everybody in England to get involved in doing service projects on this given Saturday, and we were in charge of organizing the church for that. And other than the Hong Kong Bank employees, the church was typically the number one participants in that, and they got recognized in London for doing that. Sue was the chairman, and of course I was her executive assistant, and we did a lot of the work in promoting that program, and got an increased number of LDS participants in that on that Saturday work week, Helping Hands Day. We went to London one time to get recognized in their meeting and met some people that were Jews that told us an interesting story. This Jewish lady had constant communication with the spirit world, her grandfather, she'd said, and she was intrigued by Joseph Smith's story and wanted to know more about it because she had that kind of divine or direct communication with the spirit world. And we listened to her and her grandfather talk, and he told her things that have now since come true. For some reason, they had access to information for the future. They told them to sell their business, which was an advertising agency, and get into oil. Well, after that, oil prices went to over $100 a barrel, and whoever was into oil became extremely wealthy. And he told them to get out of that part of the world because things were going to explode over there, and the Middle East would be on fire, and that it was not safe, and that a war would begin there, and that they needed to be in Wyoming, safest place in the United States, right next to Utah, of course, because the attacks on the West Coast and the attacks on the East Coast would never reach Wyoming. So he told them to get there. And they sold their business and did that. It was amazing. I don't know where they are now, but they sold their business and got into oil. I know that. And probably living on a beach someplace, not in Wyoming, I don't think. So we were public affairs missionaries over there, got a chance to do some activation work with the area presidency, Elder Zwick, Elder Peterson were some of the elders that were over there that we got close to, and it was a wonderful, wonderful experience. We had dinners with them in their homes, and it was just a phenomenal opportunity. Here's another one which I saw this sign in England, watch for elderly people. And they have these actual signs in the villages. Watch for elderly people. In England, each village you see a post and a pub and old steeple. But what seemed most funny to me was a sign, watch for elderly people. As I drive the wrong side of the street and steer the wrong side of the car, It is a most difficult feat, so my driving's not perfect by far. And I've not seen one old person yet. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw folks I've tried to forget were watching me driving by. I'm old. When I was in Ireland, I wrote this, an Irish limerick, and there's a picture of a shamrock and a Irish. The pubs are full St. Patrick's Day in Dublin, Cork, and Galway Bay. They'll have, I think, too much to drink, as in Ireland the spirits flow. The leprechauns in Forest Green are always there but never seen. These little folks, subject of jokes in the Ireland that I know. The shamrock's known for its 4 leaves. It's lucky for one who believes. If you find this plant, don't say I can't, in the Ireland where they grow. Red hair is Irish, don't you know? Red hair is Irish, did you know that? Some try to hide it with a hat. But as I said, if your hair is red, you're from Ireland, so let it glow. Good luck is had, it's also known, by those who kiss the Blarney Stone. What is the fare? To go by air, 'cause to Ireland I must go. At one point, we heard that Donny Osmond was coming over there for a tour. 13 concerts throughout the UK. I knew Marie, and I said, well, I know Marie, I know how to get hold of him. And they said, that's okay. The Brits, you know, don't want to have to depend too much on the U.S. missionaries. That's okay, we know how to get a hold of him. So a month went by or so, and they came to me and says, we can't get him, can you? So I called Marie. We had our ward directory. I called Marie and said, how do I get a hold of Donny? And she gave me his home number. I called him, and he was home, and he answered the phone, and I told him who I was and what we had in mind, and he said, I'd love to be involved in helping over there. What do you want me to do? And I said, we ought to have 10 tickets to your concerts that we can give to the local VIPs and maybe a stake president or mission president in that general area, and have them meet, and we'll prepare a packet to pass out to them and kind of promote the church, give them a history about the church. By the way, the church at one point had 300,000 members over there, and they all left and came to America. That's part of the fascinating history to tell those people. They didn't know that. They don't know that. There's 100,000 people now in that part of the world that are back members of the church now again, 100,000 plus. But that was our program, and Donny agreed, and so we went with him and his concert group for 5 weeks all around the UK, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and all over England, London. And we wore these special badges that gave us free access to every place in the venues where he was performing. We could walk into his dressing room, and there were only a few people who could do that. We didn't. But he said, why don't you bring your groups into my dressing room before the concert, and I'll greet each of them personally, and we'll have a prayer maybe. Yeah, okay, we'll have the stake president give a prayer. So we did that in all those concerts. He invited us to their meals. They were catered, fabulous food. I've never had better food than when we were following Donny around the UK. That was so fabulous. And it was a buffet, different choices every night, different food and the desserts. Anyway, that was fabulous. But on weekends, he didn't perform on Sunday, so he was in his hotel under some assumed name, and he didn't know what to do, and he couldn't go to church because if he did, he'd disrupt the whole church. I said, well, why don't we get the missionaries? We'll get permission to have the missionaries come where you are, keep it quiet, and then they'll give us a lesson, and we'll have the sacrament. Got permission to have the sacrament in his hotel room. And there were about the missionaries and about 4 or 5 others, Donny and a couple of his assistants, and Sue and I. Sister Doman and I were in his hotel room having sacrament meeting for 5 weeks in a row. And we got really well acquainted, and he found out that I'd got straight A's in Brother Anderson's class, and that I was a guide on Temple Square, and that I mouthed off a lot, and I had a lot to say about the gospel. When he came home, he emailed me and said, would you please help me with my website? And I says, what's that? And he says, it's donny.com. There's a section called My Beliefs. And so I said, sure. Well, the first one came, there were 50 questions. So 50 hours later, I got through with that, and then I started getting questions. I'd get questions ongoing. I think that's been 2003 when we were on that mission till now has been, 14 years, and we've had at least 2,000 questions that we've answered, and they're posted on his website, I guess we might have had somewhere between 15 and 20 baptisms. I'm still in communication with a lot of those people, so I'm still on that public affairs mission in England and having a wonderful job, made close friends with Donny. He's one of the best missionaries that have ever lived. One time I wrote an article about the modern-day Paul, and it's true that I think that he personally has influenced more people into the church than anybody since Paul, maybe even more than that, because there are hundreds, especially thousands in the UK, because now they're in their second generation. And when we went around with them, people came up with hordes to us and said, "Are you Donny's parents? We're in the church because of him," and so forth. And anyway, it's been a phenomenal experience working with Donny Osmond. If you want to check it out, go to donny.com and then go to a section called My Life. And under My Life, there's My Beliefs. And there are those questions posted. And if I'm still alive, maybe it was written by me. And I write them, write the answers, send them to him. He reviews them. If he wants to make any changes, most of the time he doesn't. He sends them back approved, and I send them back to the people who send in the question. If there's ever any follow-up, I personally follow up most of the time with them and have got a few teaching situations going on right now. I mean, I invite them to have the missionaries come into them. And there's some activation that we've been successful with, brought a few people back into the church. I'm going to Minnesota sometime here in the next few months and baptize a man that wrote in there. And he was coming back into the church, and it's been a phenomenal experience. Continues to be a phenomenal experience. I've created a website that I'm trying to talk him into saying My Beliefs by Donny.com website, where people can systematically go through the gospel from the beginning to end, all of the, guess what, Richard Anderson lessons that I learned in college, and with videos and all of the latest material, photos, church photographs and pictures that they have now on the Gospel Art Picture Kit and so forth. They're all in there. And we have a website online. It's called, I don't know what it is now, but we set it up as my-mormon-beliefs.com. So if you can find that, that's part of my story with Donny Osmond. We decided to go on another mission, so we turned in our papers, and so sure enough, they called us and said, "We have a public affairs challenge, and wondering if you and your wife would come and help us in Navu." And we went and met with them a few times, and they liked us, I guess, and so they sent us to Navu on a special assignment to transfer the public affairs work there, which it was supposed to be under the mission president, because it was mostly missionary work and mostly serving and organizing and helping promote Navu, where the wasn't under the public affairs department. So the public affairs missionaries were working under the public affairs department, working under the mission president there, which we did too. But our job was to transfer that gradually over to the stake president, who was supposed to be in charge of public affairs. We wrote out the program that what had been done, the transition and so forth, gave it to the stake president. They called a public affairs director for the stake. We helped. We had some fantastic opportunities while we were there, organizing these tours by the BYU groups, the BYU folk dance, or not the folk dance, the ballroom dance. We went with them for 2 weeks, just loved those young people and made friends with their leaders, and it was so fabulous, and they are so fabulous. And the what used to be called the Lamanite generation, I can't remember what they're called now, but they came for 2 weeks, and we loved them. We have a video of them singing "God Be With You Till We Meet Again," and there were tears. I mean, at the end of our 2 weeks with them, we took them around to all kinds of different places where they performed, all of which was pointing back to Navu and trying to promote people coming to Navu. We also hosted some church leaders, and made arrangements for them where they sat at the pageant, and government leaders. We had people who were representing the governor of Illinois to come and visit the pageant, and we arranged for him and some of the church leaders to meet. And anyway, it was a phenomenal experience. We lived in a beautiful home there, 3 doors maybe, east of Susan Black, who was the great historian. We spent some time with her. She took us all around, showed us the famous parts of Navu that we didn't otherwise see, where the quails were flown in like manna from heaven to the starving saints, and where the first Indian was taught, and his name was Chief Keokuk. We went to Keokuk, Iowa, lost across the river quite a bit to eat and to shop and things. That's where we had to go shopping, because Navu is a very small place. They don't have a very good shopping center there, no shopping center. So we traveled all over. We were on chambers of commerces of 5 or 6 chambers of commerce there, including Navu, and we were on the city council. We were on the ministerial council, where we met with leaders of the other churches and organized events that were sponsored by the ministerial council. Anyway, it was some kind of an experience being right in the middle of things in Navu, right in the middle of everything going on in Navu. I had an office, and my wife had an office in the visitor center. I could look out and see the Mississippi River from my office, and my wife's office was right across the hall from the mission president and adjacent to the mission president secretary. So it was so great. And the young performers and the people who came there, it was so phenomenal, so fabulous to be in that experience. We finished our assignment halfway through our mission, however, and were assigned. They said, "What do you want to do? Stay there as a missionary and dance and sing, or do you want to go or continue what we're doing, or do you want to go someplace else?" And we said, "Well, we're ready for another experience." So we were called to serve as leadership support missionaries in Chicago. And guess where? Down in the inner city of Chicago, the Lincoln Square ward, and that was quite an experience. I tell you, between us girls, that the bishop didn't like missionaries from the West. He made that clear to us. He wasn't supportive much. He told me to help the high priest. That was my job, and there was only about, other than the bishopric and the ward clerk, counselor, and so forth, there were only about 3 or 4 high priests to watch over. And one of them had been in an accident and was kind of handicapped. 2 of them died, and I helped dress them for their funerals and so forth. That was an unbelievable experience. But we then decided to reach out, and we started finding non-member families, part member families, and we started teaching them, and we're still teaching some of those families. There's one guy that we found who was a dentist that we helped back into the church, and he's, to my knowledge, is still active in the church and has moved down into the south someplace. So we kind of, in those short months that we were there, we did our best to try to get something going, and we taught the mission president, the principal, and turned over to him the program on activating prospective elders that we had developed in our previous mission, and he wanted to use that. So we sent him several copies of that to distribute throughout the mission and mission leaders, and so we got to do that. Got fairly close to an opportunity to serve with them there. So that's our mission experience. We could be much more detailed about that, but in general, that's what we did on our missions. Since I've been home, I was called as a word missionary again, and that's what I am to this day. They assigned me to work with the no contact individuals in the ward, and so far I've made friends with about 3 or 4 of those people that wouldn't let anybody in before, and I'm still working with them. One of them I've been able to teach the gospel to. Another one right now his business is suffering, and I'm going to try to help him with his business. And the other one loves salsa, so I promised him I was going to bring salsa all the time over to him. So that's I think that brings you up to date on our church experience, and it's been wonderful. I just want to add one little thing about our experience as public affairs missionaries. I did that that PowerPoint presentation so much. Every night I was working on it, and I got really good at PowerPoint. And so when we got home, the word of that got back, because I did some things for the public affairs people in the West Europe area. And word got back, and so I was asked to go train all the public affairs missionaries that were going out. I did that for 3 years up in Salt Lake. Every time there was a group of public affairs missionaries assigned to go out, I went up and spent 2 or 3 hours with them training them on PowerPoint, which was really a neat experience. I was walking in the garden with my mother one evening. I was about 17 years old. I was 17 years old, and she stepped on a limb. It was dusk in the evening, and she accidentally stepped on a limb, and it came up and whacked her on the shin, and really hurt her. She did a little jig around there, danced around for 5 minutes. I mean, it really hurt. Well, I didn't pay attention to it, but a few days later or so, she developed what they called milk leg then. It was a blood clot in her leg, and it was blocked off the circulation so that she was feeling such intense pain in her leg. We were really worried about her. I mean, it was scary that she was so sick and she was crying. She couldn't sleep. My dad didn't know what to do. Took her to the doctor, and they prescribed a medicine for her to try to ease the pain, but mostly try to dissolve that clot. Well, guess what that medicine was? It was warfarin. Warfarin, which is a blood thinner. And she overdosed on that warfarin, took it one night, and the next morning my dad came in to me. I was in the bed asleep about 5 o'clock in the morning. Dad came and says, "Your mother has had a stroke." And that really was a sickening words to hear. And I went into her. He says, "I'm going down to get Brother Montgomery to help give her a blessing." So I went into her, and she was crying and rubbing her left side. And I said, "Mother, her dad had died of a stroke 12 days before her. 12 days. He had been an invalid from a stroke for 5 years in a wheelchair. He was a great big man, 350 pounds, 6'3" or 4". He was a huge man. Took 2 men to get him in and out of bed. She was down there caring for him a lot, and even in the last 6 months of his life was able to read him the Book of Mormon. So that was exciting to her. So here it was. Now she had this stroke, and I said, "Mom, it's the left side. It's on the left side. It's not something you're going to recover from. Don't feel bad." And while I was talking to her, her eyes glazed over. She went into a coma. And my dad got back. She was already in a coma, and they gave her a blessing. And of course, they called the ambulance, and while we were there, the ambulance came barreling down this hill, dust going everywhere because it was a gravel road. They came in, took her to the hospital. It had happened that the guy who was the driver of the ambulance was our football coach. He just about fainted when he came in. And later, when we were at football practice and the football players started to razz us as Mormons and Domans like they usually did, they found ways and reasons to rib us all the time. He said, "You guys, I went out and picked up their mother a few weeks ago, and when she was on her coma to die, and I don't want to hear any more of that." So he kind of stuck up for us. That didn't stop it, because everybody who wasn't on the football team continued on. We continued to get razzed for some different reasons. But my mother never gained consciousness. I remember we were in the room with her at the hospital, and it seemed to me like at one moment, just for a moment, her eyes cleared and she looked at us and then covered over again, as if to say goodbye. You know, her spirit wanted to let us know she was there. About 10 o'clock, I went over to Grandma's house and went to sleep, because they said, "You go to get some sleep and then you come back and sit with Mom during the night." So I fell asleep. My grandpa woke me up and said, "Verl, your mother just passed away." So I got up, went back up there, and just then, about that time, my sister Norma was arriving. She had just got married. She was arriving from Utah, and there we were, this little family. Her mother just passed away. We went over to Grandma's to spend the rest of the night, and Dad got a kidney stone attack. Started screaming in pain during a lot of that night, and I thought he was going to die. So we went back to our home the next day, and we're trying to take care of each other. Wasn't enough room at Grandma's. And we were all knelt down to have a family prayer, and we looked up to each other and said, what's going on here? We seem to feel elated. We feel lifted. We don't feel like we're grieving. What's going on? And we all said, well, we've heard this. That's the Comforter, the Holy Ghost, that comes to those who are in need of comfort. And we felt that so strong during that period of time, during our mother's funeral and all of that we were comforting everybody else. They'd come up to us. The whole town turned out to the funeral because we were on the ball teams, and they had broadcasted the games on radio, KSRV radio, and Earl and Jerry were stars, and so the three of us were on the team, so our name was well known. Everything, the whole town seemed like came to the funeral, and they sang "Oh My Father" was the song. I'll never forget that. Beautiful funeral. But we were in line there greeting people by the casket, and we were comforting the people coming in because they couldn't contain themselves. They couldn't imagine this happening, and we were filled with this whole comforter, and it was an amazing experience. I had often thought, what would I do if either of my parents ever got killed? And I couldn't think about that very long. It was too painful. So I was surprised when it turned out to be a very sweet, sweet experience. Anyway, there's a lot more to say about that, but I just wanted to tell you that experience. I just want to tell you that a lot of the questions now that are coming in on Donny's website are challenging the church. These are people who have been reading the internet, and they get access to all that negative stuff. And so these questions that come in from a lot of them from evangelicals who kind of hate us and think we're going to hell. And then a lot of them are from people who have left the church, and they're challenging us, trying to justify their lack of testimony now. And so I've answered them, and as I've answered those and have searched into the church's answers and sought the Spirit myself, my testimony, instead of being challenged by those people, has increased dramatically. I know that Joseph Smith was a prophet. I know he was a prophet. I know that the Book of Mormon is true. I know that this is his church on the earth. I know that those who reject it and turning against it are heading for a lifetime of sorrow and emptiness. They have as I've communicated with them, they have no place to go. Some of them become atheists. They have no hope. And why they would ever give up the truth and their place along the path to exaltations and eternal life is absolutely beyond me. I can't imagine someone doing that. But I've learned from those in our high priest group who are in the church education system and dealing with young adults, that in most cases it's because of their lack of worthiness. They can't and don't choose to live the gospel, and so now they're trying to justify or tear down that which makes them feel guilty, and they attack it, some of them very viciously. They're trying hard. A lot of them are trying really hard, but they are wrong. And if any of you are tempted to do that, for heaven's sakes, all I would say to you, so you lost the Spirit. You've lost your spirit. This testimony and the knowledge of the truth of this comes through the Holy Ghost. And if you think you're going to get it by intellectually or searching through and trying to find answers to history or even the archaeological evidences of the Book of Mormon, which are now starting to come forth, they're very evident and obvious. All the physical evidences and logic that you can use, that's not good enough. You have to have a burning testimony, and that comes from how? By following the formula that Jesus gave when he said, "Seek and ye shall find. Ask and ye shall receive. Knock and it shall be opened unto you." Actually, ask and ye shall receive. Seek and ye shall find. Ask and ye shall receive. Knock and it shall be opened unto you. He goes on and says that if someone asks their father for a fish, he doesn't give him a serpent. He asks him for something, a biscuit, he doesn't give him a stone or something like that. If you ask Heavenly Father, He will tell you the truth. But There are scriptures that tell that you have to ask with a certain amount of faith or belief that you can get an answer. Because without faith, you're tossed around like the scriptures say, around like waves on the sea. And you have to have real sincere intent. You have to have a desire, an intent desire to know the truth and to seek it out. It's no big deal. It's not a big deal to find the truth. All it does is affect your eternal future. Your eternal future. I tell people if you're in business and you don't plan for the future, you're going to fail, chances are. And people who don't plan for the eternal success, they're going to fail. It's just so logical. Plan for the eternities. And if you plan for the eternities, there's only one source to know the true eternal plan and know it for sure so that you can dedicate your life to it, and that's through the power of the Holy Ghost. You have to pray, study the scriptures, study the scriptures, pray and ask Him, pray hard, pray with an open heart and mind and a willing mind. You can't pray with your mind already closed and decide, it's not here, I didn't get it. I prayed for a long time for a testimony of the Book of Mormon, and then I realized that I had had that when I was a little kid and had that great manifestation of the Spirit when I was a little boy. And then I had it, of course, many times since then. And I've had many, many marvelous, miraculous things happen to me in my lifetime. You could not convince me if you had a gun to my head. I'm sorry. Pull it. I'm 80 years old. I don't care much anyway. I could not deny, honestly, the truth of the gospel, and I've studied it. I studied the New Testament scriptures. I know the scriptures, and the New Testament verifies the truth of the book of the Bible, and even the Book of Mormon. If you read the Book of Mormon, you feel the testimony. There's no way in the world that anyone could write that Book of Mormon and without knowing a lot of the things that are being uncovered now, and without having a lot of time, a great education, being articulate, and even then would be impossible. Even then, 500 pages of things that are so of events that are, and people, societies that are so interwoven, it is impossible. But the intellectual decision of that's not enough. You have to have the power of the Holy Ghost bear witness, and it does and will. And if I don't say anything else to you in this video, I want you to know that Grandpa Doman knows Joseph Smith was a prophet, a true prophet. He is human, prophets are human, but he was a prophet of God and restored the true gospel under the direction of the Lord Himself. Jesus Christ is real. He lived. He died for our sins. He bled at every pore and suffered infinitely so that you and I can be forgiven if we will follow Him and not have to suffer for our own mistakes. He is the Savior of the world, the Redeemer of our souls, and that we can be resurrected and in a body that will be determined by the way we live. A celestial body, a terrestrial body, or a terrestrial or telestial body. One likened to the sun, compared like to the other one, likened to the moon, and the other likened to the stars. Why would anybody choose any other course in life if they just understood this? Why would they ever give it up to choose something like the moon or the stars compared to being in a body and a life compared to the celestial life that's there? I teach often about the eternal nature of family. This family, I say, is a prototype of eternity. Our family here is a prototype of eternity. We're born, we grow up, and when we have children, and generation after generation. That's not different than the heavens. Heavenly Father had a father. He had us as His children. We will have spirit children if we are righteous and can carry on this generational, eternal process. If we are worthy and are sealed in the temple by the new and everlasting covenant of marriage and keep our covenants and are worthy, we will be a part of providing the next generation. That's what this life is. It's eternity, generation. And if we don't, we'll be damned. That means stopped. We won't have any further generations. That's what damnation is all about. Come on, everybody. Start thinking, let's get some good business sense here and start thinking about the eternities. Plan ahead. And that is to learn the truth from God himself about the truthfulness of the gospel. It's only one. There's only one. There's not different courses. Some people say, well, there's a lot of courses to Rome. But if you head off on one of those courses, eventually you're going to have to turn in order to head back towards Rome. There's only one. You only get to Rome one eventually by repentance and change, or the celestial kingdom is going to require change, repentance by us, and focusing and getting on his path, which leads directly to his home and all that he has. We will be his heirs, and all that he has, I've seen it and felt it in my dream. It is spectacular future without compulsory means, that we will have a fullness of joy, exaltation joy, exalted joy that we can't even comprehend there. Love that is so compelling and so wonderful that it fills us with peace and happiness. I mean, the description of that is impossible to describe. And so, please, my posterity, my family, please, if you're tempted to get let some mistake or let somebody feed you with some stupid idea that might question your testimony, then repent. Get back on your knees and get back to the truth, and you'll find that it will lead you to this eternal joy, which I promise you. I promise you that it will lead you to eternal exaltation and joy. I saw it with my own desperate soul one night in Salt Lake City, up in the mountains there, when I was at the low part of my life. At that point, I saw what's in the future for those of us who will become sons and daughters of Jesus Christ. Okay? And that's my invitation to you, and I say that in the name of our Savior and Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.